In a hidden corner of the human mind, where dreams intertwine with reality and thoughts whisper ancient secrets, lies an unsuspected power. A power as vast as the ocean, as mysterious as the stars, and as ancient as time itself. This is the realm of the subconscious, an unexplored territory where the deepest desires and highest aspirations come to life. Imagine holding in your hands the key that unlocks the doors to this enigmatic domain. Imagine a journey to the heart of your being, where each step reveals a new secret. Each whisper guides you to a deeper understanding of yourself. On this journey, you are not alone. Accompanied by the wisdom of one of the great masters of the 20th century, Joseph Murphy, you will delve into the mysteries of the subconscious. In the power of your subconscious, you will discover how this vast and unexplored ocean of your mind can be the engine that drives your dreams, the source that heals your wounds, and the guide that illuminates your path. Prepare your senses for an extraordinary journey where the possible and the impossible intertwine and the limits of reality fade into the horizon of the mind. Open your heart and mind and allow the magic of the subconscious to transform your life in ways you never imagined. Welcome to a world where mystery becomes knowledge and knowledge becomes power. How this text can bring miracles into your life. I have seen miracles happen for men and women all over the world. Miracles will happen to you too, as long as you begin to use the power of your subconscious mind. This text is designed to teach that thought is the mold that shapes images and destiny, because a man is what his subconscious dictates. Do you know the answers to why one man is sad and another happy? Why one is joyful and prosperous while another is poor and miserable? Why one man is anxious and another full of faith? Why one man has a beautiful, luxurious home and another lives in squalor? Why one man achieves great success and another lives in failure? Why one speaker is outstanding and another mediocre and unpopular? Because one man excels in his work while another accomplishes nothing of value. Why one man heals from an incurable disease and not another? Why do so many good and kind people suffer like condemned souls in mind and body? Why do so many immoral people succeed and enjoy radiant health? There is undoubtedly an answer to these questions. There are reasons for recording this text. The purpose of this text is to answer and clarify the aforementioned questions, and many others like them. I have endeavored to explain the great fundamental truths of the mind using the simplest language possible. I believe it is possible to explain the fundamental laws of life using everyday language. You will find that the language of this text is the one you use daily in your thoughts, at home, or in your workshop. Listen to this text and apply the techniques described therein. By doing so, I am convinced that your difficulties will be overcome. This text will free you from emotional and physical suffering, putting you on the path to freedom and mental peace. The miraculous power of your subconscious can heal you of any illness and make you strong again. By learning to control your internal powers, you will lose fear, open doors, and enter into a life described by Juan Pablo as the glorious freedom of the children of God. Releasing the miraculous power, personal healing will always be the most convincing proof of our subconscious powers. Over 42 years ago, I defeated a malignant tumor, called sarcoma in medical language, using the healing power of my subconscious, which still governs all my vital functions today. The technique I applied is detailed in this text, and I am sure it will help you gain confidence in the healing presence deep within every human being. Visiting my kind doctor's office, I suddenly realized that the creative intelligence, the very one that formed my organs and set my heart in motion, could heal its own creation. The ancient proverb says, "The doctor treats the wound, but God heals." Wonders happen when you pray effectively. What is scientific prayer? It is the harmonious interaction between the conscious and subconscious. This text will teach you the best way to tap into the realm of power within you, enabling you to achieve what you desire in life. If you want a happier, fulfilled, and prosperous life, then you will have it. Just start using this miraculous power and pave your way. Solve your economic problems and attract harmony into your family relationships. Listen to this text several times. The chapters will show you how this power works and how you can gain inner inspiration and wisdom. Learn techniques to strengthen your subconscious mind, follow the scientific path, and harness its infinite storehouse of possibilities. Listen to this text carefully, seriously, and affectionately. Put it to the test and discover how it can help you, as this text will be the turning point in your life. Everyone prays. Do you know how to pray? How long has it been since you prayed in the context of your daily activities? In emergencies, in times of danger or trouble, prayers flow, yours and those of your loved ones and friends. Just read the news to learn that an entire country prays for a child with an incurable disease. People pray for peace between nations. With a group of trapped miners in a mine, it later becomes known that while awaiting rescue, the miners prayed. A pilot said he prayed during an emergency maneuver. Prayer is indeed a relief in difficult times, but one should not wait until problems arise to make prayer an integral part of our lives. Prayer answers make headlines and demonstrate their effectiveness. And the innocent prayers of children, simple gestures of gratitude at the table, devotions by which the individual seeks communion with God. My work with people has compelled me to deeply study the nature of prayer. I have prayed all my life and have spoken and worked with many people who have also benefited from it. The challenge lies in how to teach others to pray. People with many problems find it difficult to think and act. They need an easy-to-follow formula, a simple and specific pattern. Often, they need guidance to show them the best method. What do you believe in? It is not what an individual believes in that answers their prayer. The answer comes when the individual's subconscious projects into the image and thought. This law operates in all the world's religions and is psychologically true. The Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, and Hebrew all receive answers to their prayers not based on their belief or rituals, ceremonies, liturgies, sacrifices, or specific offerings, but by the belief or mental acceptance of what they are praying for. The law of life is based on the law of belief. Belief could be summed up as a mental product. The mental state is built from what a man thinks, feels, and believes. A methodology based on understanding what you are doing and why will help you achieve a multitude of good things. Basically, an answered prayer is nothing more than the materialization of what your heart desired. Desire is prayer. Everyone desires health, happiness, security, and peace of mind, but many do not achieve definite results. A university professor recently confessed to me, "I know that if I changed my mental model and redirected my life, my ulcers would not reappear. But I have no technique or process. My mind wanders around my multiple problems, and I feel frustrated and defeated." This professor desired perfect health, but needed to understand how his mind works. Only this understanding would enable him to fulfill his desire. By practicing the healing methods described in this text, he achieved complete fulfillment. There is a mind common to all men. The powers of the subconscious exist before you and I were born, even before the existence of any church or society. The great truths and principles of life precede religions. It is with these thoughts that you will discover, in the following chapters, how to access this wonderful, magical, transformative power, a power that will heal your mental and physical wounds, free your mind from fear, and lead you away from poverty, failure, misery, lack, and frustration. All you have to do is mentally and emotionally connect with the good you wish to materialize. The creative powers of your subconscious will respond immediately. Start now and let wonders come into your life. Move forward and let the shadows retreat. Chapter 1. The Treasure Within You. If you open your mental vision and discover the infinite treasure within you, you will find limitless riches around you. There is a gold mine from which you can extract everything you need to live a glorious, joyful, and abundant life. Many are deeply asleep because they do not know this gold mine within themselves. Whatever you want, you can draw it out. A magnetized piece of steel will lift 12 times its own weight. If you demagnetize this same piece of steel, it won't even lift a feather. Similarly, there are two types of men: the magnetized man, full of confidence, who knows he is born to succeed, and the demagnetized man, full of fears and doubts. Opportunities come to him and he says, "I might fail or lose money. People will laugh at me." This kind of man will not go far in life because he is so afraid to move forward that he will stay where he is. Become a magnetized man and discover the secret of all ages. The secret of atomic energy, thermonuclear energy, neutron bombs, interstellar travel? No, none of these. So what is this secret? Where can it be found and how can it be put into practice? The answer is simple and extraordinary. This wonderful power resides in your subconscious, in the least likely place most people look. The miraculous power of the subconscious. By learning to release the hidden power of your subconscious, you will be able to attract into your life power, wealth, health, happiness, and joy. You don't need to buy or ask for this power because you already possess it. You just need to learn to use it, understand it, to apply it in every aspect of your life. By following the techniques and processes in this text, you can acquire the knowledge and understanding needed. You can draw inspiration from this new light and generate a force that allows you to achieve your hopes, to realize all your dreams. Decide now and make your life something great, rich, and nobler than ever before. Deep within your subconscious lies infinite wisdom. The power and supply of everything you need await you to develop and express them. Acknowledge your deepest potentials and materialize them in the external world. The infinite intelligence of your subconscious can reveal to you what you need to know at every moment and in every place, provided you open your mind and are receptive. By following this advice, you will receive thoughts and ideas that enable you to create inventions, make discoveries, or write great books. Moreover, infinite intelligence can impart wonderful knowledge about nature, can open paths to perfect expression, to the true place you occupy in the universe. Through the wisdom of the subconscious, you can conquer and attract the ideal partner, as well as suitable partners and friends. You can find a good buyer for your home, obtain the money and financial freedom to undertake what your heart desires. Discovering this inner world is your right. It is a world filled with light, love, and beauty. Its forces, though invisible, are powerful. In your subconscious, you will find the origin and solution to your problems. You will be able to draw new powers and acquire the wisdom necessary to obtain abundance, security, and joy. I have seen the subconscious restore the infirm, making them vigorous and strong, ready to face the world and live in happiness and health. There is a miraculous healing power in your subconscious, capable of curing even the most troubled mind. It can unlock mental doors and free you from your material and physical constraints. A foundational requirement in any field is effort for progress. It is a universal demand and will enable you to become an expert in understanding the workings of the subconscious. In direct proportion to your knowledge of its principles and their application, you can achieve your goals, if you practice its powers with certainty of results. As a former chemist, I would like to emphasize the following. If 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom are combined, you get water. Similarly, 1 oxygen atom and 1 carbon atom produce carbon monoxide, a toxic gas. But if you add another oxygen atom, you get carbon dioxide, a harmless gas. Successive combinations yield a multitude of chemical compounds. Do not think that the principles of chemistry, physics, and mathematics differ from those of your subconscious. Consider this universally accepted principle. Water seeks its own level. This is a universal principle applicable to water and other substances. Let's consider another principle. Matter expands. This is true everywhere, at all times, and under all circumstances. You can heat a piece of steel and it will expand, regardless of whether it is in China, England, India, or Peru. It is an undeniable principle. Matter expands. This is also a universal principle. Everything you impress upon your subconscious becomes your experience and event. Your prayers are answered because your subconscious is a principle. By principle, I mean how something works. For example, the principle of electricity lies in its operation from high potential to lower potential. You do not change the principle of electricity when you use it, but you can produce wonderful inventions and discoveries when you know how to direct and harness it. Your subconscious is a universal principle and operates according to your ability to believe. You must know what it means to believe, why it works, and how it works. The Bible says it simply, clearly, and beautifully. Truly, I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, "Go, throw yourself into the sea," and does not doubt in their heart but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them. Mark 11:23. Belief is a mental law, meaning believing in the operation of your mind, believing in belief itself because it involves trusting your mind and nothing else. All your experiences and actions are reactions from your subconscious to your thoughts. Remember that what produces the result is not the thing you believe in, but believing in your own mind. Cease believing in false opinions, superstitions, and fears. Strengthen your belief in the eternal truths of life that never change. By doing so, you will progress and draw closer to God. Remember that the inner world, your thoughts, feelings, and images, is what creates your outer world. Therefore, the creative power you exert in the inner world, whether consciously or unconsciously, understanding the difference between your conscious and subconscious mind, will enable you to completely transform your life. To change external conditions, you must change the causes. Most people try to change conditions and circumstances by directly dealing with them. However, to eliminate discord and confusion, you must eliminate the cause, which lies in how you use your conscious mind. In other words, your way of thinking and imagining. You live in an ocean of infinite wealth. Your subconscious is highly sensitive to your thoughts. Your thoughts shape the mold through which flow infinite intelligence, wisdom, vital forces, and energies of your subconscious. The practical application of the laws of your mind, as illustrated in each chapter of this text, will enable you to live in abundance rather than poverty, wisdom rather than superstition and ignorance, and peace rather than pain. From a mental, emotional, or material perspective, there is no greater blessing than this. Most great scientists, artists, poets, singers, writers, and inventors have understood the workings of the conscious and subconscious mind. One day, Caruso, the great tenor, felt a fear of the audience. He sensed his throat tightening due to spasms caused by nerves. Sweat beaded on his face as he was about to go on stage. At that moment, he exclaimed, "They will laugh at me, I can't sing." Then, in front of those backstage, he exclaimed again, "My little me wants to choke my big inner self. Tell the little me to go away. The big me wants to sing." He was referring to the unlimited power and wisdom of his subconscious. He began to shout, "Get out, get out! The big me is going to sing!" His subconscious responded and released the vital forces within him. When he was called on stage, the audience was fascinated by his majestic performance. It is clear that Caruso understood the two levels of the mind, the conscious or rational, and the subconscious or irrational. Your subconscious mind is reactive and responds to your thoughts. When your conscious mind is filled with fear, worry, and anxiety, the negative emotions of your subconscious mind are released and flood your mind with a sense of panic and despair. When this happens, you can, like Caruso, speak affirmatively with a deep sense of authority. You can say, "Calm down, be quiet, I am in control. You must obey me, you are subject to my commands. You cannot interfere where you are not called." It is interesting to note how you can speak with authority and conviction to the movement of your deepest self that used to remain silent and in harmony. The subconscious is subordinate to the conscious mind, which is why it is called the subconscious or subjective. The marked differences and modes of operation will be more apparent with the following example. The conscious mind is like the captain of a ship who commands the vessel and gives orders to the engine room crew, who control all boilers, gauges, etc. The engine room crew simply follow orders and do not know where they are going. They would sink if the captain gave incorrect or false instructions. The crew members simply obey. Similarly, your conscious mind is the captain and owner of your being, encompassing your body, environment, and all your affairs. Your subconscious mind receives the instructions you give it, based on what your conscious mind believes and accepts as true. If you constantly repeat, "I can't do this," then your conscious mind will take you at your word and ensure that you cannot do what you want. As long as you continue to say, "I cannot afford this car, this trip to Europe, this house, this coat, or this walnut piece of furniture," you can be sure that your conscious mind will follow these instructions. On Christmas Eve, a beautiful university student was looking at a shop window. She spotted an attractive and rather expensive handbag. She was going to spend the holidays in Buffalo, New York, and she was about to say, "I can't afford this bag." Then she remembered something she had heard at one of my lectures. Never hold on to a negative statement. Reverse it. She mentally said, "This bag is mine. It is here for me." At 8:00 p.m. on that same Christmas Eve, her fiancé gave her exactly the same bag she had looked at and mentally identified with. She had filled her mind with thoughts of anticipation and entrusted the whole matter to her deepest mind. The University of Southern California student said, "It's a principle. I couldn't afford to buy the bag, but now I've discovered where to find the money and everything I need. It's all in the infinite treasure that dwells within me." Another simple example to explain this. When you say, "I don't like mushrooms," and then find yourself served mushrooms in sauces or salads, you might end up with indigestion because your subconscious mind has told the boss of your conscious mind that you don't like mushrooms. This is a humorous example of the differences and modes of operation of the conscious and subconscious mind. A woman might say, "If I drink coffee in the evening, I will wake up in the middle of the night." Every time she drinks coffee in the evening, her subconscious winks at her and says, "The boss wants you to wake up in the middle of the night." So, your subconscious mind works 24 hours a day, making plans for your well-being by managing and controlling everything based on your habitual thoughts. How did her subconscious mind respond? A few months ago, I received a message from a woman who wrote, "I am currently 75 years old, widowed, and have a large family. I was living alone and relying on a pension. I discovered your lectures on the powers of the subconscious mind, where you mentioned that ideas could be transmitted through repetition, faith, and expectation. I began to consciously and frequently repeat to myself, 'I am desirable. I am happily married to a kind, affectionate, and educated man. I am a confident woman.'" The letter continued, "I continue to do this several times a day for 2 weeks. One day, at the local pharmacy, I met a retired pharmacist. He seemed friendly, understanding, and very educated. He was the answer to my prayer. Within a week, he proposed to me, and now we are honeymooning in Europe. I am convinced that my subconscious brought us together by divine order." This woman discovered that everything was within her. Her prayer was taken as true, and her affirmation was transmitted osmotically to her subconscious, the creative means. As soon as she was able to materialize her subjective desire, her subconscious activated the law of attraction, and its deep and wise energy united them both according to divine order. Brief summary of important ideas to remember. The gates to wealth are within you. Look inside yourself for the answer to your deepest desires. The great secret possessed by great men of all ages was their ability to unleash their mental powers. You can do the same. Your subconscious holds the answer to all problems. If you tell your subconscious before sleep, "I want to wake up at 6 a.m., it will wake you up at that precise hour. Your subconscious builds your body and can heal you. Fall asleep every night with the idea of perfect health and your subconscious will obey you. Every thought is a cause, and every condition is an effect. If you want to write a great book, a successful play, or give a lecture to a large audience, transmit the idea to your subconscious, and it will act accordingly. You are like the captain of a ship. Just like him, you must give the right instructions to your subconscious, which controls and governs your experiences. Never say, "I can't do it," or "I can't do that." Your subconscious will take over and ensure that you don't have the money or the ability to get what you want. Say, "I can do anything through my subconscious." The law of life is the law of belief. Belief is a thought. Do not believe in things that harm or hurt you. Believe in the power of your subconscious. Inspire yourself, strengthen yourself, and prosper. If you change your thoughts, you will change your destiny. Chapter 2. How your own mind works. You must learn to use your mind. There are 2 levels in your mind, the conscious level and the subconscious, or irrational level. You think with your conscious mind, and what you habitually think remains in your subconscious mind, which you create based on the nature of your thoughts. The subconscious is where emotions and creativity reside. If you think of good, good will follow you. If you think of evil, evil will manifest in your life. That's how the mind works. The fundamental point to remember is that once the subconscious mind accepts an idea, it begins to implement it. The law of the subconscious works equally for positive and negative ideas. This is a universal truth and principle. When applied negatively, this law causes failure, frustration, and unhappiness. However, when your habitual thinking is harmonious, you experience success, prosperity, and health. Peace and health are inevitable when you start thinking rightly. Every mental statement you make and feel is true will be accepted by your subconscious and manifested in your experience. All you have to do is impress the idea upon your conscious mind, and the law of your own subconscious mind will bring you the health, peace, or prosperity you desire. You give the order, and your subconscious faithfully reproduces the idea you have impressed upon it. The law of your mind is such that you will get a reaction or response according to the nature of the thought in your conscious mind. Psychologists and psychiatrists report that thoughts transmitted to the subconscious produce results in brain cells. When the subconscious accepts an idea, it immediately sets it into motion. It works through the association of ideas and uses the knowledge you have acquired throughout your life to achieve its purpose. It harnesses the power, energy, and wisdom within you to use the laws of nature to obtain what you want from it. Finding an immediate solution to your difficulties may take time, but sometimes it only takes a few days. The methods are impossible to discover. Differentiation of the terms conscious and subconscious. Remember, these are not two minds, but two spheres of activity within the same mind. Your conscious mind is the part that reasons and makes decisions. It is the one that chooses, for example, the books you read, the house you live in, and your partner. Your conscious mind is the one with which you make decisions. On the other hand, in the absence of conscious choices on your part, your heart will continue to beat, just as your digestion, circulation, and respiration do, processes controlled by your subconscious mind through processes independent of your conscious control. Your subconscious mind accepts what is imposed upon it. It does not reason in the same way as your conscious mind and does not argue with you. Your subconscious mind is like the soil that accepts seeds, whether good or bad. Your thoughts are active and can be compared to seeds. Negative and destructive thoughts work automatically in your subconscious mind, and in due time, they manifest. Remember that your subconscious mind does not concern itself with evaluating whether your thoughts are good or bad, true or false. It simply responds based on the nature of those thoughts. Many psychological tests conducted by psychologists and others on individuals in hypnotic states have shown that the mind is incapable of making the necessary choices and comparisons for proper reasoning. Furthermore, it has been demonstrated repeatedly that the subconscious mind accepts any suggestion, even if it is false. Once the suggestion is accepted, the mind responds according to the nature of the given command. To illustrate the suggestibility of your subconscious mind, imagine that a hypnotist suggests to someone that they are Napoleon Bonaparte, a cat, or a dog. This person will play the role accurately and convincingly. Their personality changes at that moment, and they believe in what they are told. An expert hypnotist can suggest to someone that they have an itch on their back, to another that they are bleeding from the nose, to another that they are a marble statue, to another that they are freezing and the temperature has dropped to 0. Each will follow the line of their particular suggestion, totally unaware of their surroundings. These simple illustrations clearly demonstrate the difference between the conscious and subconscious mind, with the latter being impersonal, non-selective, and accepting as true anything it believes to be true. Because of this reality, it is extremely important to select thoughts and ideas that bring blessings, healing, inspiration, and joy into your life. Explanation of the terms objective and subjective mind. The conscious mind is sometimes referred to as the objective mind because it deals with external objects. This objective mind possesses knowledge of the objective world and uses the 5 senses as means of observation. It guides and directs interaction with the environment. Knowledge is acquired through the 5 senses. The objective mind learns through observation, experience, and education. As mentioned earlier, the most important function of the objective mind is reasoning. Suppose you are one of the thousands of tourists who visit Los Angeles every day. By observing parks, gardens, buildings, and charming neighborhoods, you conclude that it is a truly attractive city. That's how the objective mind functions. On the other hand, the subconscious mind is often called the subjective mind. It becomes aware of the environment through means other than the five senses. The subjective mind perceives through intuition. Your subjective mind is the seat of emotions and the repository of memory. It performs higher functions when objective senses are in a state of suspension. In short, it is this intelligence that manifests when the mind is drowsy or unconscious. Your subjective mind can see without using the organs of sight. It has the ability of clairvoyance and clairaudience. Your subjective mind can separate from your body, travel to distant places, and bring back accurate information. Through your subjective mind, you can read the thoughts of others, read the contents of sealed envelopes and safes. Your subjective mind has the ability to grasp the thoughts of others without resorting to usual means of communication. Understanding the interaction between the objective and subconscious mind is important. Only then will we understand the art of prayer. The subconscious cannot reason like the conscious mind. Your subconscious mind is incapable of arguing. Thus, if you provide it with erroneous suggestions, it will accept them as true and materialize them as experiences and events. Everything that has happened to you is based on thoughts imprinted in your subconscious mind through beliefs. If you have transmitted erroneous thoughts to your subconscious, you can only overcome them by repeating constructive and harmonious thoughts. You must repeat them frequently and have your mind accept them. Only then will you form new habits of thought and healthy living. Indeed, habits reside in your subconscious mind. The habitual thoughts of your subconscious create deep grooves within it. This is highly advantageous if your habitual thoughts are harmonious, peaceful, and constructive. If you have been carried away by fear, worry, and other destructive patterns, the solution lies in acknowledging the unlimited power of your subconscious and affirming your thoughts of happiness and health. Your subconscious mind, being creative, will proceed to create the freedom and happiness requested and ordered. The power of suggestion is real. In fact, your conscious mind is the gatekeeper. Its main function is to protect you from false impressions. Now that you know one of the fundamental laws of the mind, suggestion, as you know, your subconscious does not make comparisons, contrasts, or reason or think for itself. This last function belongs to the conscious mind. It only responds to mental impressions from the conscious and displays no preference for one way of acting or another. The following example illustrates the significant power of suggestion. Imagine you are on a boat and you approach a passenger who looks timid. You say to them, "You look very unwell, so pale, my friend. I think you are feeling dizzy. Let me help you up to your cabin." The passenger will grow paler. Your suggestion of dizziness aligns with their own fears and forebodings. They will accept your offer to go down to the cabin, and this negative suggestion proposed by you will become reality. Different reactions to the same suggestion. However, each person reacts differently to the same suggestion because each has their own conditioning and beliefs. For example, if you approach a sailor on the boat and say, "Dear friend, you look very unwell. Don't you feel well? I think you're feeling dizzy." Depending on their temperament, the sailor may laugh at your joke or express slight annoyance. In this case, your suggestion will fall flat because the sailor's mind is conditioned by their immunity to seasickness. Thus, it provokes neither fear nor worry in them, but rather confidence or simply indifference. Suggestion, according to the dictionary, refers to the act or instance of introducing something into someone's mind, as well as the mental process by which the suggested thought is implemented. You must remember that a suggestion cannot be imposed against people's will. Indeed, the conscious mind has the ability to reject the received suggestion. In the case of the sailor, he was not afraid of seasickness. He had convinced himself of his immunity to this condition. The negative suggestion had absolutely no power to cause fear in him. Conversely, the suggestion made to the inexperienced passenger brought out his internal fear of seasickness. Each of us possesses our own fears, beliefs, and opinions. These internal assumptions are what guide and direct our lives. A suggestion has no power in itself unless mentally accepted. Thus, your subconscious powers flow limitlessly and are conditioned by the nature of how you lost your arm. Every 2 or 3 years I give lectures in London at Caxton Hall, a forum I founded several years ago. Dr. Everly Fleet, its director, informed me of an article in the English newspapers precisely about the power of suggestion. The article told the story of a man who suggested to his subconscious for 2 years, "I would give my right arm to see my daughter healed." Apparently, his daughter suffered from crippling arthritis and a skin disease. Medical treatment had failed to alleviate her symptoms, and the father fervently wished for her healing. A few weeks later, Dr. Fleet informed me that the father was on a journey when his car collided with another, and he lost his right arm. Immediately, his daughter's illnesses disappeared. Therefore, ensure that you give your subconscious suggestions that heal, bless, elevate, and inspire. Remember, your subconscious doesn't take jokes. It takes your words as they are. Self-suggestion eliminates fear. Self-suggestion means suggesting something specific and precise to oneself. In his excellent manual on self-suggestion, author Eva Parkin relates the following incident, which certainly has a humorous aspect. A New Yorker visits Chicago and looks at his watch, which is an hour ahead of Chicago time. He tells a friend it's noon. Ignoring the time difference between Chicago and New York, the friend tells the New Yorker he's hungry and needs to eat. Self-suggestion can be used to eliminate fears and other negative memories. A young singer was invited to an audition. She was eagerly anticipating the interview, but had failed 3 times before due to nerves. She had a very beautiful voice, but she kept telling herself, "When it comes time to sing, I'll manage, but my anxiety won't allow me to do well." Her subconscious accepted these negative suggestions as orders and turned them into experiences. The cause was involuntary self-suggestion, that is, thoughts of fear and rejection. The young singer overcame this with the following technique. 3 times a day, she would retire to a room, sit in an armchair, relax her body, and close her eyes. She would then calm her mind and body as much as possible. Physical relaxation promotes receptivity and makes the mind more open to suggestion. She countered her fear by saying to herself, "I sing wonderfully well. I am calm, confident, and serene." She would silently and convincingly repeat this affirmation slowly, 5 to 10 times a day, during the day and before going to bed. Within a week, she was completely prepared and self-assured. She didn't get the job, but she received an invitation for another audition where she performed much better. How to regain memory. A 75-year-old woman used to tell herself, "I am losing my memory." She reversed the process and practiced induced self-suggestion several times a day. She began to say to herself, "From today, my memory improves in every way. I will always remember what I need to know at every moment of time and space. The impressions received will be clearer and more defined. I will retain them automatically and easily. Everything I want to remember will come back to my mind instantly. I am improving every day, and very soon my memory will be better than ever." Needless to say, the result, the woman passed away a few weeks later from an age-related illness, but her family claimed her memory had recovered overnight. How to overcome bad mood. Many men suffering from irritability and bad mood have been very receptive to self-suggestion and have achieved excellent results by applying the following affirmations. "From now on, I will have a better mood. Joy and cheerfulness are my usual moods. Every day I become kinder and more understanding. I am now becoming the center of joy for all those around me. I will no longer get upset with foolish people. I radiate good cheer. I am grateful for the constructive and destructive power of self-suggestion." I will offer you some illustrations and comments on what is called heterosuggestion. Heterosuggestion refers to suggestions from other people. Throughout history, the power of suggestion has played a significant role in the lives and thoughts of men, regardless of epochs and nationalities. In many parts of the world, this power is controlled by religions. Suggestion can discipline the mind, but it can also take control and command our behavior. In its optimistic form, it is wonderful and constructive, but in its negative aspects, it is a destructive weapon for the mind, causing misery, illness, and disaster. Have you accepted any of these suggestions since childhood? Most of us have been exposed to many suggestions and, not knowing how to counteract them, have unconsciously accepted them. Here are some of these negative suggestions. You can't do anything. You will never succeed. You can't. You will fail. You don't stand a chance. You are wrong. You are useless. The world is horrible. What's the point? No one cares about you. It's useless to try so hard. You are too old for this. Things are getting worse every day. Life is hard. Love is for lazy people. You are deteriorating more and more. You are likely to get sick. Don't trust anyone, etc. Unless, as an adult, you use positive self-suggestion, past impressions will continue to cause behavior patterns and tendencies towards unhappiness, personal and social failure. Self-suggestion serves to free you from the mass of negative verbal conditioning that could otherwise disturb and complicate your life. You can counteract negative suggestions by taking a look at the newspaper. You'll find dozens of articles likely to evoke feelings of fear, worry, and impending doom. If you accept them, these thoughts could rob you of any desire to live. You must reject all these negative suggestions and push away any destructive ideas. Regularly examine the negative self-suggestions you give to people. You don't have to be influenced by destructive heterosuggestion. We have all, in one way or another, suffered from this in our childhood and adolescence. If you look back, you will easily remember how your parents, friends, teachers, and acquaintances contributed to your negative suggestions. Examine the things they told you, and you will discover that many of them were misinformation. The purpose behind much of what was said to you was to control you or instill fear. Heterosuggestion is present in every household, office, factory, and club. You will realize that many of these suggestions aim to make you think, feel, and act as others want you to, like the suggestion made to a man. Here's another example of heterosuggestion. A close relative consulted an Indian fortune teller. This fortune teller told him he had heart problems and would die at the next full moon. Shocked, my relative began spreading this prediction to all family members and even drafted his will. This suggestion entered his subconscious because he accepted it without objection. My relative also informed me that he believed this fortune teller possessed hidden powers and could cause harm or well-being to a person. He died as predicted, but without knowing the true cause of his death. I suppose many of us have similar absurd stories in light of what we have learned. Let's analyze this case and see how in the subconscious mind a simple belief creates reality. The activity occurred in his mind and his thought was the cause. It caused his supposed death, or rather the destruction of his own body, because the anticipation of death was stronger. The fortune teller who predicted his death had no more power than sticks in a field. The suggestion did not have the power to create or cause the suggested outcome. Had he known the laws of his mind, he would have rejected the negative suggestion and refused to pay attention to its words, knowing deep down that he was governed and controlled by his own thoughts. Like arrows aimed at a battleship, his prophecy could have been neutralized and repelled without much damage. The suggestions of others have no power over you unless you give them that power. You must give your consent and monitor your thoughts as they will become a part of you. Remember, if you have the power to choose life, choose love, choose health, choose abundance. The power of an assured major premise. Your mind works like a syllogism, meaning any significant premise your mind accepts as true influences the conclusion your subconscious arrives at. If your premise is true, the conclusion must be as well. For example, all virtue is commendable. Goodness is a virtue, therefore goodness is commendable. Another example, all constructed things will disappear. The pyramids of Egypt are constructed things, therefore the pyramids will disappear. The first statement is called the major premise, and the correct conclusion must necessarily follow the correct premise. A university professor who attended some of my lectures on the science of mind in May 1962 in New York shared this with me. My life is completely chaotic. I have lost health, wealth, and friendships. Everything I try to do fails. I explained to him the importance of establishing a major premise in his thinking, recognizing that the infinite intelligence of his mind must guide him. Only then could he prosper spiritually, mentally, and materially. Next, his subconscious mind would automatically direct him wisely in his investments, decisions, and also heal his body. This professor formulated an image of how he wanted his life to be. Here is his major premise. Infinite intelligence leads me and guides all my ways. I enjoy perfect health. Beauty, love, peace, and abundance are part of my life. The principle of right action and divine order governs my life. The major premise is based on eternal truths, and I know that my subconscious mind responds in accordance with the nature of rational thought. He wrote to me, I repeat these affirmations slowly, silently, and lovingly several times a day, knowing they are deeply ingrained in my subconscious. I am sincerely grateful to you for the interview you granted me, and I am happy to inform you that all aspects of my life are improving. Your subconscious does not argue with you. It accepts the decisions of your conscious mind. If you affirm, I cannot afford it, that may be true, but avoid saying it. Choose a more positive thought and affirm that you will acquire it. You have an incredible power of choice. Choose to cultivate health and happiness in your mind. You can choose to be kind rather than unkind. Choose to be cooperative, joyful, friendly, and you will see how the whole world reacts positively to your attitude. This is the best way to develop a wonderful personality and build positive relationships with others. Remember that every choice you make has the potential to influence your life and how you interact with the world. Your conscious mind is the gatekeeper. Its primary function is to protect your subconscious from false impressions. Choose to believe that something good can happen, and it will. Your power lies in your ability to choose. Choose happiness and abundance. The suggestions and affirmations of others do not have the power to harm you. The only power is your own thought. You can reject others' thoughts and seek the good. You have the power to choose how to react. Reflect on what you say. Avoid unnecessary words. Never say, I will fail, I will lose my job, I won't be able to pay the rent. Your subconscious does not joke. It will make all these things happen. Your mind is not bad. No force of nature is bad. It depends on how it uses its tools. Use your mind to bless, heal, and inspire the people around you. Stop saying I can't and overcome that fear. Replace it with the affirmation, I can do everything through the power of my subconscious. Improving your thoughts and beliefs will help you strengthen and achieve your goals. Reflect from the perspective of eternal truths and principles, not from fear, ignorance, and superstition. Do not let others think for you. Choose your thoughts and make your own decisions. You are the captain of your soul and your destiny. Your subconscious mind is the vessel. Remember that you have the power to choose. Choose life, love, health. Choose happiness. You have the power to determine and create the reality you desire. What your conscious mind accepts and believes, your subconscious mind makes it reality. Believe in divinity, in right actions, and in the blessings of life. Chapter 3. The Miraculous Power of the Subconscious. The power of your subconscious mind is immense. It inspires you, guides you, and reveals to you the names and scenes stored in your memory warehouse. Your subconscious mind sets the beats of your heart, controls the circulation of your blood, and regulates your digestion. When you eat a piece of bread, it works to transform it into tissue, muscle, and blood. It is responsible for the processes of assimilation and utilization of nutrients for health. This process is beyond the knowledge of the wisest man. Your subconscious mind controls all vital processes and functions and knows the answer to all problems. The subconscious never sleeps, never rests. It is always in action. You can discover its miraculous power by clearly listing your specific desires before you die. When internal forces are released, you achieve the desired result. It is a source of power and wisdom that connects you to the omnipotence or the power that moves the world. Your subconscious mind is the source of ideals, aspirations, and vital impulses. Through it, Shakespeare revealed great truths hidden from the average man of his time. It was the subconscious that led the Greek Phidias to embody beauty, order, symmetry, and proportion in his marble and bronze sculptures. It enabled Raphael to paint Madonnas and Beethoven to compose symphonies. In 1955, I had the opportunity to lecture at a university in Rishikesh, India, where I conversed with a surgeon from Bombay. During our discussion, the surgeon told me about Dr. James Esdaile, a Scottish surgeon who worked in Bengal before the discovery of modern anesthesia techniques between 1843 and 1846. Dr. Esdaile performed around 400 eye, ear, and throat surgeries, all under mental anesthesia. He informed me that Dr. Esdaile's post-operative mortality rate was extremely low, probably around 2 to 3%. Patients experienced no pain, and there were no deaths during surgeries. Dr. Esdaile suggested to the subconscious minds of all his patients, while they were in a hypnotic state, that no infection or septic condition would develop. It's important to remember that this occurred before Louis Pasteur, Joseph Lister, and other scientists identified the bacterial origin of diseases and the causes of infections related to non-sterilized and virulent organisms. This Indian surgeon stated that the reason for the low mortality rate and general absence of infection, minimized to the minimum, was undoubtedly due to Dr. Esdaile's suggestions to his patients' subconscious minds. They responded according to the nature of his suggestion. Over 20 years ago, this surgeon had discovered the miraculous powers of the subconscious mind. Isn't it moving to think about the powers of your subconscious? Consider your extrasensory perceptions, your clairvoyance and clairaudience abilities, your independence from time and space, your ability to free yourself from pain and suffering, and your skill in finding answers to problems. All of this, and much more, reveal that there is a power far beyond intellect. All these experiences bring joy because they come from your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is the book of your life. Whatever thoughts, beliefs, opinions, theories, or dogmas you write, memorize, or imprint on your subconscious, you will objectively experience in your life. What you engrave within, you experience without. Your life has two faces, the objective and the subjective, the visible and the invisible. Your thought is received by your brain, which is the rational organ of your mind. When it fully accepts this thought, it sends it to the solar plexus, known as the brain of the subconscious mind, where it becomes reality. As mentioned earlier, your subconscious mind cannot argue with you. It acts on your orders and accepts your conclusions definitively. For this reason, it always writes in the book of your life. Your thoughts become experiences. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Man is the only animal who thinks all day long. What is impressed upon the subconscious is expressed." William James, the father of functional psychology, said that the power to move the world is in your subconscious, as it possesses unlimited intelligence and wisdom. It feeds from hidden sources, and it is a law of life that everything you place there in harmony and peace, you will experience in health, happiness, peace, and joy. There is no disease or discord when the conscious and subconscious work in harmony. In other words, what you engrave in your subconscious is expressed in reality. This truth was practiced by Moses, Isaiah, Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, and all enlightened visionaries. What you feel as true manifests as real experiences and events. Movement and emotion must be balanced, as in heaven, so on earth, as in mind, so in body. This is the great law of life. In nature, you find action and reaction, rest and movement. These two aspects must be balanced to achieve harmony. You are here to allow this principle to flow rhythmically. Inflow and outflow must be equal. Impression and expression must be equal. All your frustration stems from dissatisfaction. If you think negatively and maliciously, destructive emotions will arise. These emotions, being negative in nature, will manifest as illnesses, ulcers, heart problems, tension, and anxiety. Every part of yourself expresses the idea you have of yourself. Your vitality, body, economic situation, friends, and social status reflect the idea you hold of yourself. Here is the true meaning of what is engraved in your subconscious. We harm ourselves with our negative ideas. Often we hurt ourselves by getting angry, being afraid, feeling jealous, or seeking revenge. These are poisons saturating your subconscious. You were not born with these attitudes, so nourish your subconscious with invigorating thoughts. Only in this way will you eliminate negative patterns. As you continue to do so, the past will fade away and no longer be remembered. The subconscious heals illnesses. Personal healing will always be the most convincing proof of the healing power of the subconscious. 40 years ago, I eliminated a malignant skin tumor solely through prayer. Medical therapy had failed to stop its growth, and it was worsening progressively. A clergyman with profound psychological knowledge explained to me the meaning of Psalm 139, where it says, "In your book were written all the days that were formed for me." He explained that the term book referred to my subconscious, which shaped and formed all my organs from an invisible cell. He also emphasized that my subconscious had created my body and could also recreate and heal it according to a perfect pattern. This religious figure showed me his watch and said, "This has a maker, and the watchmaker must first have had the idea in his mind before creating the watch. If the watch is defective, the watchmaker can repair it." My friend reminded me that the subconscious, which had created my body, is like an expert watchmaker who knows exactly how to heal, restore, and direct the vital functions of my organism. However, it is my responsibility to provide it with perfect ideas about health. By acting as a cause, this will produce healing. My body and its organs were created by the infinite intelligence of the subconscious, which knows how to heal me because its wisdom shaped my tissues, muscles, and bones. The healing presence within myself is transforming every atom of my being, making me whole and perfect. I am grateful for this healing. The works of creative intelligence are marvelous. I began praying aloud for about 5 minutes, 2 or 3 times a day. After 3 months, I noticed that my skin was completely healthy and perfect. All I did was give my subconscious invigorating patterns of fullness, beauty, and perfection. I erased negative images and thought patterns that were causing my problems. Nothing appears in your body if it does not first appear in your mind. By saturating your mind with incessant affirmations, you change your body. This is the foundation of healing. How does the subconscious control the body's functions? While you are awake or asleep in your bed, your subconscious controls all the vital organs of your body without any external help. For example, while you sleep, your heart continues to beat, your lungs continue to function, and the inhalation and exhalation process by which your blood absorbs fresh air operates in the same way as when you are awake. Your subconscious controls digestive processes, glandular secretions, and the mysterious operations of your body. Facial hair continues to grow, for instance. Scientists tell us that the skin secretes more sweat during sleep than during wakefulness. Eyes, ears, and other senses are active during sleep. Many great scientists have received answers and ideas during their sleep. In other words, they have seen answers in their dreams. Your conscious mind often interferes with heart rhythm, lung function, and stomach operation, which manifests as worry, anxiety, fear, and depression. These thought patterns can disrupt the harmony of your subconscious. When you are mentally disturbed, it is best to relax, calm down, and soothe mental processes. Speak to your subconscious. Tell it to take control. Act with harmony and divine order. You will see that all functions of your body will return to normal. Make sure to speak to it with authority and conviction, and it will carry out your orders. The subconscious preserves your life and restores your health. It makes you love your children and parents, illustrating this instinctive desire to preserve life. Suppose you have eaten something spoiled. Your subconscious would make you vomit. If you accidentally ingest poison, your subconscious will act to neutralize it. Entrust your health to your subconscious. How to make your subconscious work for you? Your subconscious mind is always active 24 hours a day, whether you are aware of it or not. It is the custodian of your body, yet you cannot consciously perceive this silent process. You interact with your conscious mind, not with your subconscious mind. Keep your conscious mind occupied with positive expectations, ensuring your thoughts are based on what is beautiful, true, and just. Begin caring for your conscious mind, knowing that your subconscious mind always expresses, reproduces, and manifests your habitual thoughts. Remember, just as water takes the shape of the container it is poured into, the vital principle within you flows according to the shape of your thoughts. I affirm that my subconscious flows in harmony, health, peace, joy, and abundance. Think of it as an intelligent and vibrant presence, like a delightful traveling companion. Firmly believe that as it flows through you, it will invigorate, prosper, and reflect in your organism. It forms according to your beliefs. The healing principle of the subconscious restores atrophied nerves, as in the case of Madame B from France, duly recorded in the medical archives of Lourdes. Madame B was blind and her optic nerves were atrophied. She visited the city of Lourdes and experienced what she called a miraculous healing. Cranston, a young Protestant who investigated and wrote about healings in Lourdes, wrote the following about Madame B's case. Madame B experienced an incredible recovery of her sight, even though her optic nerves were inactive and useless. A month later, she found her visual capacity completely restored. Initially, this was deduced from medical examination. She had dead eyes. I visited Lourdes several times where I witnessed other healings. Certainly, as we will explain in the next chapter, there is no doubt that healings occur in many places around the world, whether Christian or not. Madame B, whom we just referenced, was not healed by the waters of a sanctuary, but by her own subconscious awareness. Belief is a subconscious thought, meaning accepting something as true. The accepted thought runs automatically. Undoubtedly, Madame B was certain she would heal, that she would regain her sight. Your subconscious mind, which created your eyes and vision, can revitalize any inactive nerve. What the creative principle has formed can be formed again. It all depends on your belief capacity. How do you convey the idea of perfect health? A Protestant pastor I met in Johannesburg, South Africa, told me the method he used to convey the idea of perfect health to his subconscious mind. He had lung cancer. The technique he gave me, as he wrote it to me, is as follows. Several times a day, I made sure to be mentally and physically relaxed. I relaxed my body by speaking to it like this. My heart and lungs are relaxed. My head is relaxed. My being is completely relaxed. After 5 minutes, I reached an unconscious state. Then I affirmed the following truth. God's perfection is expressed through me. The idea of perfect health fills me at this moment. The image God has of me is a perfect image. My subconscious recreates my body in perfect harmony with God's image and thought. This pastor experienced an extraordinary healing. It is a simple way to convey the idea of perfect health to your subconscious mind. Another way to convey the idea of health to your subconscious mind is through imagination. That is, through disciplined and scientific imagination. I told a man suffering from paralysis to create a vivid image of himself walking in his office, touching the desk, answering the phone, and doing the things he normally did before paralysis. I explained that this image of perfect health would be accepted by his subconscious mind. So he imagined himself again in his office. He knew he was giving his subconscious mind something concrete. His subconscious mind was the film on which his image was printed. One day, after several weeks of conditioning his mind with this mental image, the phone rang, and he managed to answer it while standing about 10 feet away. But by then, he was already healed. The healing power of his subconscious mind responded, and healing occurred. This man suffered from a mental block that prevented his brain from communicating with his legs, so he said he couldn't walk. When he discovered the healing power within him, it flowed through his imagination and enabled him to walk again. Ideas to remember. Your subconscious controls your body's processes and knows the answer to all things. Before sleeping, address a specific request to your subconscious and test its miraculous power yourself. Everything you impress upon your subconscious expresses itself in conditions, experiences, and events. Therefore, monitor all ideas and thoughts produced by your mind. The law of action and reaction is universal. Your thought is the action, and the reaction is your subconscious's response. Watch your thoughts. Frustration stems from dissatisfaction. If you only think about obstacles, delays, and difficulties, your subconscious will act accordingly. The vital principle will flow through you if you consciously affirm, subconscious power manifests through me. This belief dissolves all conflict. Worry, anxiety, and fear interfere with the normal rhythm of the heart, lungs, and other organs. Feed your subconscious with thoughts of health and peace, and all vital functions will return to normal. Occupy your conscious mind while expecting the best. This is how your subconscious will materialize your thoughts. Imagine a happy ending to your problem. What you imagine will be accepted by your subconscious and manifest as reality. Chapter 4. Mental Healings in Antiquity. Throughout the centuries, people from all nations believed in a healing power residing somewhere that would restore the normal functions and sensations of the human body. They believed this strange power could be invoked under certain conditions, followed by relief. The history of all nations provides evidence of this belief. In the early history of the world, it was said that the power to secretly influence people for good or ill was possessed by priests and saints. Healing the sick was believed to be a power directly granted by God, and healing methods and processes varied worldwide. Healing processes took the form of prayers to God, accompanied by various ceremonies, incantations, amulets, talismans, rings, relics, and images. For example, in ancient religions, priests administered medicines to patients and made hypnotic suggestions before they fell asleep, telling them that gods would visit them during their sleep. Many healings followed these procedures, obviously resulting from powerful mental suggestions. After performing numerous mysterious rituals, followers of the goddess Hecate claimed to have visions of her in their dreams, provided they had invoked her through prayers before sleep. They were supposed to mix lizards with resin, incense, and myrrh and crush them outdoors. In many cases, healings were recorded after this grotesque procedure. These strange procedures, as mentioned in the illustrations given, favored suggestion and acceptance by these individuals through their subconscious. In reality, in all these healings, the subject's subconscious mind was the true healer. Throughout all ages, healers achieved remarkable results in cases where medical expertise had failed. This is something to reflect upon. Healers in different parts of the world achieve their healings due to the patient's blind belief, thereby releasing the healing power present in their subconscious. Many remedies and methods used are quite peculiar and fanatical, stimulating patients' imagination and generating an emotional state of excitement. This mental state facilitated suggestion and was accepted by the patient's mind and subconscious. This topic will be further developed in the next chapter. Biblical tales on the use of subconscious powers. Writers tell us to believe and accept that our desire has already been realized and accomplished, that it is finished, and its fulfillment will manifest in the future. The success of this technique relies on the conviction that thoughts, ideas, or images are a reality in the mind. For something to produce results in the mind, it is necessary to firmly believe in its existence. Just a few words are enough to harness the creative power of thought. The idea, the plan, or the intention is as real as a hand or a crown. By following the biblical technique, you completely eliminate from your mind any conditions, circumstances, or anything that creates adverse contingencies. You plant a seed in the mind, which will sprout and bear fruit. Jesus' primary condition was faith. Repeatedly in the Bible we read, "According to your faith, let it be done to you." If you sow a certain type of seed in the earth, you know they will grow according to their kind. This is the path of seeds. Relying on the laws of growth and agriculture, you know the seeds will develop according to their kind. Faith, as mentioned in the Bible, is a form of thought, a mental attitude, an inner certainty. In other words, it's knowing that the idea, fully accepted in your conscious mind, will manifest in your subconscious. Faith involves accepting as true what reason and the senses deny, setting aside the small, rational, analytical conscious mind, and adopting an attitude of trust in the power of the subconscious. A classic example of the biblical technique is recorded in Matthew 9, verses 28 to 30. When he entered the house, the blind men came to him, and Jesus said to them, "Do you believe that I am able to do this?" They said to him, "Yes, Lord." Then he touched their eyes, saying, "According to your faith be it done to you." And their eyes were opened. Jesus sought the cooperation of the blind men's subconscious. Their faith was their great expectation, their inner feeling, their conviction that something miraculous was happening, and their prayer would be answered. And it did. This healing technique has been consecrated over time, used by healing groups regardless of religious affiliation. With the words, "Let no one know," Jesus instructed the newly healed not to speak of their healing as they might face criticism from unbelievers. This could counterbalance the benefits received and bring back fear, doubt, and anxiety. When the sick came to Jesus for healing, they were truly healed by their faith and subconscious. Whatever people declared, they felt as absolute truth. He and those in need shared the same subjective mind and had confidence in Jesus' healing power. The resulting healings were an automatic response to their internal mental state. His command appealed to people's subconscious, their feeling, and absolute trust. Miracles in several sanctuaries worldwide. It has been proven that healings have taken place in several sanctuaries around the world. Personally, I have visited several famous sanctuaries in Japan. At the sanctuary called Di-Abut, there is an immense bronze Buddha statue. He sits with crossed hands, head tilted in a posture of deep contemplative ecstasy. This Buddha statue is 12 meters high and is worshipped under this name. I observed many young and elderly people making offerings at his feet. Money, fruits, rice, and oranges were placed. Candles were lit, incense burned, and prayers recited. The guide explained the behavior of a young man who whispered and placed 2 oranges as an offering. He also lit a candle. The guide said the young woman had lost her voice and regained it at the sanctuary. She expressed gratitude to Buddha for restoring her voice. She had simple faith and knew Buddha would restore her ability to sing if she performed the rituals. Fasting and making certain offerings, all of this contributed to strengthening her faith, conditioning her mind to believe in it. Her subconscious responded to her belief. To illustrate the power of imagination, I will recount the case of a relative afflicted with tuberculosis. His lungs were severely affected. His son decided to do something for his father. He traveled to Australia where his father lived and told him he had met a monk. This monk had supposedly sold him a piece of the cross on which Jesus died, asking only for $500. The monk told his father that many people were healed simply by touching the cross. This stimulated his father's imagination. He took the object, placed it on his chest, and silently prayed. The next morning, he was cured. All clinical tests came back negative. Of course, it wasn't the wood that healed him, but rather his imagination and expectation of perfect healing. Imagination combined with faith or subjective feeling resulted in healing. His father never discovered the deception that had been staged for him. If he had known, he likely would have experienced a relapse. He remained completely cured and passed away many years later at the age of 89. A universal healing principle, various healing schools follow similar patterns. The conclusion is that there must be a common underlying principle to all these practices, undoubtedly the subconscious mind and faith. It is worth recalling some fundamental truths now. Firstly, you have distinct mental functions, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Secondly, your conscious mind is receptive to the power of suggestion. Furthermore, the subconscious controls the body's functions, conditions, and sensations. I am almost certain that all listeners to this text know that during a hypnosis session, people can be suggested to have certain symptoms and illnesses. For example, a subject under hypnosis can develop a high fever, blush, and shiver. One can also suggest to a person that they are paralyzed and unable to walk. To illustrate, one might hold a glass of cold water under the nose of the hypnotized subject and say, "This is full of pepper, smell it." The subject will sneeze. Do you think it was the water that made them sneeze or the suggestion? If someone claims to be allergic to nettles, you can hold an artificial flower in front of their nose, claiming it's nettles, and they will exhibit the usual allergic symptoms. This indicates that the cause of the illness lies in the mind. Healing from illness can also occur mentally. Remarkable healings also occur through osteopathy, chiropractic, naturopathy, as well as through various religions worldwide. However, it is evident that all these healings happen through the subconscious, the sole true healer. Consider this. Your body heals itself. When you cut yourself shaving, your body knows exactly what to do. The doctor treats the wound and says, "Nature will take care of the healing." Nature is the natural law. It is the law of the subconscious mind or self-preservation, which is the function of the subconscious mind. The instinct of self-preservation is the first law of nature. Your strongest instinct is also the most powerful of autosuggestions. Very different theories. It would be tedious and not very useful to discuss the theories put forward by religious sects and prayer groups. Many claim their theory is correct only because it produces results. This is not true, as explained in this chapter. Various healings are attributable to the subconscious mind. Paracelsus views. Paracelsus, the famous Swiss alchemist and physician who lived between 1493 and 1541, was a renowned healer in his time. He asserted what is now an obvious scientific fact, that the object of your faith, whether real or false, will produce the same effects. According to his statement, if I believe in the statue of St. Peter in the same way I believed in St. Peter as a person, I will obtain the same effects. However, this would be considered superstition. Faith, on the other hand, produces miracles. Whether true or false, it will always produce wonders. The opinions of Paracelsus were advocated in the 19th century by Pietro Pomponazzi, an Italian philosopher and contemporary of Paracelsus. He stated the following: "We can conceive the marvelous effects that confidence and imagination produce, especially when these two qualities are reciprocal among subjects. Healings attributed to certain relics are the result of imagination and faith. Charlatans and philosophers know that the sick, even if they pray before the bones of a saint or any unknown person, will also be healed because their faith is strong in these relics. So, if you believe in the healing power of saints' bones or certain waters, you will get results because you have suggested it to your subconscious mind. It is this that accomplishes healing." Experiences of Hippolyte Bernheim, a professor of medicine in Nancy, France, from 1910 to 1919, he asserted that the doctor's suggestion to the patient was exerted through the subconscious mind. Bernheim tells the story of a man paralyzed in the tongue who had not yielded to any treatment. His doctor told him he had a new instrument with which he could cure him. He inserted a pocket thermometer into the patient's mouth. The patient imagined that this instrument would save him, and moments later he declared he could move his tongue again. Among many other cases, Bernheim recounts the story of a young woman who had completely lost her voice for 4 weeks. After confirming the diagnosis, he told his students that the loss of speech could be cured by the application of electricity, which could act as a suggestive conduit. He requested the induction apparatus, placed it in her throat, moved it slightly, and told her, "Now you can speak aloud." In an instant she uttered the words A, B, and Mary. She continued to speak clearly. The loss of voice had disappeared. Bernheim demonstrated the power of the patient's faith and expectation acting as potent suggestions to the subconscious mind to produce healing through suggestion. He even claimed to have caused a blister on a patient's neck, who believed a warm plaster was being applied when it was actually just a damp cloth. This has been confirmed by the experiments and observations of many doctors worldwide, leaving no doubt that changes are a possible suggestion for patients. The cause of bloody stigmata is explained in Hudson's law of psychic phenomena as follows. Bleeding can be induced in certain subjects by suggestion. Dr. Mburu placed a subject in a state of somnambulism and gave him the following suggestion. "At 4 o'clock this afternoon after hypnosis, you will come to my office, sit in the chair, cross your arms, and your nose will start bleeding at the appointed time." The young man did as instructed, and several drops of blood began to flow from his nostrils. The text continues. On another occasion, the same researcher traced the patient's name on both forearms with an instrument. Then, when the patient was in a trance state, told him, "At 4 o'clock this afternoon you will fall asleep, and your arms will bleed along the lines I traced. Then you will write your name with letters made of blood." At 4 o'clock he fell asleep. Blood began to flow from his left arm and also from several places on the wound. The letters were still visible 3 months later, although they gradually faded. These facts demonstrate the accuracy of the propositions previously outlined, the susceptibility of the mind to the power of suggestion, and the perfect control that the subconscious mind exercises over functions. They provide us with revealing examples. All the phenomena mentioned above illustrate the abnormal conditions produced by suggestion and constitute proof that man is what he thinks and imagines. Review of healing points. Remember that the healing power resides in your conscious mind. Faith is like a seed planted in the ground. It grows according to the terrain where it is implanted. Once planted, you must water and fertilize the seed. If you have an idea for a book, an invention, or a play, your mind takes these ideas as real objects, believes in the reality of your idea, plan, or invention, and in doing so, it will materialize. By praying for someone else, your knowledge of integrity, beauty, and perfection can change the other's negative patterns and produce wonderful results. Miraculous healings are the result of the combination of imagination and blind faith, both acting on the subconscious mind. Every disease originates in the mind. Nothing appears in the body unless there is a mental pattern. The symptoms of almost every disease can be induced by suggestion. This demonstrates the power of thought and its influence on the body and mind. There is only one healing process: faith. There is only one power: your subconscious mind. It doesn't matter if the object of your faith is real or not, you will get results. Your subconscious mind responds to thought and materializes it. Assume faith as ordinary thought. That will suffice to get results. Chapter 5. Healings in Modern Times. We are all undoubtedly concerned with physical healing and the resolution of human problems. Questions about what heals and where this power resides are questions everyone asks. The answer is that this healing power resides in the subconscious mind of each person, just as in the change of the person's mental attitude. No practitioner of mental or religious sciences, psychologist, psychiatrist, or physician has ever healed a patient. There is an old proverb that says, "The doctor treats the wound, but God heals." The psychologist or psychiatrist works to eliminate the mental blocks of the patient, allowing the healing principle to awaken and restore health. Similarly, the surgeon removes the physical block and allows the healing currents to function normally. No doctor, surgeon, or practitioner of mental sciences can claim to have healed the patient. The true healing power has many names: nature, life, God, intelligence, subconscious power. As mentioned earlier, there are many different methods for eliminating mental, emotional, and physical blocks. These methods inhibit the healing, vital flow that animates us all. The healing principle residing in the subconscious mind can, if properly directed, heal the mind and body. This healing principle is present in all human beings, regardless of creed, color, or race. It is not necessary to belong to a particular church to use it. It is available to all. Your subconscious will heal the burn or cut on your hand, even if you are atheist or agnostic. The modern process is based on the fact that the intelligence and power of your subconscious mind respond to the power of faith. The patient or minister of the mind follows the commandment of the Bible, namely, he relaxes, lets go, and thinks of the infinite healing presence residing in the Word. He closes the door of his mind to all external distractions, as well as appearances, and silently formulates his request, or wish, to his subconscious mind. Shortly thereafter, he realizes that his intelligence will respond according to his specific needs. It is wonderful to know this. The desire realized can become reality. The vital principle will respond to your conscious choice and conscious request. This is the true meaning of the adage, "Believe that you have received and you will receive." There is only one universal healing principle that operates through all that lives. This principle operates in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms and guarantees the law of growth. Man is conscious of this principle and can direct it to benefit in many ways. There are various approaches, techniques, and methods to use the universal power, but there is only one prevailing healing process: faith, the law of faith. All the religions of the world are forms of belief. These beliefs are explained in many ways. The law of life is a belief. What you believe about yourself, life, and the universe impacts your experience, manifests in your reality and in your beliefs. Belief is a thought deposited in the mind that allows the power of your subconscious to permeate all areas of your life. You must realize that the Bible does not refer to your beliefs in rituals, ceremonies, forms, men, or things. The Bible speaks to you about belief itself. Believing is simply a thought of your mind. It is absurd to believe in something that will harm or hurt you. Remember, it is not the thing you believe in that will harm you, but the belief or thought deposited in your mind. All experiences, actions, and events in your life are merely reflections of your thought. Prayer therapy is the combined function of the conscious and subconscious mind. Prayer therapy is the synchronized, harmonious, and intelligent action of both conscious and subconscious levels of the mind. It is a technique specifically directed toward a defined goal. In scientific prayer therapy, it is important to understand what you are doing and why you are doing it. You trust in the healing law and commit to it. The term mental treatment is often used to refer to this practice. Another term used is scientific prayer. In this prayer therapy, you choose a particular idea or mental image that you wish to experience. You become aware of your ability to impress this idea upon your subconscious, assuming the reality of this state. By remaining faithful to your mental attitude, your prayer will be answered. Prayer therapy is a defined mental action for a specific purpose. Suppose you choose a certain issue with this therapy. You are aware that your issue is caused by negative thoughts lodged in your subconscious and fears, and that if you manage to clear your mind of these thoughts, you will achieve healing. Therefore, you have faith in the healing power of your subconscious. You must constantly remind yourself of its infinite power and its ability to heal any illness. Reflecting on these truths will begin to dissolve your fear, and the reminder of these truths will correct erroneous beliefs. Give thanks for this healing, and then keep your mind away from difficulties. After a period of time, pray again. When you pray, firmly reject negative and destructive conditions. By praying, you allow perfect healing. You maintain an attitude of trust in healing. This mental attitude produces harmony between the conscious and subconscious mind, and the healing power is released. Healing by faith means and works differently from the faith mentioned in the Bible. This type of faith is an interaction between the conscious and subconscious mind. A faith healer is someone who performs healings without having real scientific knowledge of the powers and forces involved, and may have a special gift for healing. Voodoo healers in South Africa and other regions of the world can heal through incantations. A person may be healed by touching bones of saints or any other object that convinces patients of the method or process. Any means that allows you to move from fear to faith and expectation can lead you to healing. There are many healing methods, and each claims that its personal theory produces results. Therefore, reflect on what is right. Remember that we spoke about a Swiss doctor named Franz Anton Mesmer. In 1776, many healings were attributed to him by touching sick bodies with artificial magnets. Later, Franz Mesmer stopped using magnets and developed the theory of animal magnetism. According to him, this was a fluid that permeated the universe but had a greater activity within the human organism. He claimed that the magnetic fluid emanating from him towards his patients could heal them. People came to him, and miraculous healings occurred. Mesmer settled in Paris, where during his stay, the government formed a commission composed of physicians and members of the Academy of Sciences to examine his methods. One of the members of this commission was Benjamin Franklin. The report acknowledged the main claims made by Mesmer, but argued that there was no evidence demonstrating the truth of his theories, and that the effects were due to the imagination of the patients. Shortly thereafter, Mesmer went into exile and died in 1815. Soon after, Dr. C.T. Bright committed to demonstrating that the magnetic fluid had nothing to do with Mesmer's healings. Dr. Bright discovered that he could induce patients into a hypnotic state through suggestion, during which many phenomena attributed to Mesmer occurred. All these healings were produced by the active imagination of the patients, combined with powerful suggestion from their subconscious minds. All of this could be classified as blind faith because at that time, the cause of healings was not known. Subjective faith and its meaning. Remember this proposition that needs no repeating. The subjective or subconscious mind of an individual is just as likely to be controlled by itself as by others. Consequently, whatever the belief, if you assume to have faith or not, your subconscious mind will be controlled by your suggestions. Faith in mental healings is subjective faith and is achieved by stopping resistance between the objective and conscious mind. In the healing of the body, it is desirable to ensure the faith of the conscious and subconscious mind, although it is not always essential. If you enter a state of passivity and receptivity, or if you direct the mind and body to a state of drowsiness, in this state, your passivity becomes receptive to subjective impressions. Recently, a man asked me if it was possible that he had experienced healing through a priest when told that diseases do not exist and that matter does not exist. He could not believe it. This man initially thought he was being insulted by the intelligence and protested against such a glaring absurdity. He was soothed with reassuring words and was instructed to adopt a completely passive attitude without speaking or thinking about anything for the moment. The priest also adopted a passive attitude and silently affirmed for half an hour that this man would have perfect health, peace, harmony, and fullness. He felt immense relief and regained his health. His faith had manifested through his passivity to treatment and suggestions of perfect health transmitted by both subjective minds. At that time, the minister was not affected by the patient's conflicting suggestions arising from objective doubt about the healer's power or the validity of the theory. The resistance of the conscious mind is minimized, and results follow. The subconscious mind, necessarily controlled by this suggestion, functions in accordance with it, and healing occurs. The meaning of non-treatment. Suppose you learn that your mother is sick in one city and you live in another. Your mother would not be physically present, but you could pray for her. The creative law of the mind will do the work. Its response is automatic. Treatment aims to produce an internal understanding of the patient's health and harmony. This inner understanding, acting through the subconscious mind, also influences the creative mind. Your thoughts of health, vitality, and perfection operate through the universal subjective mind and thus establish a law of subjective life movement manifested through body healing. In the mind, there is no time or space. The mind functions only in itself. Wherever it is, there is actually no opposition to the present treatment. It is futile to try to retain or eliminate thoughts. This is a conscious movement, and as you become aware of health, well-being, and relaxation, these qualities will revive and you will achieve results. Here is an example of absent treatment. Recently, a listener of our radio show in Los Angeles prayed for her mother in this way. Healing is right where my mother is. Her physical condition is a reflection of her mental life, like shadows projected on a screen. To change the images on the screen, you need to change the projection reel. Her mind is the projection reel and has the ability to project images of wholeness, harmony, and health. The healing presence that created my mother's body and all her organs now permeates every atom of her being, and a flow of peace runs through the cells of her body. Doctors are guided and directed with expert hands and will know what to do. I know illness is not real, otherwise no one would be healed. I am in harmony with the principle of love and life, and I know that harmony, health, and peace will return to my mother's body. She prayed in this manner for several days. Her mother experienced a marked improvement within a few weeks, which surprised the doctors. The latter congratulated her on her strong faith in God. The mother's healing set the creative law of the mind in motion, manifested through her body, and achieved harmony and rest. What the daughter considered true about her mother materialized in her through mental experience, freeing the kinetic action of the subconscious. A psychologist friend told me that one of his lungs was infected. X-rays and tests confirmed tuberculosis. Before sleeping, my friend would quietly say, "Every cell, nerve, and tissue in my lungs is pure and perfect. My whole body is being restored." These were not his exact words, but they represent the essence of what he affirmed. Within a month, he fully recovered. Subsequent X-rays showed perfect healing. When I asked him why he repeated those words before sleeping, here is what he said. The kinetic action of the subconscious mind continues during sleep. As you drift into sleep, give your subconscious something good to work on. It was a wise response. By focusing on harmony and perfect health, my friend never mentioned the problem by name. I strongly recommend you stop talking about your discomforts or naming them. All you gain is fear, and more worries, as previously mentioned by your friend becoming a mental surgeon, then your problems will be remembered as the branches of an old tree. If you constantly name your pains and symptoms, you inhibit kinetic action, which means you waste the healing power and energy of your subconscious. Additionally, according to the law of your own mind, these thoughts take shape, and your fears increase. Therefore, fill your mind with the great truths of life and move forward. Any means that allows you to move from fear to tranquility will offer you the light of love. In summary, first, find out what heals you. Understand that appropriate guidance will heal your mind and body. Secondly, develop a defined plan to ask your mind for things. Third, imagine the desired end and feel it. This end will allow you to obtain definite results. Fourth, discover what belief is. Fifth, it is illogical to believe in disease and something that harms or damages you. Instead, it is better to believe in health, prosperity, peace, abundance, and divine guidance. Sixth, the great and noble thoughts on which you linger then become great deeds. Seventh, apply prayer therapy in your life. Choose a plan, idea, or specific mental image. Unite mentally with this idea, and by remaining faithful to your attitude, your prayer will be answered. Eighth, always remember that if you truly desire the power of healing, you can achieve it through faith. This involves understanding how your conscious and subconscious work. Faith arises from understanding. Ninth, blind faith means that a person can obtain results without any scientific understanding of the powers and forces involved. 10th, learn to pray for your loved ones. Calm your mind and focus your thoughts on health, vitality, recognizing that these thoughts will manifest through the subjective mind. Chapter 6. Practical Techniques of Mental Healing. An engineer knows the techniques and processes to build a bridge or building. Similarly, your mind has a technique to govern, control, and direct your life. Methods and techniques are essential in building the Golden Gate Bridge. The chief engineer knew the mathematical principles, tensions, and efforts. Then he had a mental image of the bridge. The third step was to apply proven methods through which principles were put into practice. Thus, the bridge took shape, and we could cross it. Similarly, there are techniques and methods through which your prayers are answered. If your prayer is answered, there is a technique by which it is answered. That is how it happens scientifically. Nothing happens by chance. The world is governed by laws and orders. In this chapter, you will find techniques to develop and nurture your spiritual life. Your prayers should not be like balloons that just float in the air. They should go somewhere and accomplish something. When we analyze prayer, we discover different goals and methods. In this text, we won't analyze religious prayers and rituals. What interests us are personal prayer methods as applied in daily life and how they can help others. Prayer is the formulation of an idea about something we desire. Prayer expresses the soul's sincere desire. Your desire is expressed in the form of prayer. It stems from your deepest needs and reveals what you want in life. As it said, "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled." This truly is prayer, thirst for peace, harmony, health, joy, and all other blessings. The technique called going over to impress upon the subconscious essentially involves prompting the mind to take charge of your request as transmitted by the conscious mind. This is best done during states of sleep. Remember that deep within your mind resides infinite intelligence and infinite power. Quietly reflect on what you desire and observe how it manifests in your reality. Be like the little girl who had a strong cough and sore throat. She firmly repeated several times, "It will pass, it will pass." The girl fell seriously ill but recovered after many prayers. Use the same technique, and you will see the same thing happen to you. Your subconscious will accept your plan, and if you were building a new home for yourself and your family, you would be very interested in the house plans. You would ensure everything fits and is safe, just as you would worry about acquiring and selecting the best materials. You should also pay attention to your mental home and your happiness. Choose positive thoughts, nourish your mind with powerful beliefs, and cultivate a mindset of success. By doing this, you will build a foundation to achieve happiness and abundance in your life. Experiences will come into your life, and the quality of the mental materials you use will determine the strength of your mental home. If your plans are filled with fear, worry, anxiety, or lack, if you are downhearted or hesitant, then the quality of mental material will require more work, attention, stress, anxiety, and limitations. The most extensive activity is the one you build in your mentality. It's a task you must accomplish during your waking hours. Your word is silent and invisible, yet it's real. You live in mental homes all the time. Your thoughts and mental images are your plans, hour by hour, moment by moment. You can build radiant health, success, and happiness. The ideas you cherish, the beliefs you accept, and the scenes you play are the hidden workshop of your mind. This manor house you are building will be your responsibility, your identity, and your life on this earth. When you finish one project, find new ones. Build silently with a focus on peace, harmony, joy, and goodwill. Reflect on these things, and your subconscious will accept any project you present to it. Ultimately, it will ensure that all things come to pass. The science and art of true prayer. The term science means coordinated, orderly, and systematized knowledge. True prayer combines science and art, revealing vital principles and techniques that transform our lives when faithfully followed. The art is your technique or process, and the science supporting it is the mind's response to your mental image. You will receive what you ask for. This teaching contains mental and spiritual laws. Your subconscious mind always responds to your conscious thought. If you ask with faith, you will receive. You won't get a stone if you ask for bread. Your mind moves from thought to thing. Unless there's an image in mind, there'd be nothing to go toward. Before your subconscious mind's power acts, you must visualize an image in your mind. You must reach a state of complete acceptance. This contemplation must be accompanied by a feeling of joy and tranquility. The art and science of true prayer are based on knowledge and absolute trust. In this way, your conscious mind will receive a clear response from your subconscious mind, which possesses limitless wisdom and power. Follow this procedure and your prayers will be answered. The technique of visualization is the easiest and most obvious way to formulate an idea. Visualize it. See it as if it were alive. You can see with your naked eye what exists in the external world, but you must learn to visualize what exists in the invisible realms of your mind. The mental image is the basis of your expectations. What you imagine is as real as your own body. The idea and thought are real and will one day appear in the objective world if you remain faithful to this mental image. This process forms impressions in your mind. These impressions then manifest as facts and experiences. The builder visualizes the type of building he wants, sees it as he wants it to be completed. Your mental images are like a mold that shapes a beautiful or ugly building, large or small. Your thoughts are projected and materialize. I use the visualization technique before speaking in public. I calm my mind to be able to project images to my thoughts. I imagine a room full of men and women, each illuminated by healing presence. I see them radiant, happy, and free. I construct the idea in my imagination, hold it quietly, and imagine hearing men and women saying, "I am healed, I feel wonderfully well, I had an instant healing, I am transformed." I continue like this for about 10 minutes, knowing that the mind and body are saturated with love, fullness, beauty, and perfection. My consciousness expands, and I can hear the crowd cheering for me, belonging to me and them. Then, I release the image and step onto the stage. Mind method. The Chinese say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. William James, the father of functional psychology, emphasized that the subconscious mind would realize any projected image. A few years ago, I was in the Midwest. I lectured in several states and wanted a general service venue where I could help those in need. I traveled far, but the desire did not leave my mind. One night, while I was in a hotel in Spokane, Washington, I relaxed and was happy to be there. I prayed for this opportunity. In my mind, I visualized the audience and experienced its reality. I played the role of the actor and added a dramatic touch to the mental scene. I was satisfied with this image and confident that I would achieve it sooner or later. The next morning, waking up, I felt great peace and satisfaction, and a few days later, I received a telegram asking me to take charge of a conference in the Midwest. I did, of course, and had a fabulous few years. This method appeals to many and has been described as the mental film method. I receive letters from people listening to my speeches on the radio and at public conferences. They tell me about the wonderful results achieved using this technique to sell houses. I suggest to those who have houses for sale to convince themselves that the chosen price is more than right. Then I affirm that infinite intelligence attracts them to the right buyer. After doing this, I suggest calming their minds, relaxing, and letting go. It is necessary to enter a state of drowsiness to reduce mental effort. They must imagine the check in their hands, rejoice in it, express gratitude, and fall asleep, feeling the naturalness of the entire mental film created in their own mind. They must act as if it were an objective reality, and the subconscious will take it as an impression through the depths of the mind. Buyer and seller come together. A mental image maintained in the mind, supported by faith, will be realized. Baudouin's technique. Charles Baudouin, a professor at the Rousseau Institute in France, was a prominent psychotherapist and research director at the New Nancy Healing School. In 1910, he taught that the best way to impress the subconscious was to enter a state of drowsiness where effort is minimized. Then, calmly, passively, and receptively through reflection, he transmitted the idea to the subconscious. His formula was as follows. A very simple way to achieve this. Subconscious impregnation involves condensing the idea that should be the subject of suggestion, summarizing it into a short, easily memorable phrase, and repeating it over and over like a lullaby. A few years ago, a young girl from Los Angeles was involved in a bitter and prolonged family dispute over a will. After inheriting her late husband's entire fortune, her stepchildren from a previous marriage were fighting to amend the will. She was explained Baudouin's technique, and she decided to use it. She relaxed her body in an armchair, entered a state of drowsiness, and as suggested, condensed the idea of her need into a 6-word phrase easily memorizable. It is done in divine order. For her, these words meant that infinite intelligence operating through the laws of her subconscious would bring about harmonious adjustment through the principle of harmony. She continued this process every night for about 10 nights. After entering a drowsy state, she repeated slowly, silently, and with feeling, "It is done in divine order," feeling a sense of inner peace and tranquility. On the morning of the 11th day, after using the aforementioned technique, she woke up with a sense of well-being and the conviction that everything was completed. Her lawyer called her the same day to inform her that the opposing lawyer and their clients were ready to reach an agreement. A harmonious agreement was reached, and the dispute was settled. The dream technique. By entering a drowsy state, effort is minimized. The conscious mind sinks deeply into a drowsy state, and the subconscious emerges more intensely. Before sleeping and upon waking in this state, negative thoughts which tend to neutralize your desire are no longer present. Suppose you want to get rid of a destructive habit. Assume a comfortable posture, relax your body, and remain still. Enter a drowsy state, and in this state say softly, repeatedly, like a lullaby, "I am completely free of this habit." Harmony and mental peace reign supreme. Repeat this slowly, silently, and harmoniously for 5 to 10 minutes in the evening and in the morning. As you repeat the words, the emotional value increases. When you feel the urge to repeat a negative habit, repeat the above formula aloud. Thus, you will induce the subconscious to accept the idea, and healing will occur. The gratitude technique. In the Bible, Paul recommends making our requests known with praise and thanksgiving. This simple prayer method produces extraordinary results. A grateful heart draws near to the creative forces of the universe, attracting countless blessings through the law of reciprocal relationship. This law is based on cosmic action and reaction. For example, a father promises his son a car for his graduation. The boy hasn't received the car yet, but he is very grateful and happy. He knows his father will keep his promise and is filled with gratitude and joy. Although objectively, he has not yet received the car, He has already received it in his mind with joy and gratitude. I will illustrate how Mr. Brooke applied this technique with excellent results. He told me, "Bills are piling up. I have no job. I have 3 children and no money. What can I do?" Regularly, every evening and every morning for about 3 weeks, he repeated the words, "Thank you, Father, for my wealth." In a relaxed and peaceful manner, he imagined these words were addressed to the infinite power and intelligence within him. Knowing, of course, he could not see creation or infinite intelligence, using his internal spiritual perception, he realized his thought and image of wealth were the primary cause of the money, position, and food needed. His thought-feeling was the substance of wealth. Without any prerequisites, by repeating "Thank you, Father," again and again, his mind and heart rose to the point of acceptance. And when fear, thoughts of lack, poverty, and anxiety came to his mind, he said, "Thank you, Father," as many times as necessary, aware that maintaining an attitude of gratitude would recondition his mind. And that's exactly what happened. The affirmative method. The effectiveness of an affirmation largely depends on understanding the truth and meaning of words. When praying, do not use vain repetitions. The power of your affirmation lies in the intelligent application of positive, defined, and specific words. For example, when a child adds 3 and 3, he must correctly write 6 on the board. The teacher affirms with mathematical certainty that 3 and 3 make 6. Therefore, the child adjusts his figures. Thus, the teacher's affirmation did not make 3 and 3 equal 6, as that was already a mathematical truth. The mathematical truth caused the child to correct the figures on the board. It is normal to be sick, and it is normal to be healthy. Health is the fundamental truth of your being. When you affirm health, harmony, and peace for yourself or someone else, and realize they are universal principles of your own being, you are rearranging the negative patterns of your subconscious. The result of the affirmative prayer process depends on your alignment with the principles of life, regardless of appearances. Consider that there is a mathematical principle without error and a truth principle without dishonesty. There is a principle of intelligence and none of ignorance. There is a principle of harmony and none of discord. There is a principle of health and a principle of abundance. The author used this affirmative method with his brother, who needed gallstone surgery in a hospital in England. The state of health was based on hospital test diagnoses and routine radiographic procedures. He asked me to pray for her while we were separated by 9,000 kilometers. The principle of the mind is not limited by time or space. The mind, or infinite intelligence, is everywhere at once. I eliminated all thoughts concerning symptoms and physical identity completely. I affirmed the following: "This prayer is for my sister Catherine. She is relaxed and at peace, balanced, serene, and calm. The healing intelligence of her subconscious that created her body is now transforming every cell, nerve, tissue, muscle, and bone of her being, according to the perfect pattern of all the organs housed in her subconscious. Silently, all distorted thought patterns in her subconscious are eliminated and dissolved, and the vitality, integrity, and beauty of the principle of life manifest in every atom of her being. Now her mind is open and receptive to healing currents flowing through her like a river, restoring perfect health, harmony, and peace. All distortions and ugly images are now washed away by the infinite ocean of love and peace flowing through her, and so it is." I affirmed the above several times a day. After 2 weeks, my sister underwent an examination that showed remarkable healing. Affirming is declaring it is so, and as long as you maintain this mental attitude as true, regardless of any contrary evidence, you will receive an answer to your prayer. Your thought can only confirm, even by denying something. You affirm the presence of what you deny. Repeating an affirmation by endorsing what you say and why you say it brings the mind to a state of consciousness where it accepts what you affirm as true. Continue to affirm the truths of life until you get the subconscious response that satisfies you. The argumentative method, as its name indicates, originates from the procedure of Dr. Phineas Parr Kimby of Maine. Dr. Kimby, a pioneer in mental and spiritual healing, lived and practiced in Belfast about 100 years ago. His book reports the results of patient treatments through prayer. Kimby succeeded in achieving many healing miracles similar to those recorded in the Bible. His argumentative method was based on spiritual reasoning, where he convinced the patient and himself that illness stemmed from false beliefs, unfounded fears, and negative patterns in the subconscious. You reason clearly in your mind and convince your patient that the illness or infirmity is solely due to a distorted and twisted thought pattern taking shape in the body. You explain to the patient that the basis of all healing is a change in beliefs. You also emphasize that the subconscious created the body and all its organs, so it knows how to heal it, can heal it, and is doing so now. As you plead in the court of your mind, you argue that illness is a shadow of the mind, created by images of morbid thoughts infused with disease. You accumulate evidence in favor of the internal healing power that created all organs and possesses a perfect blueprint for every cell, nerve, and tissue within. Then you pronounce a verdict in your favor and in favor of your patient, releasing the patient through faith and spiritual understanding. Your mental and spiritual evidence is overwhelming. Having only one mind, what you feel as true will resurrect in experience. The absolute method is like modern sound wave therapy. People worldwide practice this form of prayer and achieve wonderful results. The person using the absolute method mentions the patient's name, such as John Jones, then quietly and silently thinks of God and his qualities and attributes. Thinking of these words, you rise in consciousness to a new spiritual dimension where you feel the infinite ocean of divine love dissolving everything unlike itself in the mind and body of John Jones, for whom you pray. You sense that all the power and love of God are now focused on John Jones, and that everything that disturbs or bothers him is neutralized in the presence of this love. Dr. Phineas Parr Kimby, whom we mentioned earlier, used the absolute method in the later years of his healing career. He was truly the father of psychosomatic medicine and the first psychoanalyst. He had the ability to diagnose the causes of patients' discomforts, pains, and conditions. Kimby was called to visit an elderly and infirm woman. She claimed her pain stemmed from being trapped in a belief so limited and restrictive that it prevented her from standing or moving freely. She lived in the tomb of fear and ignorance. She also took the Bible literally, which terrified her. Kimby diagnosed her case as a confused and stagnant mind caused by excitement and fear due to her inability to clearly understand the meaning of the Bible passage she was reading. This manifested in her body as a sense of heaviness and lethargy that would culminate in paralysis. At that moment, Kimby asked her what the biblical verse is, "A little while longer, and I am with you. Then I go to him who sent me. You will seek me and not find me, and where I am you cannot come." John 7:33-34, meant to her. She replied that it meant Jesus had ascended to heaven. The next step was addressing the one who sent us, as Kimby emphasized, which is the creative power of God. Kimby immediately journeyed in his mind and contemplated the divine ideal, namely God's vitality, intelligence, harmony, and power operating in the sick person. He told her, "Therefore where I go, you cannot come, for you are in your narrow and restricted belief, and I am in health." This prayer and explanation produced an instant sensation and a change in her mind. She walked without crutches, which Kimby considered one of his most extraordinary healings. She was liberated from error, and bringing her back to life or truth was like resurrecting her from the dead. Kimby visited the resurrection of Christ and applied it to his own health. This had a powerful effect on her. Kimby also explained that the truth she accepted was like an angel or idea that removed fear. The decree method. Power enters our word according to the feeling and faith underlying it. When we realize that the power driving the world is in our favor and supports our words, our confidence and security are strengthened. It is not about adding power to power, so there must be no mental effort, coercion, force, or mental struggle. A young woman used the decree method with a young man who constantly called her on the phone, pressing her for dates and meeting her at her workplace. She found it very difficult to get rid of him. She declared the following: I free myself in the name of God. He is present in the right place at all times. I am free, and so is he now. I decree that my words are addressed to the infinite spirit and manifest. So be it, she said, and I have not seen him since, adding that it was as if he had disappeared off the face of the earth. Use scientific truth. 1. Be a mental engineer and use proven techniques to build a better life. 2. Your desire is your prayer. Imagine the fulfillment of your desire now and feel its reality, and you will experience the joy of answered prayer. 3. Desire to accomplish things more easily with the aid of mental science. 4. You can build radiant health, success, and happiness through the thoughts you think in the hidden study of your mind. 5. Scientifically experiment until you personally verify there is a direct response from the infinite intelligence of your subconscious mind to your conscious thought. 6. Feel the joy and tranquility of foreseeing the sure fulfillment of your desire. Every mental image you have in your mind is the substance of things expected. 7. A mental image is worth more than 1,000 words. Your subconscious will realize every image you have. 8. Avoid all mental effort or coercion in prayer. Fall asleep and feel, knowing your prayer has been heard. 9. Remember that he who listens is always close to the riches of the universe. 10. Affirming is declaring that something is so. Maintaining this mental attitude as true, regardless of any contrary evidence, will enable you to receive an answer to your prayer. 11. Generate electronic waves of harmony, health, and peace. 12. What you decree and feel as true will come to pass. Decree harmony, health, and abundance. Chapter 7. The tendency of the subconscious mind is towards life. Over 90% of your mental life is subconscious. Thus, men and women who do not use this wonderful power live within very narrow limits. Your subconscious processes are always vital and constructive. The subconscious is responsible for the construction and maintenance of all vital functions of your body. It works 24 hours a day and never sleeps. It always tries to help you and preserve your mind from harm. Your subconscious mind is connected to infinite life and unlimited wisdom, and its impulses and ideas are always life-oriented. Great aspirations, inspirations, and visions for a better and nobler life emerge from the subconscious. Your deepest convictions are those which you cannot rationally argue about, as they do not come from your conscious mind, but from the subconscious. Your subconscious speaks to you in the form of intuitions, impulses, hunches, hints, urges, and ideas, always urging you onward to grow and rise to greater heights. The impulse to love and save others' lives comes from the depths of your subconscious. For example, during the great earthquake and fire in San Francisco on April 18, 1906, invalids and infirm individuals who had been confined for long periods rose up and performed incredible feats of courage and resilience. The intense desire to help others at any cost manifested in them, and their subconscious responded accordingly. Therefore, great artists, musicians, poets, speakers, and writers tap into their subconscious powers and are encouraged and inspired. For instance, Robert Louis Stevenson would ask his subconscious to develop stories for him while he slept. He specifically requested it to give him a gripping and commercially viable story when his bank account was low. Stevenson said that the intelligence of his deep mind provided him the story, bit by bit, like a serial. This demonstrates that the subconscious tells us lofty and wise things of which the conscious mind knows nothing. Mark Twain confessed repeatedly that he had never worked a day in his life. He attributed his humor and great writings to drawing from the inexhaustible reservoir of his subconscious mind. How does the body reflect the workings of the mind? The interaction between your conscious mind and your subconscious requires a similar interaction between the corresponding nervous system. The cerebrospinal system, which is the organ of the conscious mind, and the sympathetic system, which is the organ of the subconscious mind. The cerebrospinal system is the channel through which you receive conscious perception through your 5 physical senses and control the movements of your body. This system has its nerves in the brain and is the channel of your voluntary and conscious mental function. The sympathetic system, sometimes called the involuntary nervous system, has its center in a ganglion mass at the back of the stomach, known as the solar plexus, also called the abdominal brain. This is the channel through which unconscious mental action supports the vital functions of the body. Both systems can operate separately or in synchronization. Judge Thomas Stewart said, "The vagus nerve emerges from the cerebral region as part of the voluntary system, and through it we control the vocal organs. It then passes into the chest, sending branches to the heart and lungs, and finally passes through the diaphragm, losing its outer layer to distinguish it from the nerves of the voluntary system and identifying with those of the sympathetic system, thus establishing a connecting link between the two, making man physically a single entity." Similarly, different areas of the brain indicate their connection to the objective and subjective activities of the mind. Generally, we attribute the frontal part of the brain to the former and the posterior part to the latter, while the intermediate part participates in the nature of both. A fairly simple way to see mental and physical interaction is to realize that your conscious mind grasps an idea, which induces a corresponding vibration in your voluntary nerve system. This in turn causes a vibration in the involuntary nervous system that transmits the idea to the subconscious, which is the creative medium. This is how your thoughts turn into things. Every thought entertained by your conscious mind and accepted as true is sent by your brain to your solar plexus, the brain of the subconscious mind, to be realized in your flesh and manifested in your world as a reality. There is an intelligence that watches over the body. When you study the cellular system and the structure of organs such as the eyes, ears, heart, bladder, etc., you learn that they are formed of groups of cells that form a group intelligence which functions together or is capable of receiving orders and executing them based on the suggestion of the master mind, the conscious mind. A detailed study of unicellular organisms reveals what happens in your complex body. Although they lack organs, these organisms demonstrate the action and reaction of the mind by performing basic functions such as movement, nutrition, assimilation, and elimination. Many say there is an intelligence that will watch over your body if you leave it alone. This is true, but the difficulty lies in the fact that the conscious mind always interferes with evidence based on the five senses and appearances, leading to the influence of false beliefs, fears, and mere opinions. When fear, false beliefs, and negative patterns are recorded in your subconscious mind through psychological and emotional conditioning, there is no other open path for the subconscious mind than to act according to the specifications offered to it. The subconscious mind continually works for the common good. The subjective self within you continually works for the general good, reflecting an innate principle of harmony behind all things. Your subconscious mind has its own will and is very real in itself. It acts day and night, whether you act upon it or not. The subconscious mind is the builder of your body, but you cannot perceive its construction because the entire process occurs silently and imperceptibly. Your subconscious mind has its own life that always moves towards harmony, health, and peace. It is the divine norm within you seeking to express itself through you at all times. How does man interfere with the innate principle of harmony? To think correctly, scientifically, we must know the truth. Knowing the truth means being in harmony with the infinite intelligence and power of your subconscious mind, which is always life-oriented. Any thought or action that is not harmonious, whether through ignorance or design, will cause discord and limitations of all kinds. Scientists inform us that we build a new body every 11 months. Thus, in reality, you are only 11 months old from the physical point of view. If you recreate defects in your body through thoughts of fear, anger, jealousy, and ill will, you have no one to blame but yourself. You are the sum total of your own thoughts. You can avoid having negative thoughts and images to rid yourself of darkness. You need light. To overcome cold, you need warmth, and to overcome negative thinking, you must replace it with good thoughts. Affirm this, and the negative will disappear. Why is it normal to be healthy, vital, and strong, and abnormal to be sick? The average baby born in the world is perfectly healthy, with all organs functioning perfectly. This is a normal state, and we must remain healthy, vital, and strong. The instinct of self-preservation is the strongest in your nature and represents a powerful truth, always present and constantly functioning inherent in your being. It is therefore evident that all your thoughts, ideas, and beliefs must function with greater power when they are in harmony with the innate vital principle within you that always seeks to preserve and protect you in all respects. From this, it follows that normal conditions can be restored more easily and with more certainty than abnormal conditions can be induced. It is abnormal to be sick. It simply means you are going against the current of life and thinking negatively. The law of life is the law of growth. All of nature demonstrates the operation of this law by silently and constantly manifesting through growth. Where there is growth and expression, there must be life. Where there is life, there must be harmony. And where there is harmony, there is perfect health. When your thought is in harmony with the creative principle of your subconscious mind, you are in tune with the innate principle of harmony. If you nurture thoughts that are not in accord with the principle of harmony, these thoughts cling to you, torment you, worry you, and eventually bring disease, and if they persist, death. In healing disease, you must increase the inflow and distribution of the vital forces of your subconscious mind throughout your system. This can be done by eliminating thoughts of fear, worry, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, and any other destructive thought that tends to shake and destroy the nerves, glands, and tissues of the body that control the elimination of all material waste. Healing of Pott's disease in the March 1970 issue of Nautilus magazine tells the story of a boy afflicted with Pott's disease or spinal tuberculosis who experienced a remarkable recovery. His name was Frederick Elias Andrews from Indianapolis, now a minister at the Unity School of Christianity in Kansas City, Missouri. After being declared incurable by his doctor, he began to pray. He went from being a crippled invalid, crawling on all fours, to becoming a strong, upright, well-formed man. He created his own affirmation, mentally absorbing the qualities he needed, repeatedly affirming throughout the day, "I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, harmonious, loving, and happy." He persisted in this affirmation, stating it as the last thing before sleep and the first upon waking. In addition to praying for himself, he also sent thoughts of love and health to others. This mental attitude and prayer method multiplied abundantly in his life. His faith and perseverance bore great fruit. When thoughts of fear, anger, jealousy, or envy caught his attention, he immediately activated his affirming power within himself to counter them. His subconscious responded according to the habitual nature of his thoughts. This embodies the meaning of the biblical affirmation, "Go, your faith has healed you." Mark 10:52. How faith in your subconscious powers makes you whole. A young man attending my lectures on the healing power of the subconscious mind had severe eye problems requiring, according to his doctor, surgery. He thought to himself, "My subconscious created my eyes and can heal me." Every evening before falling asleep, he entered a drowsy, meditative state akin to sleep. He focused his attention on his ophthalmologist, imagining the doctor standing before him, and clearly heard or imagined hearing the doctor say, "A miracle has happened." He repeated this for 5 minutes each evening before sleep. After 3 weeks, he returned to the ophthalmologist who had previously examined his eyes, and the doctor exclaimed, "It's a miracle, what happened?" This man had impressed upon his subconscious by using the doctor as a means to convince or transmit the idea through repetition, faith, and expectation. He had imprinted the perfect eye pattern clearly in his subconscious, and it immediately set about healing the eye. This is another example of how faith in the healing power of your subconscious can lead to healing. Key points to remember. Your subconscious is the builder of your body and works 24 hours a day. You interfere with its life patterns through negative thinking. Charge your subconscious with finding a solution to every problem before sleep, and it will respond. Watch your thoughts. Every thought accepted as true is transmitted by your brain to your solar plexus, also known as the abdominal brain, and materializes in your reality. Know that you can remake yourself by giving a new blueprint to your subconscious. Your subconscious always reproduces according to your habitual mental patterns. You build a new body every 11 months. Change your body by changing and consistently maintaining your thoughts. It is normal to be healthy. It is abnormal to be sick. There is an immutable principle of harmony. Thoughts of jealousy, fear, worry, and anxiety damage your nerves and glands, causing various types of mental and physical illnesses. What you consciously affirm and feel is true will manifest in your mind, body, and affairs. Affirm the good and enter into the joy of living. Chapter 8. How to achieve desired results. The main reasons for failure are lack of confidence and excessive effort. Many people block the answers to their prayers due to a lack of understanding about how their mind works. When you know how your mind works, you gain confidence. You must remember that every time your subconscious mind accepts an idea, it immediately begins to implement it using all your means and mobilizing mental and spiritual laws. This law applies equally to good ideas and bad ones. Thus, if you use your subconscious mind negatively, it will bring you problems and failures. If you use it constructively, it will bring you direction and peace of mind. The right answer is inevitable when your thoughts are positive. Therefore, all you have to do to overcome failure is to accept your ideas as reality. Your mind's law will do the rest. Ask with faith and confidence, and do not worry about the rest. You will fail if you try to use mental coercion. Your subconscious mind does not respond to coercion. It responds to the acceptance from your conscious mind. Your inability to get results can also stem from affirmations such as, "Things are getting worse and I will never get an answer. I see no solution. It's useless. I don't know what to do. I'm in a quagmire." When you use such affirmations, you get neither answer nor cooperation from your subconscious. You must have a clear idea in your mind. You must come to the definite decision that there is an outlet, a solution to troubling problems, that only the infinite intelligence within you knows. When you come to this clear conclusion in your conscious mind, your mind calms down and, in accordance with your belief, manifests in your life calmly. Once a homeowner discussed a $200 bill with a heating repairman. The repairman responded, "I charged you 50 cents for the missing screw and the rest to find out what was wrong." Your subconscious is like that skilled mechanic who knows the means and ways to heal any organ in your body, as well as your affairs. Order health to your subconscious and it will put it in place. Relaxation is the key. What is easy is done. Do not worry about details, but you need to know the final result. Feel the solution to your problem, be it for health, economy, or work. Remember how you felt after recovering from a serious illness. Remember that your feeling is the key to every demonstration. Your new idea must be lived as if it were already done. Use imagination and not willpower. When using your subconscious mind, you have no opponent. You are not using willpower. Picture the end and your new state of freedom. Even if your intellect tries to intervene, have faith, simple faith, childlike and miraculous. Imagine yourself with affliction or a problem. Imagine the freedom you desire. Eliminate bureaucracy from the process. The simplest path is the best. Disciplined imagination does wonders. A wonderful way to get a subconscious answer is to discipline your imagination. As mentioned before, your conscious mind is the builder of the body and controls your vital functions. The Bible says, "Everything you ask for in prayer, you will receive." Believing is accepting something as true. By maintaining this mindset, you will experience answers to your prayers. 3 steps to success in prayer. 1. Observe the problem. 2. Appeal to the solution that only the subconscious mind knows. 3. Have the conviction that it is done. Do not diminish your prayer by saying, "If only I could heal." Your thought is the commander. Harmony is yours. You must know that health is yours. Become a channel for the infinite healing power of the subconscious mind. Transmit the idea of health to your subconscious mind until you are convinced. Then relax, release yourself, tell yourself it will happen. Through relaxation, you impress your mind and allow kinetic energy to take control and manifest. The law of reverse effort explains why one gets the opposite of what one prays for. Émile Coué, the famous French psychologist who visited America about 40 years ago, defined the law of reverse effort as follows. When your desires and imagination are in conflict, your imagination prevails. For instance, if asked to walk on a plank lying on the ground, you would do so without hesitation. Now, imagine a plank placed 6 meters high between two walls. Would you dare to walk on it? Your desire to walk could be hindered by your fear of falling. Your dominant idea, represented by the image of falling, would prevail. Thus, your desire to walk on the plank would be reversed, and the idea of failure strengthened. Mental effort becomes self-defeating. It is the opposite of what was desired. When feelings of powerlessness dominate the mind, the subconscious is influenced by the dominant idea. Your subconscious will accept the stronger of the two conflicting propositions. Not striving is preferable. If you say, I want to heal, but I can't do it, I'm trying too hard, forcing myself to pray, using all the willpower I have, you must realize your mistake lies in your effort. Never try to force your mind to accept an idea through sheer willpower. Such attempts are destined to fail, yielding the opposite of what you prayed for. The following experience is quite common. Many students during final exams suddenly find their knowledge deserting them, their minds going blank and unable to recall anything relevant. The more they tense up and rely on willpower, the further the answers elude them. However, once they leave the exam room and mental pressure decreases, the answers they were seeking return to their minds. Forcing oneself to remember has been the cause of their failure. This is an example of the law of reverse effort, where one obtains the opposite of what was asked for. The conflict between desire and imagination must be resolved. Opposition vanishes through the use of mental force. When your mind focuses on solving a problem, it stops worrying about the obstacle. Matthew 18:19 says, "If two of you agree on earth about anything they ask, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven." These two people represent harmony between your conscious and subconscious regarding any idea, desire, or mental image. When there is no more disagreement in both parts of your mind, your prayer will be answered. Avoid conflict between your conscious and subconscious by imagining your dreams coming true as you fall asleep, sleeping and waking up with joy. Chapter 9. How to use the power of the subconscious mind for wealth. If you struggle to make ends meet, it means you haven't convinced your subconscious that you will receive more than what you need. There are men and women who, despite working few hours per week, earn impressive incomes. These individuals are not subjected to intensive work regimes. The idea that accumulating wealth means sweating until exhaustion must be debunked. You must do what you love and do it for pleasure and emotion. I know an executive in Los Angeles who earns $50,000 a year. Last year, he went on a 9-month cruise to see the world. He told me he had successfully convinced his subconscious that he deserved a large sum of money. He said many men in his organization, earning hundreds or even thousands of dollars per week, knew the business better than him and could manage it better, but they lacked ambition and creative ideas. He, on the other hand, dominated his subconscious mind. Wealth is in the mind. The idea of wealth is a subconscious conviction. You won't become rich by repeating, "I am a millionaire." You will become aware of wealth by building the right ideas of wealth and abundance. Your invisible support is your subconscious. People's problem lies in the lack of means of livelihood. When the business falls, the stock market declines, or investments are lost, they seem helpless. The reason for this insecurity is the lack of knowledge on how to use the subconscious and the infinite treasure within them. A man with a mind filled with ideas of poverty is in conditions of poverty, while another man with a mind filled with wealth is surrounded by everything he needs. Nature does not demand that man live a life of misery. You can have wealth and everything you need. Your words have the power to cleanse your mind and instill good ideas. The ideal method to create wealth consciousness may be saying to yourself, while listening to this chapter, "I need wealth and success." This is what you must do. Repeat to yourself 3 or 4 times a day, "wealth, success." These words have enormous power. They represent the inner power of the subconscious mind. Anchor your mind in this substantial power within you. then conditions and circumstances will manifest in your life. You don't say, "I am rich." There is no conflict in the mind when you say wealth. It is more the feeling of wealth that will well up within you when you focus on this specific idea of wealth. Keep this thought in mind constantly. Your subconscious is like a bank, a kind of financial institution that materializes everything you deposit or imprint on it. Therefore, choose wealth. Why do your affirmations about wealth fail? Over the past 35 years, I've spoken to many people whose common complaint was, "I've been affirming wealth and prosperity for weeks and months, and nothing is happening." I discovered that when they said, "I am rich, I am prosperous," they felt they were lying to themselves. One man told me, "I affirmed prosperity until I was exhausted, but now things are getting worse." However, as he made this affirmation, deep down he knew it wasn't true. His affirmations were rejected by the conscious mind and manifested in what he affirmed internally. Your affirmation succeeds better when it is specific, when it does not create mental conflicts. For this reason, this man's affirmations worsened his situation because they suggested ideas of lack. Your subconscious accepts as true what you genuinely feel, not just empty words or affirmations. The dominant idea is always the one accepted by the subconscious. How to avoid mental conflicts? Here's the ideal way to overcome this conflict. You must practice this affirmation frequently, especially before sleeping. Day and night, I prosper. This affirmation will provoke no debate because it does not contradict the subconscious's impression of financial lack. An entrepreneur whose sales and finances were very low sat in his office, focused, and repeated this affirmation over and over. "My sales are improving every day." This affirmation stimulated his conscious mind, which began to assist and cooperate with him, and the results began to appear. Do not sign blank checks. When you say things like, "There isn't enough for everyone," or "There's a shortage," such affirmations amplify and multiply your losses. Instead, deposit thoughts of prosperity, wealth, and success into your subconscious. This is how you will earn compound interest. What you affirm must not be mentally denied. That would neutralize the good you've affirmed. Your true source of wealth is the ideas you hold in your mind. Without knowing it, you may have an idea worth millions. Your subconscious will give you what you seek. Jealousy and envy are obstacles on the path to wealth. Rejoice in the prosperity of others. Remove the blocks preventing you from achieving wealth by adopting a positive attitude towards everyone. Chapter 10. Your right to be rich. You have the right to prosper. You are here to have a life filled with good things, happiness, success, and freedom. Therefore, you deserve to have all the money you need to live a complete, happy, and successful life. You are here to grow, flourish, and develop in all aspects, spiritual, mental, and material. You have the right to fully express yourself and develop your potential. You also deserve to surround yourself with beautiful and luxurious things. Do not settle for the bare minimum when you can enjoy the wealth that your mind can offer you. In this chapter, you will learn to maintain a friendly relationship with money. Your desire to be rich is a natural desire. You want to have a more complete, happier, and wonderful life. It's a powerful and positive impulse. Money is a symbol of exchange. For you, it means not only freedom from need, but also beauty, luxury, abundance, and refinement. Therefore, it is an indicator of the economic health of the nation. When money flows freely in your life, you are economically healthy. When people start hoarding money, keeping it locked up in boxes, it breeds economic disease. Money has taken many forms as a medium of exchange over the centuries, such as salt and various types of trinkets. In the past, a man's wealth was measured by the number of livestock he owned. Now we use currency and other negotiable instruments because it is far more convenient to write a check than to transport sheep. Navigating the royal road to wealth, understanding the powers of your subconscious mind is the key to achieving wealth of any kind, spiritual, mental, or financial. The student of the mind believes and knows that regardless of economic conditions, stock market fluctuations, depressions, strikes, war, or other circumstances, they will always be abundantly supplied, no matter what form money takes. The reason is that the idea of wealth has been imparted to their subconscious and keeps it well stocked. They have convinced themselves that money flows freely into their life and there is always surplus. If a financial collapse were to occur tomorrow and all of the man's current possessions lost their value, as happened with the German marks after World War I, they would continue to attract prosperity, regardless of currency value. Why don't you have more money? As you listen to this chapter, you're probably thinking, I deserve a higher salary than what I'm receiving. I believe most people receive inadequate compensation. One reason many people don't have more money is that they secretly condemn money. I refer to money as filthy lucre, or love of money is the root of all evil. Another reason they don't prosper is that they secretly believe there is virtue in poverty. Perhaps this idea formed in childhood, superstition, or a misinterpretation of scriptures. More money means more life. Someone once told me, I am ruined, I dislike money, and it is the root of all evil. These affirmations show a confused mind. Love of money will make you an imbalanced person. You are here to use your power and authority wisely. Some aspire to power, others to money. If you put your heart exclusively on money and say, money is all I want, I will focus on it and nothing else will matter, you may succeed and perhaps even achieve fortune, but you will forget that you are here to lead a balanced life. You must also satisfy your hunger for harmony, love, joy, and perfect health. By making money your sole goal, you are simply making a wrong decision. You thought that was all you wanted, but after all your efforts, you discovered that you not only needed money, but also the true expression of your hidden talents, your true place in life, the beauty and joy of contributing to the well-being and success of others. By learning the laws of your subconscious mind, you could have $1 million or several $1 million if you wanted, and still have peace of mind, harmony, perfect health, and perfect expression. Poverty is a mental illness. There is no virtue in poverty. Poverty is a mental illness. If you were physically ill, you would recognize that something is wrong, seek help, and take immediate action. You are not here to live in poor conditions, wear worn-out clothes, and suffer from hunger. You have the right to be happy, prosperous, and successful. Why never criticize money? Cleanse your mind of strange and superstitious beliefs about money. Do not judge money as something bad or dirty. If you do, you give it wings to fly away from you. Remember that you are pushing away and forfeiting your right to what you condemn. You cannot attract what you criticize. Correct attitude towards money. Here is a simple technique you can use to multiply money. Use the following affirmations several times a day. I love money. I love it. I use it wisely, constructively, and judiciously. Money circulates constantly in my life. I release it joyfully, and it returns multiplied. This is good. Yes, very good. Money flows in abundance towards me, and I want more, much more. I use it only for good, and I am grateful for the riches of my mind. How do we perceive money? Imagine for a moment that a scientific thinker discovers gold, silver, lead, copper, or iron hidden in the earth. Would you dare to assert that these are negative things? All misfortune emanates from the mind of man, from his ignorance, his false understanding of life, and clumsiness in the inadequate use of his mind. Uranium, lead, or any other metal could have served as a medium of exchange. We use paper bills, checks, nickel, and silver because such elements are not negative. Physicists and chemists know that the only difference between one metal and another lies in the number of electrons orbiting around the central nucleus. They are now capable of transforming one metal into another through powerful cyclotrons. Under such conditions, gold turns into mercury. I am convinced that in the future, our scientists will be able to produce gold, silver, and other metals in their laboratories. The cost may be enormous at present, but it is feasible. I cannot conceive that any being would find traces of evil in electrons, neutrons, protons, and isotopes. The piece of paper you carry in your pocket is composed of atoms and molecules with arranged electrons and protons. The only difference is in number and speed. That is the only difference between paper and silver. How to attract the money you need. Many years ago, I met a young Australian who wanted to become a doctor but had no money. I explained to him that a seed planted in the earth attracts everything it needs to grow, and that all he had to do was follow this example. He needed to sow the required idea in his subconscious regarding expenses. This young man did medical consultations, cleaned windows, and did small repair jobs. He told me that every night before falling asleep, he imagined a medical degree on the wall with his name in large letters. He cleaned and polished the framed degrees in the medical building where he worked. It was not difficult for him to engrave the image of a degree in his mind and develop it there. After about 4 months, persisting every night with his mental image, he achieved definite results. The rest of this story was very interesting. One of the doctors took a liking to the boy, and after teaching him the art of sterilizing instruments, giving injections and first aid, employed him as a technical assistant in his office. Later, the doctor sent him to study medicine and covered the expenses. Today, this young man is a prominent doctor in Montreal, Canada. He discovered the law of attraction by using his subconscious correctly. He put into practice an ancient law that says, if you want to achieve an end, you desire also the means to achieve that end. In this case, the end was to become a doctor. This young man was able to visualize and see himself as a doctor, lived with this idea, supported it, nurtured it, and loved it, until through his imagination it penetrated the layers of his subconscious. This idea became a conviction, thereby attracting everything necessary to realize his dream. Why do some men not receive salary increases? If you work in a large organization and silently believe you are underpaid, underappreciated, and deserve more money, you unconsciously sever your ties with that organization. You set in motion a law, and the supervisor or manager will say, "We need to let you go." In reality, you have fired yourself. The manager is simply the instrument through which your negative mental state is confirmed. This is the law of action and reaction. The action was your thought, and the reaction, your subconscious. Obstacles and hindrances on the path to wealth. You have surely heard people say, "That guy is into shady business, he's a crook, he's making money dishonestly, he's an imposter. I knew him when he had nothing, he's a criminal, a thief, a fraud." If the man speaking thus is analyzed, it will often be found that he has deficiencies or financial problems. Perhaps his college buddies have climbed the ladder of success, while Aaron now harbors bitterness and envy. In many cases, this attitude itself has been the cause of his downfall. Negative thinking and condemning wealth cause wealth and prosperity to drift away and flee. You condemn what you pray for. You must pray in 2 ways. Firstly, say this, "Wealth flows towards me now." And then, silently and softly, say, "It bothers me, the wealth of this man." Insist on rejoicing in the wealth of another person. Protect their investments. If you are seeking wisdom regarding investments, or if you are worried about your actions, silently affirm, "Intelligence governs and monitors all my financial transactions, and everything I do prospers." Say this often, and you will find that your investments improve. Moreover, you will be protected against losses, as you will be prompted to sell your stocks before suffering losses. Nothing can be obtained for nothing. In large stores, management employs detectives to prevent people from stealing. Every day, employees are caught trying to get something for nothing. All these people live in an atmosphere of lack and limitation, thereby depriving themselves of peace, harmony, faith, honesty, integrity, and goodwill. Furthermore, they attract all sorts of losses to themselves: loss of character, prestige, social status, and mental stability. These individuals lack faith and understanding of their minds. If they invoked the powers of their subconscious and affirmed that they are guided by it, they would find work and wealth honestly, with integrity and perseverance. They would become a source of pride for themselves and society in general. A constant supply of money. Recognizing the powers of your mind and the power of your thoughts is the surest path to opulence and freedom. Accept abundance in your own mind. Your acceptance of wealth has its own logic and expression. As you enter into the mindset and attraction of opulence, the necessary things and abundance will come to you. This prayer becomes your daily statement. I am united with the infinite riches of my mind. I have the right to be rich, happy, and successful. Money flows to me, abundant and plentiful. I am aware of my true worth. I enjoy my talents and I am financially blessed. This is wonderful. Commit to this path to wealth. Have the courage and affirm that you have the right to be rich. Your thought will honor your affirmation. You must desire what is right for everyone. The money you need to do the things you want to do when you want to do them will come to you. Familiarize yourself with your subconscious mind. When money circulates freely in your life, you will be economically healthy. Consider money like the tide. It rises when it must rise. The ebb and flow of the tide are constant. When the tide recedes, be absolutely certain that it will return. By knowing your subconscious mind, you will always be supplied with money. One reason why many people never have enough money is that they condemn money. What you condemn takes wings and flies away from you. Do not worship money, it is just a symbol. Remember that true wealth is in your mind. You are here to lead a balanced life. Do not make money your sole goal. Claim wealth, happiness, peace, and radiate love and goodwill towards all. Then your subconscious will return to you double of what you have expressed. There is no virtue in poverty. It is a mental illness, and you must heal from this conflict. You are not here to live in squalor, wear rags, or suffer from hunger. You are here to lead a balanced life. Never use terms like sordid profit or despise money. You lose what you despise. There is nothing inherently good or bad about money, but fighting against something only pushes it away. Repeat, I love money. I use it wisely, constructively, and judiciously. I spend it joyfully, and it returns multiplied. Money is as good as copper, lead, gold, or iron found in the earth. All evil comes from ignorance or incorrect use of the mind. Imagining the end causes your subconscious to react and materialize the mental idea. Stop looking for something for nothing. There is no free lunch. You must give to receive. You must focus on your goals and ideals. Your thought will support you. The key to wealth lies in applying the laws of the subconscious. Imbue your mind with ideas of wealth. Chapter 11. Your subconscious as a partner in success. Living successfully means achieving a long period of peace, joy, and happiness in this world. We can consider this as success. Jesus spoke of an eternal life that consists of continually experiencing these qualities. Important things in life such as peace, harmony, integrity, security, and happiness are intangible things that live deep within each person. Reflecting on this helps us build heavenly treasures in our subconscious, a place that is rust-free and where thieves cannot enter to steal. The 3 steps to success. First step, discover what you love to do and then do it. Success means loving your work. If someone is a psychiatrist, it is not enough to get a degree or hang it on the wall. It is important to stay trained, to stay informed about the most advanced methods for relieving human suffering. A successful psychiatrist visits clinics and reads the latest scientific articles. In other words, they stay informed about the most advanced methods for relieving human suffering. Second step, specialize in a field of work and acquire superior knowledge. An individual must have a strong interest in their work and desire to serve the world. Third step, ensure that what you desire does not harm your own success. Your desire must not be selfish, but should aim to benefit humanity. Only then will it return to you with strength and abundance. The measure of true success. Wealth cannot be considered success if it is born of fraud. There is no success without peace of mind. What good is accumulating wealth if you cannot sleep at night or feel guilt? It is crucial to have psychological and spiritual intelligence. Great entrepreneurs rely on the correct use of their minds to achieve success. A few years ago, an article was published about Flagler, an oil tycoon. He admitted that the secret of his success lay in his ability to visualize a project and make it happen. He would close his eyes, visualize a large oil industry, trains running on tracks, and see the smoke from locomotives. By visualizing the realization of his vision, his mind began to materialize reality. By thinking about these 3 steps to success, never forget the underlying power of the forces of your subconscious. Here is the energy that fuels every step towards any success. Your thought is a creative entity. Knowing that there is a powerful force within you capable of realizing all your desires gives you confidence and peace. No matter your field of action, you must learn the laws that govern your subconscious mind. When you know how to apply your powers, express yourself fully and benefit others with your talents, you will be on the path to true success. If you devote yourself to God's business or part of it, nature will be on your side. Therefore, who can be against you? With this understanding, there is no earthly or heavenly power that can prevent you from achieving success. How a movie actor achieved his dream. A movie actor confided to me in secret that he had limited education but had dreamed since childhood of becoming an actor and succeeding in the film industry. While working in the fields, mowing hay and tending cows, he loved to imagine his name on the bright billboards of premieres. He nurtured this vision for years and eventually decided to leave his village. He managed to find temporary jobs in a few studios and productions until his moment came, and his name appeared on one of those bright billboards. After his success, the actor added that the power of constant imagination is indispensable to achieving success. The pharmacist of his dreams became reality. 30 years ago, I met a young pharmacist who was earning $0 per week. He told me that in 25 years, he would retire with a pension. I asked him, "Why don't you have your own shop? Get out of here, raise your goals, dream for your children. Maybe one of them wants to be a doctor, maybe a professional musician." The pharmacist began to imagine his own shop, mentally organizing bottles, prescriptions, and imagining several employees in the store to serve customers. This pharmacist fully immersed himself in this role, living, moving, and acting as if he were the owner of the store. The rest was interesting. He was fired from his job, found a new position in a large pharmacy chain, became a district manager, and within 4 years saved enough to buy the premises for his own pharmacy. He called it the pharmacy of his dreams. It was exactly the same as he had seen in his imagination. He became a success in his field and did what he loved most. Using the subconscious in business. A few years ago, I gave a lecture to a group of entrepreneurs on imagination and the subconscious. I mentioned how Goethe, a famous writer, used his imagination when facing problems and difficulties. According to Goethe's biographers, he spent a lot of time in silence because he enjoyed having imaginary conversations. One of his habits was to imagine one of his friends sitting across from him on a chair and responding appropriately. If a problem troubled him, he imagined his friends giving him the correct answer. He made the entire imaginary scene as real and vivid as possible. One of the participants in my lecture was a young stockbroker. He decided to try Goethe's technique and began having imaginary mental conversations with a billionaire banker. In these conversations, the banker often congratulated the broker on his wise and precise judgment, praising his judicious decisions in buying stocks. The stockbroker acted out and dramatized these conversations with genuine conviction. Eventually, these desires became deeply ingrained beliefs. The stockbroker's internal conversations and imagination were aligned with his goal of making safe investments for his clients. His primary objective was to make money for his clients and see them prosper financially. He still uses his subconscious in his business and has achieved great success in his field. Turning failure into success at age 16, a high school student told me, "My grades are very low, I have memory problems, and I don't know what's happening to me." I discovered that the boy's attitude was solely responsible for his situation because he showed indifference and resentment towards certain teachers and classmates. I taught him to use his subconscious to succeed in his studies. He began repeating positive affirmations several times a day, both in the evening and morning. These moments are most conducive to influencing the subconscious. The student repeated the following: "I realize that my subconscious is like a warehouse of memories. It retains all the information I read and hear from my teachers. I have perfect memory and the intelligence necessary. My subconscious reveals everything I need for my exams, whether written or oral. I send love and good wishes to my teachers and classmates. I wish them all success and good things." Shortly after, the young man experienced greater freedom and now gets excellent grades. He constantly imagines his teachers and mother congratulating him on his academic success. How to succeed in business. When buying and selling things or goods, remember that your conscious mind is like the trigger and your subconscious mind is the main engine. You must activate the engine so that it can do its job. Your conscious mind is like a generator that awakens the power of your subconscious. The first step to convey your desires, ideas, or clear images is to relax, focus your attention, and remain still. This calm and peaceful attitude prevents foreign thoughts from interfering with your goal. Furthermore, calmness and mental receptivity will minimize your effort. The second step is to imagine what you want as a reality. For example, if you want to buy a house, you can affirm the following: "My subconscious mind is infinitely intelligent and is now revealing to me the perfect house that has an ideal location, meets all my needs, and is within my budget. I submit this request to my subconscious and trust that it will respond according to my desires. I release this request with faith and confidence, like a farmer planting a seed in the soil, trusting nature to make it sprout and bear fruit. The answer may come through an advertisement in the newspaper, through a friend, or you may be guided to that house that meets your criteria. There are many ways your desire can manifest. The important thing is to trust your subconscious. If you want to sell a house, land, or any other type of property, apply this method. Practice the following affirmations. Infinite intelligence will choose the right buyer for this house. It will be someone who desires it and will thrive in it. Even if the buyer visits other properties, mine is the one they really want and compare because they are guided by infinite intelligence. The buyer, the timing, and the price are aligned, matched. Everything is in divine order. The flows of my subconscious are working to unite us. I know it will be so. Remember that what you seek is also seeking you. Every time you want to sell a property, there will always be someone interested. By correctly using the power of your subconscious, you will free your mind from anxieties when buying or selling. How she got what she wanted. A young woman regularly attends my lectures and courses. She had to change buses 3 times, and it took her an hour and a half to arrive. During a conference, I explained how someone had obtained a car they needed for work. She went home and followed the steps in the order I explained in my conference. Here is the letter she sent me after applying my method, which I am of course publishing with her permission, dear Dr. Murphy. This is how I got my Cadillac. I wanted one to go to conferences. I imagined arriving by car at the conferences and driving home. I went to the showroom and the salesperson took me for a drive in one. I was able to drive several. Then I claimed the Cadillac as mine. I kept the mental image of getting into the car, driving through the streets, feeling the upholstery, etc. I did this exercise for 2 weeks. I must admit that at one point, I considered stealing the car from the store. However, I continued attending his conferences, and a few weeks later, something miraculous happened. My uncle in Inglewood passed away and left me his Cadillac as well as a substantial inheritance. Thank you, Dr. Murphy. A technique used by many executives and prominent entrepreneurs. Many successful people have repeatedly used the term success, initially abstractly, then practically, making it intrinsic to their vocabulary. The idea is that it contains all the necessary elements to achieve it. Similarly, you must begin to repeat the word success to yourself. With faith and conviction, your mind will accept it, and you will be motivated to achieve success. You are free to express your beliefs, impressions, and personal convictions about success. What does the word success mean to you? Without a doubt, you want to have it. Everyone wants it. Anyone who says otherwise is lying, or in any case has a mistaken idea of success. Everyone wants a happy family life, a fulfilling personal life. Everyone wants to achieve their dreams and live in abundance. Similarly, you want to excel in your talents, in your work, in your professional field. You aspire to have a beautiful home and the money needed to live comfortably. Moreover, you want spiritual peace, balance, and a great life purpose. Everyone wants success, admit it. Imagine yourself as an entrepreneur, envision yourself succeeding and having the things you desire. Develop your imagination and mentally visualize your success. Get used to this image before sleeping. Feel yourself as someone successful and satisfied. Over time, you will integrate the idea of success into your subconscious. Believe in your ability to succeed, and you will see amazing results happen, just as you desired and projected in your dreams. Key elements of success. Success means living a successful life when you are at peace, joyful, and doing what you love. You already have success. Discover your interests and dedicate yourself to doing what you love. If you don't know your true passion, Seek guidance and you will find clues. Specialize in a field and strive to know more than anyone else on the subject. A successful person is not selfish. Their main desire is to serve others. Tranquility is essential to achieving success. A successful person has a deep understanding of psychology and spirituality. If you clearly imagine a goal, your subconscious will provide you with the resources to achieve it. It's a wonderful power. When you combine your thoughts with your feelings, you create a belief that influences your life. The power of imagination attracts the powers of your subconscious. If you want to advance in your job, imagine your boss facilitating your promotion. Make your imagination lively, real. Listen to their voice, observe their gestures, imagine their words. Do this frequently, and by occupying your mind, your prayers will be answered. Your subconscious is a warehouse of memories. To have a perfect memory, repeat frequently. Infinite intelligence reveals to me everything I need to know. If you want to sell a house or property, repeat this with feeling and conviction. Infinite intelligence attracts the appropriate buyer for this house or property, someone who desires it and will prosper with it. Maintain this idea and the deepest currents of your mind will do the rest. The word success contains all the necessary elements to achieve it. Repeat this word to yourself frequently, with faith and conviction, and you will feel a strong motivation to be happy. Chapter 12. Scientists using the subconscious. Many significant scientists have recognized the importance of the subconscious, such as Edison, Marconi, Sarin, Einstein, and others, asserting that it provided them with the vision and knowledge necessary to achieve great accomplishments in their fields. Research has shown that the power of the subconscious was crucial to the success and discoveries of these leading scientists. An example of how a famous chemist used his subconscious. After working diligently for a long time to rearrange carbon and hydrogen atoms to obtain the benzene formula, he was perplexed and unable to solve the problem. Exhausted and tired, he decided to leave the problem to his subconscious. Shortly after, while about to board a bus in London, an image of a serpent biting its tail came to him from his subconscious. This image gave him the answer he had been searching for so long: the circular rearrangement of atoms known as the benzene ring. How a distinguished scientist overcame his inventions. Nikola Tesla was an exceptional scientist who made astonishing innovations in the field of electricity. When he had an idea for a new invention, he built it in his imagination, believing that his mind would reveal all the necessary parts to make it. Considering all possible improvements, he wasted no time in correcting flaws and presented the designed product to technicians. Tesla consistently stated, "My device works exactly as I imagined." For 20 years, there was not a single instance where this was not the case. How a famous naturalist solved his problem. Professor Agassiz, a renowned American naturalist, discovered the marvelous capabilities of his mind during sleep. His wife tells the following story in the biography she wrote about her famous husband. For 2 weeks, Professor Agassiz tried to decipher the blurry image of a fossil fish in a stone. Tired and perplexed, he gave up his work and tried to dismiss it from his mind. One night, while he was asleep, he woke up convinced that he had clearly seen the fish with all the missing details. The fish appeared perfectly restored. However, when Agassiz tried to retain and fix the image in his memory, it disappeared. Nevertheless, early the next morning, he headed to his laboratory, hoping to examine the stone again and find clues. But the blurry image was as dark as the previous day. He saw the fish again in his dreams, but the image continued to elude him. Hoping for the same experience to recur on the third night, he placed a pencil and paper next to his bed before going to sleep. When the fish reappeared in his dream, initially in a confusing manner, he managed to capture it on paper and record all its zoological characteristics. Half asleep and in total darkness, he drew a few sketches and went back to sleep. In the morning, he was surprised to see his nocturnal sketches. There were features he believed impossible to reveal through the fossil. He rushed to work and, using his drawing as a guide, successfully sculpted the stone surface where the fish parts were located. Once exposed, the fish's shape matched his dream and drawing. An exceptional doctor solved the problem of diabetes. Some time ago, I read a magazine article about the discovery of insulin. The article mentioned something like this. About 40 years ago, Dr. Frederick Banting, a talented Canadian doctor and surgeon, was deeply concerned about the devastating effects of diabetes at that time. Medical science had no effective means to stop this disease. Banting spent a lot of time studying medical literature on this subject. One night, exhausted, he fell asleep. In his dream, his subconscious indicated to him to extract residue from the pancreatic duct of dogs. This was the basis for the discovery of insulin, a hormone that has helped millions of people. It is important to note that Dr. Banting had pondered the problem and sought a solution for years. His subconscious provided the answer. Therefore, an answer is not always obtained immediately. Sometimes it may take time, but do not be discouraged. Continue to ponder the problem each night before bed, as if you had never done so before. One of the reasons why the answer takes time to arrive is the perception of the problem as something significant, something that will take a lot of time. Remember, your subconscious is not limited by time or space. For this reason, when you go to bed, be convinced that you already have the answer. Don't postpone it. Maintain constant faith in the outcome. Convince yourself that there is a perfect answer and solution for you. How a famous scientist and physicist escaped from a Russian concentration camp. Dr. Lox von Blank-Schmidt, a member of the Rock Society and a prominent research electronic engineer, recounts how he used his subconscious to escape certain death. Here are the main points of his story as a prisoner of war in a Russian mine. Von Blank-Schmidt witnessed the deaths of other men around him. The guards were brutal, officers arrogant, and commissioners cunning as foxes. Each prisoner had a daily quota of coal to fill. Those who didn't meet their quota saw their food rations reduced, increasing their chances of dying and being buried in the same prison. The doctor decided to focus on his escape, relying on his subconscious to find a way to help him. Having lost his home in Germany, his family devastated, and all his friends and comrades dead in war or concentration camps, he told his subconscious, "I want to go to Los Angeles and you will find the way." He recalled images of Los Angeles and specific places like Wilshire Boulevard and certain buildings. Every day and night, in his imagination, he walked along Wilshire Boulevard with a woman he had met in Berlin before the war and who is now his wife. They shopped, traveled by bus, and ate at restaurants. Every night he visualized driving his car along the boulevards of Los Angeles. These mental images were as real and natural as the fences of the concentration camp. Every morning when the chief guard counted the prisoners, he looked away when number 17 arrived in the sequence. By coincidence, once the guard forgot to count number 17, so von Blank-Schmidt was erased from the register. He managed to leave the camp without being seen and walked for 24 hours before resting in a deserted village. He survived by fishing and hunting wild animals. He found coal trains heading to Poland and traveled in them overnight. With the help of friends, he reached Lucerne, Switzerland. One night at the Palace Hotel, he struck up a conversation with an American couple. The man offered to host him in Santa Monica, California. Dr. von Blank-Schmidt accepted, and upon arriving in Los Angeles, the driver took him along Wilshire Boulevard and other boulevards he had vividly imagined during his months in the coal mines. He recognized the buildings he had visualized so many times in his mind. It was as if he was on his second journey to Los Angeles. He had succeeded in reaching his goal. Dr. Blank-Schmidt expressed his amazement at the wonders of the subconscious and acknowledged that it has unknown pathways. How archaeologists and paleontologists reconstruct ancient scenes. Scientists are aware that their subconscious retains the memory of the past. When studying ancient ruins and fossils, their minds, through imaginative perception, help them reconstruct ancient scenes. In this way, what was once past and no longer alive comes back to life. By observing ancient temples and studying pottery and household items from ancient times, scientists tell us about an era when verbal language did not exist and communication was through grunts, groans, and signs. Through sharp concentration and disciplined imagination, scientists awaken the latent powers of their subconscious. Thus they endow ancient temples with roofs and surround them with gardens, ponds, and fountains. Fossil remains gain eyes, tendons, and muscles and start walking and talking again. The the past becomes present, and we discover that there are no limits of time or space. Through disciplined, controlled, and directed imagination, it is possible to join the most inspired thinkers of all time. How to receive guidance from the subconscious. When facing a difficult decision or unable to find a solution to a problem, it's important to begin thinking constructively about it. If you feel scared and worried, you are not thinking clearly. True thinking is free from fear. Here's a simple technique you can use to gain guidance on any subject. Calm your mind and relax your body. Instruct your body to unwind. Remember, your body has no initiative or intelligence. Your body is like an emotional disc that records impressions. Direct your attention and focus your thoughts. Try to solve the problem at the level of your conscious mind. Imagine how you would feel if you had the perfect solution. Feel the state of mind you would have if the answer were already yours at this moment. Allow your mind to play with this relaxed state, then go to sleep. If you don't find the answer upon waking, occupy yourself with other things. It's likely that when you're focused on other matters, the answer will spontaneously come to your mind. When receiving guidance from your subconscious, remember that the simplest form is often the best. Let me give you an example. Once I lost a precious ring that held great sentimental value. I searched everywhere but couldn't find it. At night, I spoke to my subconscious in the same way I would speak to another person before falling asleep. I said, "You know everything. You know where this ring is, so reveal its location now." In the morning, I woke suddenly with the words resonating in my mind. "Ask Robert." It struck me as odd to be suggested to ask Robert, a 9-year-old boy. However, I followed my intuition and asked Robert. He replied, "Oh yes, I found it in the yard while playing with the kids. I put it on my bedroom desk. I didn't think it was valuable, so I didn't mention it." The mind will always respond if you trust it. His subconscious revealed the location of his father's ring. A boy who attends my lectures had a similar experience. His father passed away and seemed not to have left a written will. However, the boy's sister told him that their father had entrusted her with a will that was fair to all. All attempts to find the will failed. Before going to bed, he spoke to his subconscious in this manner. "Now I ask my subconscious to help me find this will and reveal it to me." Summarizing his request in a single word, "Answer." He repeated it like a lullaby to calm himself. The next morning, the boy had a strong feeling to go to a bank in Los Angeles, where he found a safe deposit box registered under his father's name. Its contents resolved all his problems. When you go to bed, your waking thoughts stimulate a powerful force within you. For example, let's say you wonder whether to sell your house, buy stocks, end a partnership, move to New York, or stay in Los Angeles, cancel the current contract or sign a new one. Follow these steps. Sit quietly in your chair or at your desk. Remember, there is a universal law of action and reaction. Action is your thought. Reaction is your subconscious response. Your subconscious is responsive. It is its nature to respond, reward, and return. It is the law of correspondence. It responds correspondingly. When you consider the right action, you automatically experience a reaction or response within you, representing the guide or response from your subconscious. When seeking guidance, simply silently reflect on the right action. This means you are using the infinite intelligence residing in your subconscious until it starts to use you. From there, your course of action is directed and controlled by the subjective wisdom within you, which knows all and has great power. Your decision will be right because you are inwardly motivated to do what is right. I use the word motivated because your subconscious law operates in this manner. The secret of right guidance or action lies in mentally dedicating yourself to the correct answer until you find that answer within yourself. The answer is a feeling, an inner awareness, an overwhelming intuition by which you know that you know. You have used the power up to the point where it begins to shape you. You cannot fail or make a misstep when operating under the subjective wisdom within you. You will find that all your paths are pleasant and all your trails are peace. To remember that the subconscious has been the key to the success and great achievements of eminent scientists. When you consciously apply yourself to solving a difficult problem, your subconscious gathers all necessary information and suddenly presents it to your conscious mind. If you pose a question or problem, try to approach it objectively. Research and gather as much information as possible, either by yourself or with the help of others. If you don't find an answer, appeal to your subconscious before sleep, and the answer will always come. It never fails. You won't always get the answer immediately. Keep sending your request to your subconscious until dawn breaks and doubts disappear. Don't delay the answer by thinking it will take a long time or that the problem is too significant. Your subconscious doesn't have problems. It simply knows the answer. Believe you already have the answer. Feel the joy of having the answer and how you would feel if you had the perfect solution. Your subconscious will respond to your feelings. Any mental image sustained by faith and perseverance will manifest through the miraculous power of your subconscious. Trust in it, believe in its power, and wonders will occur as you maintain a positive attitude. Your subconscious is the repository of memory and contains your experiences since childhood. Scientists who ponder ancient scrolls, temples, fossils, etc., can reconstruct scenes from the past and relive them in the present. Their subconscious aids them. Entrust your request for a solution to your subconscious before sleep. Have confidence in it, and the answer will come. Your subconscious knows everything and sees everything, so you must not doubt or question its powers. Action is your thought and reaction is the response of your subconscious. If your thoughts are wise, your actions and decisions will be wise. Guidance comes in the form of a feeling, inner awareness, a strong intuition telling you that you know. It's an internal sensation you can perceive, so follow it. Chapter 13. The Subconscious and the Wonders of Sleep. Out of 24 hours in a day, we sleep for 8 hours, which approximately amounts to a third of our lives. The need for sleep applies also to animals and plants. Sleep is a law, and often we find answers to our problems while deeply asleep. Many support the theory that during sleep, our body rests and a repair process occurs. However, nothing rests during sleep. The heart, lungs, and all vital organs continue functioning. If you ate before sleep, food is digested and absorbed, while the skin secretes sweat and nails and hair continue to grow. Your subconscious never rests or sleeps. It is always active, controlling vital functions. Healing occurs during sleep because there is no interference from your conscious mind. You receive answers while sleeping, often with surprising results. Why do we sleep? Renowned sleep researcher Dr. John Bigelow explained in his book, The Mystery of Sleep, that during sleep, impressions are received demonstrating activity from the eyes, ears, nose, taste buds, and brain nerves. The primary reason we sleep, according to Bigelow, is that the noblest part of the soul unites by abstraction with our higher nature and shares in the wisdom and presence of divinity. Draw Bigelow supports this saying, "The results of my studies not only reinforced my belief that sleep does not simply mean escaping from daily activities, but classifying the belief that no part of life deserves to be considered essential when separated from the phenomenal world of sleep." Prayer, a form of sleep. The challenges, struggles, and conflicts of the day keep your conscious mind constantly occupied, so it's necessary to periodically withdraw from your senses and the external world to silently focus with inner wisdom. You will then be able to overcome obstacles and solve problems when seeking guidance, strength, and intelligence from your subconscious. This regular withdrawal from stimuli resembles a state of sensory sleep. It disconnects you from the senses and connects you to the wisdom and power of your always active subconscious. Surprising effects of sleep deprivation. Lack of sleep has negative consequences on our emotional well-being. It generates irritability, bad mood, and depression. Dr. George Stevenson, from the National Mental Health Association, argues that all humans need a minimum of 6 hours of sleep to stay healthy, and most need more. Even if they think they can function with less, they are deceiving themselves. Those who study sleep processes and deprivation have concluded the following. Sleep deprivation precedes psychotic episodes in some cases. It's important to remember that during sleep we recharge, so adequate sleep is essential to experiencing joy and vitality. You might need to sleep more. This is the title of an article written by Robert Auber and published in an edition of the Reader's Digest. It reports some experiments conducted at the Walter Reed Institute in Washington, D.C. During these experiments, over 100 volunteers were kept awake for 4 days, during which tests were performed to measure the effects on their behavior and personality. Through these experiments, scientists discovered new insights into the mysteries of sleep. Among other things, it was found that the brain, when tired, craves sleep and is willing to sacrifice anything to get it. After a few hours, patients had short naps, also called lapses or microsleeps, which occurred at increasingly closer intervals. During these naps, eyelids closed and heartbeats slowed. Each lapse lasted a fraction of a second. Some of these lapses were periods of emptiness, while others were filled with images and dream fragments. Over time, without sleep, these microsleeps became more frequent, and they would have lasted longer if the subjects were piloting a plane in the middle of a storm. They wouldn't have been able to resist and would have fallen asleep. Car accidents, as we know, are caused by drivers falling asleep at the wheel. Prolonged sleep deprivation also had a surprising effect on patients' memory and perception. Many subjects could not retain enough information to connect and apply it. They felt bewildered in situations requiring concentration, analysis, and application. Asking them, like an airplane pilot, to consider wind direction, airspeed, altitude, and trajectory would have been impossible. Sleep brings advice. A girl from Los Angeles, a faithful listener to my morning radio broadcasts, told me she was offered a well-paying job in New York. The salary offered was double what she currently earns. However, she was undecided about whether to accept it. Before sleeping, she prayed as follows: "I trust my creative mind to make the best decision for me. My mind always seeks what is good for me and reveals the right choice that will benefit me. I know I will receive an appropriate answer, and I am grateful for it." Like a lullaby, she repeated this prayer several times. Upon waking up, she strongly felt that she should not accept the offer. She decided to decline it, and later events confirmed her intuition as the company went bankrupt a few months later. Her intuitive mind, in her subconscious, had been able to foresee the impending failure and had guided her on the right path, saving her from imminent disaster. I was offered a very lucrative opportunity in Japan. I prayed to be guided and make the right decision. Within me lies infinite wisdom. Therefore, the right choice will be revealed to me at the right time. I will recognize the answer when it comes. Like a lullaby, I repeated this simple prayer before sleeping. In a dream, I received a sign of what was going to happen in 3 years. An old friend appeared and said to me, "Read these headlines, do not travel." The headlines in the newspaper were about war and the attack on Pearl Harbor. Sometimes our dreams are symbolic representations of our subconscious. In my case, the dream projected someone I trusted and respected. For others, a warning may come in the form of a mother telling them not to go to a specific place. Your subconscious knows everything and will often speak to you with a voice that your conscious mind will immediately accept. Sometimes your subconscious will warn you with a voice that sounds like that of your mother or a loved one, causing you to stop in the street and realize that if you had moved a little further, an object would have hit you on the head. My subconscious is connected to the universal subconscious, which is why I knew these Japanese were planning to attack us and start a war. Dr. Rin, director of the Department of Psychology at Duke University, gathered evidence demonstrating that many people see events before they happen and, in many cases, are able to avoid the tragedy that awaits them. The dream I had showed the headlines of the New York Times and occurred 3 years before Pearl Harbor. As a result of this dream, I cancelled my trip due to a strong impulse. 3 years later, World War II showed that the inner voice of my subconscious was telling the truth. So, I anticipated the outbreak of the war. Your future is in your subconscious. Unless you change it through prayer, the future and the outcome of your thoughts are already in your mind. Similarly, the future of a country is in the collective subconscious. There is nothing strange about the dream I had where I saw how the war started. All attack plans were already recorded in the collective subconscious of the universal mind. Tomorrow's events are in your subconscious and can be seen by mediums or clairvoyants. No disaster can happen to you if you decide to pray. Nothing is predetermined. Your attitude, way of thinking, feeling, and believing determine your destiny. Through scientific prayer, which was explained in a previous chapter, You can shape, mold, and create your own future. You reap what you sow. A nap brought me $15,000. A few years ago, one of my students sent me a newspaper clipping about a man named Ray Hammerstrom who worked in a steel mill in Pittsburgh. Hammerstrom belonged to the Jones Corporation and received a reward of $15,000 for his idea. According to the article, engineers had trouble repairing the switch of a newly installed bar mill, which controlled the cooling booths. Engineers tried to solve the problem a dozen times, but to no avail. Hammerstrom thought deeply about the problem and tried to come up with a new design, but nothing seemed to work. One day, during a nap while he was preparing to sleep, he pondered over the switch problem. In his dream, he had a vision where he was presented with a perfect design, the solution he was looking for. When he woke up, he drew the design as he had seen it. This dream-inspired insight earned Hammerstrom a $15,000 check, the largest reward the company had ever given to an employee. How a famous professor solved his problems. Dr. H.P.R., a professor at the University of Pennsylvania, shared the following experience. One Saturday afternoon, I was trying in vain to decipher two clay fragments that were supposed to come from ancient Babylon. I was tired and exhausted when, near midnight, I lay down and had an extraordinary dream. In the dream, a tall, thin priest from Nippur led me to the treasure chamber of the temple. It was a small room with a low ceiling and no windows, with pieces of clay scattered on the floor. The priest told me that the two fragments I had published separately on pages 22 and 26 actually go together and are not rings. The first two fragments were pendants for the statue, and the two fragments you have are parts of them. If you unite them, it will confirm my words. I woke up immediately and examined the fragments. I discovered with astonishment that the dream had come true and the problem was solved. This story shows that the creative manifestation of the subconscious mind knows the answer to all problems. How the subconscious worked for a famous writer during his sleep. In Across the Plains, Robert Louis Stevenson dedicates an entire chapter to dreams. Stevenson was a dreamer and used to give specific instructions to his subconscious every night. He asked his subconscious to create stories while he slept. For instance, if Stevenson faced financial difficulties, he would request something like, "Give me an exciting novel that can sell in large numbers," and his subconscious always responded. Stevenson describes it like this: "These little fairies, the intelligences and powers of my subconscious, can tell me a story bit by bit, as if it were a serial, and keep me in the dark, I, its supposed creator, not knowing where the plot is going." And he added, "The work I do when I am awake, that is, conscious and lucid, is not necessarily mine. For all indications are that the fairies have much to do with those times." This shows how Stevenson trusted his subconscious to create stories. Sleep in peace and wake up with joy. For those suffering from insomnia, the following prayer can be effective. My fingers are relaxed, my ankles are relaxed, my muscles are relaxed, my heart and lungs are relaxed, my hands and arms are relaxed, my neck is relaxed, my brain is relaxed, my face is relaxed, my eyes are relaxed, my mind is completely relaxed. I forgive everyone and wish harmony, health, peace, and blessings for them. I am at peace, calm, serene, tranquil. I rest safely, tranquility envelops me, and calm floods my being. Realizing the divine presence within me, I know that love and life heal me. I wrap myself in the embrace of love and fall asleep, filled with goodwill for all. Throughout the night, peace remains with me, and in the morning I will be full of life and love. A circle of love surrounds me. I will fear no evil, for you are with me. I sleep in peace, wake up with joy, and live in you, move and exist in you. This prayer will help you find relaxation, inner peace, and fall asleep. Trust in the divine presence to guide and fill you with well-being throughout the night. Summary of the wonders of sleep aid. If you are concerned about waking up on time, tell your mind exactly what time you want to wake up, and it will wake you. You don't need a clock. Do the same with all your problems. Nothing is too difficult for your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind never sleeps. It is always working and controlling your vital functions. Forgive yourself and others before going to bed. This will accelerate your healing. During sleep, you can receive guidance, and healing currents are also released, making you feel renewed and full of energy. When overwhelmed by the day's difficulties and problems, calm your mind and think of the wisdom of your subconscious mind to find peace, strength, and confidence. Sleep is essential for peace of mind and bodily health. Lack of sleep can cause irritability, depression, and mental issues. Medical studies indicate that insomnia can precede mental disorders. During sleep, you recharge spiritually. Good sleep is essential for vitality. A tired brain craves sleep to the point of sacrificing everything to achieve it. Many people can testify to falling asleep at the wheel. Lack of sleep can affect harmony and coordination. You may feel dizzy, confused, and disoriented. Before sleeping, affirm that infinite intelligence guides and directs you, then be attentive to signs possibly upon waking. Fully trust your subconscious mind, as it always leans toward life. Sometimes, you may have dreams or nighttime visions that answer you. You can receive warnings in your dreams, just like the author of this text. Your future resides in your mind. Affirming that infinite intelligence guides and directs you will bring you all that is good. Believe it and accept it. Expect the best, and it will surely come to you. If you're writing a novel, play, or book, speak to your subconscious mind at night and ask it to reveal the solution. Wonderful things will happen when you pray in this manner. The subconscious mind and marital problems. Understanding how our minds work is the key to marital conflicts. If both spouses harness the power of the mind, they can resolve their frictions by praying together, remaining united to achieve a harmonious and happy marriage. It is important to set ideals, study the laws of life, and agree on a goal. It is also essential to enjoy individual freedom. When both spouses come together, they become one. The best way to avoid divorce is through communication. It is better to identify the real cause of marital problems rather than allowing the situation to worsen. Conflicts related to divorce, separation, abandonment, and legal disputes mainly stem from a lack of understanding of how the conscious and subconscious mind work. For a marriage to work, having a spiritual foundation is crucial. True love is found in the mind. Honesty, sincerity, kindness, and integrity are also expressions of love. The couple must be completely honest and sincere with each other. A real marriage cannot exist if a man marries a woman for her money, social status, or out of selfishness. This indicates a lack of security, honesty, and true love. A marriage based on such motives is a sham. When a woman says, "I'm tired of working and I want to marry for a quiet life," her reasoning is flawed. By using the laws of the mind, a woman will never lack wealth or health. Wealth may come from her husband, father, or anyone else, but health, peace, joy, inspiration, guidance, wealth, and security do not depend on anyone else. Her security and peace come from the internal powers she possesses and the consistent use of the laws of her own mind. How to attract the ideal husband? It is important to understand how your mind works. Everything you impress upon your mind will reflect in your world. Start now to fill your mind with the qualities and characteristics you desire in a man. Here's a useful technique. Sit in your chair, close your eyes, and relax. Speak to your subconscious and say, "I attract into my life an honest, sincere, loyal, and prosperous man. I wish to benefit from these qualities that I admire so much." Be aware of the law of attraction. You attract a man based on your subconscious beliefs. You attract what you feel and what you impress upon your subconscious. Say, "I know I can contribute to his peace and happiness. We love and respect each other mutually without seeking to dominate. There is love, freedom, and respect in our relationship." Practice this process in your subconscious mind to attract a man with these qualities. Your mind will pave a way for you to meet him, as it follows the flow of your own beliefs. If you want to give your best, you must see yourself as a dedicated, friendly, cooperative woman. Open your mind to receive this gift of love. How to attract the ideal wife? If a man wants to have an ideal wife, he must affirm the following: "I attract the right woman who is completely in harmony with me. This is a special union, and divine love works through our personalities. She is the right one." Be sure that you can offer this woman love, light, peace, and joy. Feel and believe that you can make her life full, complete, and wonderful. Desire that she possess the desired qualities and attributes. Loyalty, authenticity, harmony, and peace feel irresistibly drawn to each other. What belongs to love and beauty belongs to you. Accept your ideal partner now. Thinking about the qualities and attributes of a partner will create the equivalent mental image. Then, the deepest currents of your subconscious will unite you with this person. There is no need to intervene with a third party. Recently, a teacher shared her personal experience with me. She asked, "I've had 3 husbands, and all 3 were passive, submissive, and dependent on me. Why do I attract this kind of men?" Intrigued by her situation, I asked if she noticed that her second husband was somewhat effeminate. She replied, "Of course not. If I had known, I wouldn't have married him." It was clear she did not want to admit her mistakes. The real issue lay within her own personality. She was dominant and masculine, and subconsciously sought a submissive partner to control the relationship. This was an unconscious motivation, and her mind attracted what she subjectively desired. To break this negative pattern, she needed to adjust her subconscious mind and create a new mental image. How the woman broke the negative pattern. The woman understood this simple truth. When you firmly believe you can attract a certain type of man, it materializes. To attract her ideal partner, she used a prayer that said, "I mentally construct the man I desire. The man I attract is strong, vigorous, successful, real, and faithful. With him by my side, I will have love and happiness. He is a man who guides me and takes control of the relationship." She was sure that this mental man loved her, and she loved him too. She saw herself as an honest, sincere, loving, and kind woman, possessing wonderful gifts to offer: goodwill, a joyful heart, and an attractive body. He offered her the same. It was a mutual exchange. Divine intelligence knew where this man was. She offered and delegated this request to her subconscious mind, which knew how to respond to her request. She thanked for the perfect response. She prayed in the evening and morning, affirming these things, and had complete confidence that she would achieve the mental equivalent she had formed. The answer to her prayer came several months later. She found herself in many unpleasant dates and social encounters. She was about to give up and resign, but she remembered that infinite intelligence acted in her own way, and there was no reason to be used. Shortly after her divorce from her last husband, which brought her a sense of liberation and peace, she began working as a receptionist in a doctor's office. She emotionally told me that she knew as soon as she saw the doctor's assistant that he was the man she had prayed for. The assistant, tall and imposing, also seemed to feel the same way about her, as he proposed marriage to her in the first week of their meeting. Their marriage was happy and harmonious. This doctor was neither passive nor submissive. He liked to shave every day, exercise, and fish with his friends on weekends. He was authentic, a former American football player, friends with many muscular athletes like him, and also spiritual. She got what she asked for because she mentally claimed her desire. She connected mentally and emotionally to her idea in such a way that it became an integral part of herself. Nothing is too difficult for your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind never sleeps. It always works and controls your vital functions. Forgive yourself and others before going to bed. This will accelerate your healing. During sleep, you can receive advice, and healing currents are also released, so you will feel renewed and full of energy. When you are overwhelmed by the difficulties and problems of the day, calm your mind and think of the wisdom of your subconscious mind to find peace, strength, and confidence. Sleep is essential for peace of mind and bodily health. Lack of sleep can cause irritability, depression, and mental problems. Medical studies indicate that insomnia can precede mental disorders. During sleep, you recharge spiritually. Good sleep is essential for vitality. A tired brain craves sleep to the point of sacrificing everything to achieve it. Many people can testify to falling asleep while driving. Lack of sleep can affect harmony and coordination. You may feel dizzy, confused, and disoriented. Before sleeping, affirm that infinite intelligence guides and directs you, then be attentive to signs perhaps upon waking. Fully trust your subconscious mind, as it always tends towards life. Sometimes you may have dreams or nocturnal visions that answer you. You can receive warnings in your dreams, just as the author of this text did. Your future resides in your mind. Affirming that infinite intelligence guides and directs you will bring you all that is good. Believe it and accept it. Expect the best, and it will surely come to you. If you are writing a novel, play, or book, speak to your subconscious mind at night and ask it to reveal the solution. Wonderful things will happen when you pray in this way. The subconscious mind and marital problems. Understanding how our mind works is the key to marital conflicts. If both spouses use the power of the mind, they can resolve their friction by praying together, staying united to achieve a harmonious and happy marriage. It is important to outline ideals, study the laws of life, and agree on a goal. It is also essential to enjoy individual freedom. When both spouses unite, they become one. The best way to avoid divorce is to communicate. It is better to identify the real cause of marital problems rather than let the situation worsen. Conflicts related to divorce, separation, abandonment, and legal disputes primarily stem from a lack of understanding of how the conscious and subconscious mind function. For a marriage to work, it is important to have a spiritual foundation. True love is found in the mind. Honesty, sincerity, kindness, and integrity are also expressions of love. The couple must be completely honest and sincere with each other. A genuine marriage cannot be considered if a man marries a woman for her money, social status, or out of selfishness. This indicates a lack of security, honesty, and true love. A marriage based on such motives is a sham. When a woman says, "I am tired of working and I want to marry for a peaceful life," her reasoning is flawed. By using the laws of the mind, a woman will never lack wealth or health. Wealth may come from her husband, father, or anyone else, but health, peace, joy, inspiration, guidance, wealth, and security do not depend on anyone else. Her security and peace come from the internal powers she possesses and from the constant use of the laws of her own mind. How to attract the ideal husband. It's important to understand how your mind works. Everything you imprint will reflect in your world. Start now by filling your mind with the qualities and characteristics you desire in a man. Here's a useful technique. Sit in your armchair, close your eyes, and relax. Speak to your subconscious and say, "I attract into my life an honest, sincere, loyal, and prosperous man. I wish to benefit from these qualities that I admire so much." Be aware of the law of attraction. You attract a man based on your subconscious beliefs. You attract what you feel and what you deposit into your subconscious. Say, "I know I can contribute to his peace and happiness. We love and respect each other mutually without wanting to dominate. There is love, freedom, and respect in our relationship." Practice this process in your subconscious mind to attract a man with these qualities. Your mind will pave a way for you to meet because it follows the flow of your own beliefs. If you want to give the best of yourself, you must see yourself as a devoted, friendly, cooperative woman. Open your mind to receive this gift of love. How to attract the ideal wife. If a man wants to have an ideal wife, he must affirm the following. "I attract the appropriate woman who is fully in agreement with me. It is a special union, and divine love works through our personalities. She is the right one." Be sure that you can offer this woman love, light, peace, and joy. Feel and believe that you can make her life full, complete, and wonderful. Desire that she possesses the desired qualities and attributes, that she is loyal, authentic, harmonious, and peaceful. Feel irresistibly drawn to each other. What belongs to love and beauty belongs to you. Accept your ideal partner now. Thinking about the qualities and attributes of a partner will create the equivalent mental image. Then, the deepest currents of your subconscious will unite you with that person. There is no need to involve a third party. Recently, a teacher shared her personal experience with me. She asked the following question. "I've had 3 husbands, and all 3 were passive, submissive, and dependent on me. Why do I attract this kind of men?" Intrigued by her situation, I asked if she noticed that her second husband was a bit effeminate. She replied, "Of course not. If I had known, I wouldn't have married him." It was clear she didn't want to admit her mistakes. The real issue lay in her own personality. She was dominant and masculine, and unconsciously sought a submissive partner to control the relationship. This was an unconscious motivation, and her mind attracted what she subjectively desired. To break this negative pattern, she had to adjust her subconscious mind and create a new mental image. How the woman broke the negative pattern. The woman understood this simple truth. When you firmly believe you can attract a certain type of man, it materializes. To attract her ideal partner, she used a prayer that said, "I mentally construct the man I desire. The man I attract is strong, vigorous, successful, genuine, and faithful. With him by my side, I will have love and happiness. He is a man who guides me and takes control of the relationship." She was certain that this mental man loved her, and she loved him too. She saw herself as an honest, sincere, loving, and kind woman, possessing wonderful gifts to offer: goodwill, a joyful heart, and an attractive body. He offered her the same. It was a mutual exchange. Divine intelligence knew where this man was. She offered and delegated this request to her subconscious mind, which knew how to respond to her request. She thanked for the perfect response. She prayed in the evening and morning affirming these things, and had total confidence that she would achieve the mental equivalent she had formed. The answer to her prayer came several months later. She found herself in many unpleasant dates and social gatherings. She was on the verge of giving up and resigning, but she remembered that infinite intelligence acts in its own way, and there was no reason to worry. Shortly after her divorce from her last husband, which brought her a sense of liberation and peace, she began working as a receptionist in a doctor's office. She emotionally recounted to me that she knew as soon as she saw the doctor's assistant that he was the man she had prayed for. The assistant, tall and imposing, also seemed to feel the same way about her, as he proposed marriage to her in their first week of meeting. Their marriage was happy and harmonious. This doctor was neither passive nor submissive. He enjoyed shaving every day, exercising and fishing with his friends on weekends. He was genuine, a former American football player, friends with many muscular athletes like himself, and also spiritual. She got what she asked for because she mentally claimed her desire. She connected mentally and emotionally to her idea in such a way that it became an integral part of herself. It's true that divorce is a personal matter and cannot be generalized. In many cases, the marriage should never have taken place. Divorce is not always the solution, nor is marriage for someone feeling lonely. Divorce may be right for one person and not for another. A divorced woman can show more sincerity and nobility than many of her married sisters, whose lives might be false. Allow me to share an example that illustrates this. I had a conversation with a woman whose husband was a drug addict, a former convict, and ineffective. Since childhood, she had been told that divorce was wrong. I explained to her that marriage is a matter of the heart. When two hearts unite in harmony, love, and sincerity, that constitutes an ideal marriage. After this, she knew what to do. In her heart, she understood that there was no divine law forcing her to endure abuse and violence simply because someone had said the words, "I pronounce you husband and wife." If you are in the same situation as this woman, I encourage you to seek help. There will always be an answer to your prayers. Embrace the silent path of your soul, speaking through your subconscious. A young newlywed couple recently expressed their desire to divorce to me. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the husband suffered from a constant fear of being abandoned by his wife. He couldn't handle rejection and believed she was unfaithful to him. These thoughts flooded his mind and became an obsession. His attitude was completely mistrustful. On the other hand, the wife felt indifferent towards him and was tired of the atmosphere of separation between them. This situation generated actions in line with their underlying mental patterns. In the universe, there is a law of action and reaction, or cause and effect. Thought becomes action, and the subconscious mind, reaction. Eventually, the woman did what the husband feared so much. She decided to leave the home and file for divorce. Divorce begins in the mind. It is true that the divorce process starts first in the mind and then reflects in legal proceedings. These two young people were laden with resentment, fear, mistrust, and anger. These attitudes weaken, exhaust, and erode one's being. Gradually, they began to realize how they had altered their minds. They didn't understand mental action and were using their minds incorrectly, leading them to create chaos and suffering. At my suggestion, they decided to reunite and explore prayer therapy. They began to manifest love, peace, and goodwill. The feeling was mutual. Each tried to send harmony, health, peace, and love to the other, and they alternated reading psalms. Over time, their marriage became more stable. This experience teaches us that the mind and prayer can transform and restore relationships. As these two learned to cultivate positive thoughts and send loving intentions, they succeeded in changing the course of their marriage. The discontented husband. The reason for a wife's reprimands is because she doesn't receive enough attention. It's often a desire for love and affection. Pay attention to your wife and show appreciation. Praise and admire her cooking, the way she keeps the house. There is a type of woman who wants to shape the man according to her patterns, but it is the quickest way to get rid of a man. Spouses must stop behaving like vultures and focus only on each other's faults or mistakes. Each must pay attention and praise the qualities and virtues of the other. The melancholic husband. If a man broods too much, he may start to suspect his wife, believing she is unfaithful. One sense of adultery is idolatry, that is, paying attention to what is negative. When a man holds a grudge against his wife and is filled with hostility, he is already unfaithful to her. He breaks his marital vows, which are to love, appreciate, and honor her every day of his life. Every man is capable of avoiding malicious comments, calming his anger, and doing his best to be courteous, kind, and polite. You can easily resolve disputes through praise and mental effort. You can stop acting as an antagonist. Then you will get along better not only with your wife but also with everyone else. Assume the harmonious state, and over time you will find peace and harmony. Another big mistake is discussing marital problems with third parties. Suppose, for example, a woman tells her neighbor, "Juan never gives me any money. He treats my mother abominably, drinks too much, and is constantly abusive." This woman denigrates and belittles her husband in front of her neighbor, which will lead the neighbor to negatively judge him. Never discuss your marital problems with anyone except a qualified counselor. Why should strangers know about your marital issues? By divulging and dwelling on your husband's faults, you are programming yourself for your own unhappiness. What you think and feel. Family members often give bad advice because they don't know the real context of your problems and tend to have biased views and judgments. Any advice that violates the golden rule, a cosmic law, is neither good nor appropriate. Never have two human beings lived under the same roof without encountering temperamental clashes, wounds, and problems. Never show the unhappy side of your marriage to your friends. Keep disputes to yourself. Refrain from criticizing and condemning your partner. Don't try to change your wife. A husband should not try to transform his wife into a second edition of himself. The effort to change her goes against his nature. These attempts are senseless and often end in the dissolution of the marriage. They are actions that destroy pride, self-esteem, and awaken a spirit of contradiction and resentment that ultimately undermines the marriage. Adjustments are necessary, of course. If you examine your mind, character, and behavior, you will find many faults. You must work on eliminating them. If you say, "I will change her," you are inviting trouble or divorce. In other words, you are seeking your own misery, even if it is through unpleasant means. Steps to staying together through prayer method. First step. Do not drag irritations or accumulated resentments from previous small quarrels. Make sure to forgive each other for any dispute before falling asleep. By the time you wake up, infinite intelligence will guide your paths. The couple must share thoughts of love, peace, and harmony, not only among family members, but also with the whole world. Second step. Marriage partners must get used to giving thanks during breakfast. Thank for the food, abundance, and blessings. Ensure no issues, concerns, or disputes enter the conversation at the table. The same rule applies to dinner. Tell your wife or husband, "Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your goodwill." Third step. Husband and wife should pray together every night. Do not distance yourself from your partner. Show appreciation, love, and goodwill towards them. Instead of condemning, let them know you trust them. The way to build a happy marriage is to use love and respect as a mutual foundation. Faith in God is essential. Read Psalms, Hebrews, Corinthians, Song of Solomon, and other great texts from the Bible. By putting these truths into practice, your marriage will become increasingly blessed. Revise your actions. Ignoring mental and spiritual laws is the cause of marital unhappiness. By praying together, you will stay together. The best time to avoid divorce is before marriage. If you learn to pray correctly, you will attract the right partner. Marriage is the union of a man and a woman who love each other, whose hearts beat as one, and who move together towards God. Marriage itself brings happiness. This bliss is found in God's eternal truths, in the spiritual values of life. Therefore, man and woman contribute to each other's happiness and joy. Attract the right person. If you focus on the qualities and characteristics you admire in a woman or man, then your subconscious will bring them together in divine order. Build the mental equivalent of what you want in a marriage partner. If you want to attract an honest partner, you must be honest and loving yourself. Do not repeat mistakes in marriage. When you can have the type of man or woman you idealize, it happens as you have thought. Believing is mentally accepting your ideal partner. Do not ask how, why, or where you will find this partner. Trust the wisdom of your subconscious. It knows how. Do not be mentally divorced when you indulge in pettiness, resentment, and ill will towards your partner. Respect your marriage vows to love, cherish, and honor them for life. Stop projecting patterns of fear and insecurity onto your partner. Project love, peace, and harmony into your marriage. This is how you become more beautiful over the years. Radiate love, peace, and goodwill. These vibrations are picked up by the subconscious mind and translate into confidence and respect. A grouchy wife only wants attention and appreciation. Praise and exalt her virtues. Show her that you love her. A man who loves his wife does nothing that is not good for her. Love is giving. In marital problems, always seek the advice of an expert. Do not discuss them with strangers, relatives, or friends. Approach a qualified person. Do not try to impose yourself or be arrogant. These attempts are always senseless and tend to destroy the other person's self-esteem. Stop trying to make the other person a second edition of yourself. Pray together and stay together. Prayer solves all problems. Imagine your wife as she should be, joyful, peaceful, and beautiful. See your husband as he should be, successful, strong, and affectionate. Maintain this image and you will have a harmonious marriage. Chapter 15. The Subconscious Mind and Happiness. William James, the father of American psychology, asserted that the greatest discovery of the 19th century did not occur in physical science. One of the greatest discoveries was the power of the subconscious, influenced by faith. Every human being possesses this unlimited reserve of power that can overcome any problem in the world. True happiness will come into your life the day you realize you can overcome any weakness, the day you realize your subconscious can solve your problems, heal you, and help you thrive beyond your dreams. You may have experienced great happiness at certain times, the birth of your child, your marriage, your graduation, or winning an award. But while wonderful, these experiences do not provide lasting happiness. Proverbs offer an answer. He who trusts in God is happy. When you let the Lord direct, guide, and govern your ways, you will feel relieved. When you radiate love, peace, and goodwill towards everyone, you build a solid happiness for every day of your life. You must choose happiness. Happiness is a state of mind. There's a phrase in the Bible that says, "Choose today whom you will serve." You have the freedom to choose. Though it may seem surprising and simple, it is reality. That's why some people stumble on the path to happiness, not realizing how simple it is to be happy. The great things in life are simple, dynamic, and creative. St. Paul reveals to you how to plan your way to a dynamic and happy life. Finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable. If there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Philippians 4:8. How to choose happiness. Always choose the path of happiness. Do it like this. When you open your eyes in the morning, say to yourself, "Divine order takes care of my life every day. Today, everything is working for my well-being. It's a new day, unique in its kind. I feel divine guidance accompanying me, and everything is thriving. Love surrounds me, envelops me, and I progress in peace. Whenever my attention turns away from what is good, and I return to contemplating what is beautiful, I am a spiritual and mental magnet that attracts to me all things that bless and prosper me. I am destined to succeed in all my endeavors. I will certainly be happy." Start your days this way and you will be a joyful person. A practical man. A few years ago, I stayed with a farmer on the west coast of Ireland. He always sang and whistled and was full of humor. I asked him the secret of his happiness, and his response was, "My habit is happiness. Every morning when I wake up, I bless my family, the crops, the livestock, and I thank God for the wonderful harvest." This farmer had practiced happiness for over 40 years. As you know, regular thoughts take root in the subconscious and become habits. He had discovered that happiness is a habit. Do you want to be happy? There's a very important point about being happy. It must be at the moment when you desire that happiness. There are people who have been depressed for so long that if suddenly they felt joy for some wonderful new thing, they might react incorrectly by saying, "It's wrong to be so happy." They have become so accustomed to old mental patterns that they don't feel comfortable with happiness. They are used to that inner state, desire it, and want to return to it. Why choose unhappiness? Many people choose unhappiness with thoughts like, "Today is a dark day. Everything will go wrong. I won't succeed. Everyone is against me. Business is going downhill. I'm always late. I never get opportunities. I can't." If you have this attitude early in the morning, you will attract negative experiences and be unhappy. You must realize that the world is what you have within you. Marcus Aurelius, the great Roman philosopher and sage, said, "The life of a man is what his thoughts make of it." Emerson, America's foremost philosopher, said, "A man is what he thinks about all day long." The thoughts you nurture in your mind tend to manifest in reality. Do not let yourself be carried away by negative, defeatist, or depressive thoughts. Remind your mind that it can experience nothing outside itself. If I had $1 million, I would be happy. I visited many millionaires who were institutionalized in psychiatric institutions, whose states of madness made them believe they were destitute. They were institutionalized due to paranoid and manic-depressive psychotic tendencies. Wealth itself cannot make anyone happy. However, it is not an obstacle to happiness either. Many people try to buy happiness by purchasing gadgets, clothes, real estate, and other luxuries. But happiness cannot be acquired this way. Happiness resides in your thoughts and feelings. However, many people believe they need something artificial to experience it. Some say, "If I were elected mayor, if I were appointed president of the organization, if I were promoted to CEO, I would be happy." Remember, happiness is a state of mind. None of the mentioned situations guarantees your happiness. Your strength and joy have a divine order and reside in your subconscious. Happiness is the harvest of a calm mind. A few years ago, during a conference in San Francisco, I interviewed a man concerned about his company's situation. He was a CEO and harbored resentment towards the organization's vice president, believing the latter was against him. Due to these internal conflicts, the company started to decline, and he stopped receiving dividends and bonuses. But he succeeded in solving his professional problem. The first thing he did was affirm this: "Everyone working in our company is honest, sincere, cooperative, loyal, and goodwill. They are mental and spiritual links in the chain of growth and prosperity of the company. I radiate love, peace, and goodwill in my words and actions, especially towards the company's vice president. He is doing an excellent job and is indispensable for the overall well-being. Infinite intelligence makes all decisions through me. There are only righteous intentions in all our business transactions. Peace and harmony reign in the minds and hearts of everyone involved in the company, including myself. Now, I embrace each day with faith, confidence, and security. This executive repeated this meditation daily, feeling it was honest and genuine. When thoughts of fear or anger came to his mind during the day, he repeated to himself, "Peace, harmony, and composure govern my mind." By continuing to discipline his mind in this manner, all harmful thoughts ceased to appear, and peace filled his mind. After some time, he wrote to me saying he had a meeting with the vice president, who appreciated his work and new constructive ideas. On behalf of the board, he announced they were delighted to keep him as CEO. This man was very happy to discover that true happiness lies within each of us. There are no blocks to happiness except in your thoughts. Blocks to happiness paralyze you. Fear is a thought, a mental image. You can overcome it and replace it with faith in your success. You can achieve whatever you want if you overcome your problems and create the right mental patterns. I met a man who had failed in business. He said to me, "I made mistakes, I learned a lot. I will come back and succeed." He mentally confronted his problems, neither complaining nor lamenting, but removing the block of failure and banishing all thoughts of fear. Believe in yourself, and in addition to being happy, you will succeed. The happiest people are those who bring out the best in themselves. Happiness and virtue complement each other. The best are not always the happiest, but those who often understand the art of living successfully, expressing love, light, truth, and beauty just as God does. Thus, you will become one of the happiest people in the world. Epictetus, the Greek Stoic philosopher, said, "There is only one way to tranquility of mind and happiness. This way is with you, whether you wake up or go to bed. Do not consider external things as your own, for they belong to divinity." Summary of steps towards happiness. William James said that the greatest discovery of the 19th century was discovering the power of the subconscious. There is immense power within you. Happiness will come when you have confidence in this power. This is how your dreams will come true. You can emerge victorious from any defeat and fulfill the dearest desires of your heart solely through the power of your subconscious. This means having faith in God and being happy. Happiness is a habit. It is a good habit to reflect and read biblical writings. When you open your eyes in the morning, tell yourself, "Today, I choose happiness, success, right action, love, and goodwill to all. Today, I choose peace." By filling this affirmation with love, you choose happiness. Thank for the blessings in your life. Pray for peace, happiness, and prosperity for your family, friends, and all people in the world. The happiness you desire must be genuine. Nothing is obtained without desire. Imagination can turn your desire into reality. Happiness is a prayer answered. If you are obsessed with thoughts of fear, worry, anger, hatred, and failure, you will only become a depressed person. Remember that your life is a reflection of your thoughts. You cannot buy happiness with all the money in the world. Some millionaires are very happy while others are not. Material wealth does not always determine happiness. It's the attitude and perspective you have towards life. Happiness is the result of a calm mind. Your thoughts should revolve around peace, composure, security, and happiness. There are no blocks to happiness. Your thought is the cause and effect of happiness. Choose happiness. The happiest man is one who brings out the best in himself. God is the best in him, so man must rely on God for his happiness. Chapter 16. The Subconscious and Harmonious Human Relationships. This text will help you understand that your subconscious acts like a recorder. Indeed, your mind faithfully reproduces everything within it. This characteristic is one of the reasons for applying the Golden Rule. Matthew 7:12 says, "So in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you." This quote has external and internal meanings. Its internal meaning is understood from the perspective of your subconscious. As you want people to think of you, think of them in the same way. The message of this phrase is to treat others as you would like to be treated. It's a reminder of the importance of being attentive in our interactions with others. If you want people to feel affection for you, strive to feel the same for them. If you want to be treated with respect and kindness, act with respect and kindness towards others. The key is reciprocity and cultivating relationships based on mutual respect. You might be polite and courteous to someone in your office, but very critical and resentful when that person is not present. These negative thoughts are destructive. They act like a poison that steals your vitality, enthusiasm, strength, and goodwill. These harmful thoughts are recorded in your subconscious and only bring difficulties into your life. The master key to happy relationships is not to judge in order not to be judged. For with the judgment you pronounce you will be judged, and with the measure you use it will be measured to you. Matthew 7:1-2. These verses contain the key to harmonious relationships. Judging is thinking and arriving at a mental verdict. The thoughts you have about another person are the same as those you have about yourself. Your thoughts are creative. They create your own experiences in how you think and feel towards another person. The suggestion you put on another returns to you. Therefore, your mind is a creative tool. With the judgment you carry, you will be judged. When you fully understand this law and how it works, you will ensure to think, feel, and act correctly towards others. These verses teach you about human emancipation and offer you a solution to your problems. The good you do to others will come back to you in the same way. Likewise, the harm you do will come back to you. If a man deceives another, in reality he deceives himself. His way of acting will only bring losses to him. Your subconscious records your mental actions and reacts according to your mental motivation. Your subconscious mind is objective and does not consider individuals, groups, or institutions of any kind. It is neither compassionate nor vindictive. How you think, feel, and act towards others always comes back to yourself. The daily headlines made him sick. Start observing yourself now. Observe your reactions, conditions, and circumstances. How do you react to the events of the day? It doesn't matter if everyone else was wrong and only you were right. If the news disturbs you, it's because the evil lies within you, as you've deprived yourself of peace and harmony. A woman wrote to me about her husband. She said he got angry reading what columnists wrote in the newspaper. These constant angry reactions caused him bleeding ulcers, and his doctor recommended emotional rest. I invited this man to meet with me and explained how his mind works. I pointed out how immature it was for him to get angry when others write things he disagrees with. The man began to realize he needed to be patient and allow people to express their opinions, even if he disagreed with their political or religious views. I also pointed out that if he wanted to express his personal opinion, he could send a letter to the newspaper to disagree with the published statements. He understood he could disagree without being intolerant. He became aware that he is not what others say, but what he says and does himself. This explanation healed the man. He realized that with a little practice, he could master his anger. Some time later, his wife told me he was laughing at himself and at what the columnists said. Their opinions had lost the power to disturb or irritate him. In this way, his anger disappeared, thanks to his emotional composure. I hate women and love men. A secretary was very angry with some women in her office. According to her, her colleagues were spreading gossip behind her back and spreading lies about her life. She concluded that women were unbearable. She said to herself, "I hate women and prefer men." There was a certain arrogance in her way of speaking, and I noticed she enjoyed criticizing others. If people in the office bothered her, it was possible that this discomfort and agitation stemmed from a subconscious motive within her. I suggested she start a specific prayer. I explained to her that when you begin to identify with spiritual virtues, your voice, gestures, and thoughts towards women disappear. She was surprised to learn that hatred manifests in speech, actions, and at all levels of a person's life. She stopped reacting with bitterness and anger. She established a prayer pattern and regularly practiced it in the office. The prayer went like this: I think, speak, and act with love, tranquility, and peace. Now there is love, peace, tolerance, and kindness towards all the girls at my work. I set my thoughts in peace and harmony each time I am about to react negatively. I tell myself that I will think, speak, and act in harmony, health, and inner peace. Intelligence guides and directs me. This prayer transformed her life. She found that criticism and troubles ceased, the girls became proper colleagues, and over time, good friends. She discovered that there was no one to change except herself. Her inner mindset held back her progress. One day a salesman came to see me and described his difficulties getting along with his boss. He had been working in the company for 10 years without any promotion or recognition. He showed me his sales figures, which were higher than his colleagues. According to him, his boss did not appreciate him and treated him unfairly. I explained to him that the cause lay within him and that his concept of his superior was the measure by which he would be judged. To him, his boss was a petty and irritable person. The bitterness and hostility he felt were truly intense. Every day on his way to work, he couldn't help mentally criticizing his sales manager. These thoughts only worsened his situation. This salesman realized that his thoughts were highly destructive and that they only brought him defeats and troubles. He started praying as follows: "I am the creator of my own universe. I am responsible for what I think of my boss. My boss is not responsible for what I think of him. I refuse to let anyone, any place, or anything bother me. I wish my boss health, success, tranquility, and happiness. I wish him the best in all his endeavors." He repeated this prayer aloud and slowly and silently, knowing that his mind is like a garden where everything he plants will germinate like seeds and bear fruit. I also taught him to practice visualization before falling asleep. He had to imagine his boss congratulating him for his good work, for his zeal and enthusiasm, for the wonderful responses from clients. He felt his handshake, the tone of his voice, and his approving smiles. He made a mental movie and dramatized it as best he could night after night. He realized that his subconscious was the receptacle of the conscious images he gradually created through a process we'll call mental and spiritual osmosis. The impression captured his subconscious and expression followed. The sales manager called him from San Francisco, congratulated him for his years of work, and promoted him from his position, but not without recommending him to another company as a sales manager. In addition to earning more money, his new job placed him in charge of 100 salespeople. By changing his concept and estimation of his boss, he was able to overcome his negative thoughts, and his professional life matured emotionally as well. Unless you allow it, what others do or say cannot bother or irritate you. The only way it can disturb you is through your own thoughts. If you get upset, you go through 4 mental steps. A. You start thinking about what was said. B. You decide to get upset. C. You generate an emotion of anger. And D. You decide to act. You respond and react in the same manner. Notice that thought, emotion, and reaction have a place in your mind. When you achieve emotional maturity, you do not respond to criticism and resentment. This would mean that you have descended to that state of mental vibration and created a negative atmosphere. Identify yourself with your life goal and do not let anyone, anywhere, or anything divert you from your path of peace. The meaning of love in human relationships. Sigmund Freud, the Austrian founder of psychoanalysis, said that a personality without love and harmony becomes sick and dies. Love includes understanding and respect for the person. The more you radiate love and goodwill, the more it will return to you. If you hurt someone's ego and self-esteem, you cannot gain their goodwill. Every person wants to be loved, appreciated, and to feel important. The other person is aware of their true worth and, like you, feels an expression of the unique life principle that animates all humans. By acting consciously in this way, you make the other person happy, and they return it with love and goodwill. "I hate the audience," said an actor. He told me that the audience booed him during his first appearance on stage. In his opinion, the play was poorly written. Well, he worked hard. He confessed to hating the audience. For months afterward, he called them fools, stupid, ignorant, gullible, etc. He left the theater and started working as a pharmacist. One day, a friend invited him to attend a conference on how to get along well with oneself. This conference changed his life. He returned to the stage and never stopped praying daily for the audience and for himself. Every evening before performing, he spread love and goodwill, asking for God's peace to fill the hearts of everyone present and for all to feel uplifted and inspired. At each performance, he sent vibrations of love to the audience. Today he is a great actor, loving and respecting people. His goodwill and esteem are transmitted to others. Dealing with difficult people. There are difficult people in the world. They are twisted and warped individuals, poorly conditioned, confrontational, uncooperative, cranky, cynical, or bitter. They are psychologically ill. Probably their minds have been severely injured during childhood, or they have inherited these traits congenitally. You cannot condemn a person suffering from tuberculosis or with mental retardation. No one hates or holds grudges against a hunchback. And there are many mental hunchbacks. You must have compassion and pray for them because life has been too harsh for them. In any case, it would be better if their life were light and brief. Forgiveness is understanding everything. The odious, frustrated, and distorted personality is out of sync with the infinite. It is disturbed by peace, harmony, and joy. It tends to criticize, condemn, and belittle those who are kind to it. Its attitude is, "Why should others be happy when I live in anxiety and misery?" Such people would like everyone to be in their situation. Misery loves company and self-pity. When you understand this, you remain calm. Practice empathy in human relationships. Recently, a girl came to see me. She hated her co-worker. She said the other girl was more beautiful, happier, and richer than her, and moreover, she was engaged to the company's boss where they worked. One day after the wedding, she entered the playroom of the handicapped daughter of the woman she disliked. The little girl hugged her mother and said, "Mom, I love my new dad. Look what he got me." She showed her mother a wonderful new toy. My heart went out to this little girl, and I understood how happy she was. I had a clear vision of her happiness. Suddenly I felt love for her and walked into the office wishing her all the happiness in the world. In psychology, this is called empathy, which means putting oneself in the mindset of another person. She projected her mindset onto the other woman and began thinking through her. In reality, she thought and felt like the other woman, and also like her daughter. From this perspective, she looked at the mother and her daughter with love and harmony. If you feel tempted to hurt someone, project yourself into Moses' mindset and think about the 10 Commandments. If you tend to be envious, jealous, or angry, project yourself into Jesus' mindset and think from his point of view. Then you will feel the truth of these words. Love one another. Peace never wins. Do not allow others to take advantage of you and control your anger outbursts. There are people who are like dictators and only want to enslave you, forcing you to follow their orders. Be firm but also kind and refuse to give in. Sometimes peace never wins. Refuse to contribute to selfishness and inhumanity. Remember to do what is right. You are here to fulfill yourself, to remain true to eternal truths, and to know the spiritual values of life. Do not allow anyone in the world to divert you from your purpose, to express your hidden talents to the world, to serve humanity, and to attain the wisdom, truth, and beauty of God. Stay true to your ideal. Anything that contributes to your peace, happiness, and fulfillment must necessarily contribute to the relationship of all mankind. Harmony belongs to all humanity. The individual is a part, and humanity is the whole. What you owe to another, as Paul said, is love. Love is fulfilling the law of health, happiness, and spiritual peace. Instructions for human relationships. Your subconscious is a recording machine and reproduces your habitual thoughts. Think well of others, and you will think well of yourself. A thought of hatred or resentment is a mental poison. Do not think poorly of others, as doing so is thinking poorly of yourself. You are the sole thinker in your universe. Your mind is a creative instrument. Thus, what you think and feel about others is reflected in your own experience. This is the meaning of the golden rule. Cheating, stealing, or defrauding others attracts scarcity, loss, and limitation. Your subconscious records your motivations, thoughts, and internal feelings. When these are negative in nature, problems come to you in many ways. In reality, what you do to another, you do to yourself. The good you do, the kindness you offer, the love and goodwill you send out will return to you multiplied. You are the sole thinker of your world. You are responsible for what you think of others. Remember, the person is not responsible for what you think of them. Your thoughts reproduce. What you think of others, you think of yourself. Mature emotionally and allow people to disagree with you. They have the right to disagree with you, and you also have the same freedom. You can disagree without being unpleasant. Animals pick up on your vibrations of fear. If they sense your security and love, they will not attack you. Many human beings are like dogs, cats, and other animals. Your inner thought expresses itself in reactions towards others. Wish for others what you wish for yourself. This is the key to having harmonious relationships. Change your concepts, replicate the golden rule and the law of love, and you will have answers. People cannot disturb or irritate you unless you allow them to. Your thought is creative. If someone mocks you, you have the freedom to say to them, "May the peace of God fill your soul." Love is the key to getting along well with others. Love is understanding and respecting the divinity of others. You would not have hatred towards a hunchback or a crippled person. You would have compassion for them. Have compassion and understanding for mentally hunched individuals. Understanding them is forgiving them. Rejoice in the success and fortune of others. By doing so, you attract good fortune to yourself. Never give in to the emotions and anger outbursts of others. Do not be so tolerant. Obey what is right. Adhere to your ideal, knowing that your mental perspective is one of peace, happiness, and joy. What blesses you, blesses yourself. Love is wishing for everyone what you wish for yourself: health, happiness, and the blessings of life. Chapter 17. How to use the subconscious to forgive. Life plays no favorites. God is life, and this principle of life flows through you. God loves to express through you in the form of harmony, peace, beauty, joy, and abundance. It is God's will. If you mentally resist the flow of this life, emotional congestion will tangle in your subconscious and produce negative conditions. God has nothing to do with the chaos of the world. These conditions are caused by negative and destructive human thought. Therefore, blaming God for your problems or illnesses is foolish. Many people mentally resist the flow of life and hold it responsible for their sins, illnesses, and sufferings. Others attribute their pains, discomforts, loss of loved ones, personal tragedies, and accidents to God. They are angry with God and think He is responsible for their misery. As long as they maintain such concepts about God, they will experience negative reactions in their subconscious. In reality, these people do not realize they are punishing themselves. They must see the truth, find liberation, and let go of all condemnation, resentment, and anger. Otherwise, they cannot move towards healthy, happy, and creative activity. At the moment when these individuals welcome a God of love into their mind and heart, this concept of life will be accepted by their subconscious. Only then will they find themselves blessed in many ways. Life always forgives you. Life forgives you when you cut your finger. The subconscious intelligence you possess sets in motion to repair it. Young cells stretch across the cut. If you accidentally ingest contaminated food, life forgives you and makes you vomit. The vital principle eliminates congestion and provides you with new skin, new tissues, and cells. Life does not hold it against you and always forgives you. Life restores your health, vitality, harmony, and peace if you cooperate with nature. Hurtful, negative memories, bitterness, and ill will hinder the free flow of life within you. How to eradicate feelings of guilt. I met a man who worked until 1 a.m. every day. He paid no attention to his 2 children or his wife, always busy working. He thought people should praise him for working so hard. His blood pressure was above 200, and he was filled with guilt. Unconsciously, he continued to punish himself with work and completely ignored his children. A normal man does not do that. He cares for his children and their development. He also does not exclude his wife from his world. I explained to him why he was working so hard. There is something eating away at you inside. You punish yourself and need to learn to forgive yourself. He had a deep sense of guilt. I explained to him that God was not punishing him, but he was punishing himself. For example, if you misuse the laws of life, you will suffer accordingly. If you touch a live wire, you will get burned. Forces and nature are not bad. It is your use that determines their effect, whether good or bad. Electricity depends on how you use it, but it is not inherently bad. The only sin is to ignore the law and act contrary to its principles. If you use wrong chemistry, you can blow up a factory. If you hit your hand with a board, you will get a bruise or injury. The board is for support or standing on, not for that. This man realized that God does not condemn or punish anyone. His suffering was due to the negative reaction of his mind. He had deceived his brother once, and the latter had died with this idea. For this reason, he was filled with remorse and guilt. I asked him, "Would you deceive your brother now?" He replied, "No, of course not." I felt he was right at that moment. His answer was, "Yes, but I wouldn't do it now." I did not add any comment. Now you have a better understanding of things. Forgiveness is forgiving yourself. Forgiveness is aligning your thoughts with divine law. Self-blame is hell. Forgiveness is harmony and mental peace. He removed the burden of guilt from his head and was completely healed. The doctor took his blood pressure, and it had returned to normal. A murderer learned to forgive himself. A man who had killed his brother in Europe visited me many years ago. He suffered greatly mentally because he thought God would punish him. He told me his brother had an affair with his wife and he shot him in a fit of anger. This happened about 15 years before we met. In the meantime, he had married an American woman and had 3 children. He enjoyed a good economic situation and helped many people in need. I explained to him that physically and psychologically, he was not the same man who had shot his brother. Furthermore, mentally and spiritually, he was a new man, filled with love and goodwill towards humanity. The old man who committed the crime was spiritually dead. In reality, he was an innocent person. This explanation had a profound effect on him. He told me he had freed himself from a great burden and understood the meaning of this biblical truth. "Come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall become like wool." Isaiah 1:18. Criticism cannot harm. A teacher told me about a colleague who criticized a speech she gave. He said she spoke too quickly, didn't pronounce certain words correctly, couldn't be heard well, her diction was poor, and her speech was ineffective. The teacher was furious and full of resentment, yet she admitted that the criticisms were valid. She accepted that criticism is a wonderful corrective. She set out to address her speaking deficiencies and enrolled in an elocution course. She wrote a thank you note to her critic, expressing appreciation for his insights and discoveries that enabled her to rectify the situation promptly. Left at the altar. A few years ago, I attended a wedding ceremony at a church. The groom did not show up, and after 2 hours, his bride-to-be cried and said to me, "I prayed for divine guidance. This might be the answer." Her reaction was one of faith in God and everything good. She held no bitterness in her heart. She said to me, "It must not have been the right thing, because my prayer was for both of us." Another person might have been angry, had an emotional breakdown, or needed to be sedated to remain calm. You must harmonize with the infinite intelligence within you, in the depths of your subconscious. Trust in the same way you trusted your mother when you were a child. That's how you can gain confidence and mental health. Marriage is wrong, sex is bad, and I am bad. Some time ago, I spoke to a 22-year-old who was raised very strictly. He was taught that everything was a sin: dancing, playing cards, swimming, and talking to men. His mother told him he would burn in hell if he disobeyed her will and religious teachings. This young man was filled with guilt and had to learn to forgive himself. Forgiveness means forgiving yourself. He had to let go of all those false beliefs and respect himself. When he went out with young people from the office where he worked, he felt deep guilt. He thought God would punish him. Several young men proposed to him, but she thought that marrying was wrong, that sex was bad, and that she was bad. This is how her conditioned conscience has spoken since she was very young. She came to see me for about 10 weeks. I taught him how the conscious and subconscious minds work, as I have described in this text at length. Gradually, the girl realized that her mother, under the influence of ignorance and superstition, had brainwashed her and conditioned her behavior. Eventually, the girl decided to distance herself from her family and lead a freer and more harmonious life. At my suggestion, she began to care for herself, wear makeup, and wear more feminine clothing. She took dance lessons, learned to drive, enrolled in swimming and chess classes, and had several dates and romantic encounters. She began to appreciate and love life. She prayed to God to meet a suitable partner who would help her feel more fulfilled and harmonious. Eventually, it happened. One afternoon, when she left my office, she met a man who was also waiting to see me. I introduced them, and now they are married and made for each other. Forgiveness is necessary for healing. Forgiveness is essential for mental peace and radiant health. If you want perfect health and happiness, you must forgive all those who have wronged you, forgive yourself, and align your thoughts in harmony. You cannot fully forgive yourself until you have forgiven others. Not forgiving oneself is simply a demonstration of pride and spiritual ignorance. In the field of modern medicine, it is emphasized that resentment, hatred towards others, remorse, and hostility are the cause of many physical illnesses. They indicate that these sick, injured, deceived, or harmed individuals were filled with resentment and hatred towards others. This caused wounds and damages in their subconscious minds. There is only one remedy. They must rid themselves of these wounds and grievances. The only way is to forgive others. Forgiveness is an action. In the art of forgiveness, the essential ingredient is the desire to forgive. If you sincerely desire it, you have already overcome 50% of the obstacle. Forgiving does not necessarily mean you start to love someone or want to be in a relationship with that person. You cannot be forced to appreciate someone, just as a government cannot legislate love, peace, or tolerance. It is impossible to love people simply because the government has issued an edict to that effect. However, you can forgive people you do not love. The Bible says, "Love one another." This can only be done by someone who truly wishes to do so. Loving means wishing health, happiness, peace, and joy for others. There is only one requirement: sincerity. By forgiving, you are not being magnanimous, you are simply being yourself. What you wish for others, you actually wish for yourself, because that is what you think and feel. There is a simple forgiveness technique. Here's a simple method that will work wonders in your life if you practice it. Calm your mind, relax, and let go. Think of God and His love for you, then say this: "I fully and freely forgive," mention the name of the offender. "I release them mentally and spiritually. I forgive all about this matter. I am free, and they are free." It's a wonderful feeling. This is my day of forgiveness. I release everyone who has ever hurt me and wish them health, happiness, peace, and all the blessings of life. I do this freely, with joy and love. Whenever I think of people who have hurt me, I say, "I have released you and wish you all the blessings in your life. I am free, and you are free." The secret of true forgiveness is that once you have forgiven the person, there is no need to repeat the prayer every time those people come to mind or your mind remembers their offenses. Instead, wish them the best and say, "Peace be with you." Do this as often as possible. You will see that after a few days, those memories and people will fade from your memory and mind. Through this choice of forgiveness, you will become a free being. The proof of the fire of forgiveness. Just as gold must go through a trial by fire, so must forgiveness. If I told you that something wonderful had happened to someone who deceived or harmed you, would you be angry? Knowing that something good happened to that person means that the roots of hatred are still in your subconscious, wreaking havoc on you. Suppose a year ago you had an abscess in your jaw. If I asked you now if you had any pain somewhere, you would automatically say no, even though it was very painful. That's the whole story. You may remember the incident, but it no longer bothers or hurts you. This is the psychological and spiritual trial by fire to overcome. Otherwise, you deceive yourself and have not understood the true art of forgiveness. To understand everything is to forgive everything. When a person understands the creative law, they stop blaming others for ruining their lives. They know that their own thoughts and feelings shape their destiny. Moreover, they are aware that external circumstances are neither the cause nor the determinant of their life. Indeed, thinking that others can ruin your happiness, that you are the protagonist of a cruel fate, and that you must fight against others to live is unbearable. You must understand that thoughts depend on you, on your imagination. The Bible says the same thing, "For as he thinks in his heart, so is he." Proverbs 23:7. Summary: God or life makes no distinction between people. Life has no favorites. Life or God seems to favor when you align with the principles of harmony, health, joy, and peace. God never sends diseases, accidents, or suffering. These things are caused by our own negative thoughts. Your concept of God must be paramount. If you truly believe in a loving God, your subconscious will respond with countless blessings. Life or God does not hold grudges against you. Life does not condemn you. Life heals you, both physically and spiritually. Life forgives you, eases pain, and restores your integrity and perfection. Your guilt complex is false. It is not a concept related to the nature of God and life. You do it to yourself with your negative beliefs and thoughts. God or life does not condemn or punish you. The forces of nature are not bad. It all depends on how you use the power within you. You can use electricity to kill or to illuminate a home. You can use water to drown someone or to quench your thirst. Good and evil stem from thought and will. God or life never punishes man. Man punishes himself with his false concepts. Man's imagination can create his own misery. If someone criticizes you, rejoice, thank them, and appreciate their comments. It gives you the opportunity to correct your flaws. When you know you are the master of your thoughts, reactions, and emotions, criticisms cannot hurt you. It gives you the opportunity to pray and bless others. In this way, you bless yourself. When you pray for guidance, accept what comes. There is no reason for self-pity, criticism, or hatred. Nothing is good or bad for the subconscious. There is no evil in sex, food, wealth, or ornaments. It all depends on how you use these impulses, desires, and aspirations. Your desire for food can be satisfied without harming anyone. Resentment, hatred, ill will, and hostility are the cause of many ills. Forgive yourself and all others. Spread love, life, joy, and goodwill to all who have harmed you. Do this until you free yourself from them and find peace within yourself. Forgiving is giving something in return. You give love, peace, joy, wisdom, and all the blessings of life. Do it until there is no residue of pain in your mind. This is the trial by fire of forgiveness. A year ago, you had an abscess in your jaw that caused you immense suffering. Ask yourself now, does it still hurt? The answer is negative. Similarly, if someone has hurt you, is your thought about them negative? Do you shudder when you recall them? If so, the roots of hatred are still within you, causing havoc in your mind. The only way to make them wither is to sincerely wish blessings in the life of that person. That is the true meaning of forgiveness. Chapter 18. How the subconscious eliminates mental blocks. The solution is in the problem. The answer is in every question. If you find yourself in a difficult situation and cannot see clearly the way forward, the best approach is to assume that the infinite intelligence within your conscious mind knows and sees everything. It has the answer and is revealing it to you now. Your new mental attitude, knowing that creative intelligence seeks a happy solution, will help you find the answer. Be assured that this mental attitude will bring order, peace, and meaning to all your endeavors. How to break or create a habit. You are a creature of habits. Habit is one of the functions of your subconscious. You learn to swim, ride a bike, dance, and drive by doing these things over and over until they were established in your subconscious. Then, the automatism of your subconscious took over. This is called second nature. It is a reaction of your subconscious to your way of thinking and acting. You are free to choose a good or bad habit. If you repeat a thought for a while, you will have adopted the compulsion of a new habit. The law of your subconscious is compulsion. How to break a bad habit. Mr. Jones told me, I've been plagued by an uncontrollable urge to drink and get drunk for 2 consecutive weeks. I can't shake off this terrible habit. He had lived through these experiences many times. He was a miserable man, having developed the habit of excessive drinking. Although he had done it willingly, he began to realize he could change this habit and establish a new one. He said his willpower allowed him to temporarily resist his cravings, but suppressing his impulses only made things worse. His repeated failures convinced him he was powerless to control this obsession. This suggestion operated in his subconscious, exacerbating his weakness and making his life a series of failures. I taught him to harmonize the functions of his conscious and subconscious mind. When these two elements cooperate, the implanted idea or desire comes to fruition. He agreed that the habit had put him in distress, and that taking a new path could lead him to freedom, sobriety, and mental peace. He knew his habit was destructive and automatic, but since he had consciously acquired it, he was aware of it. If he had been negatively conditioned, he could also be positively conditioned. Understanding that the only obstacle to his healing was his own thinking, there was no reason to punish or constrain his mind. The power of his mental image. This man adopted the practice of relaxing his body, entering a state of drowsiness and meditation. Then, he filled his mind with the image of what he desired, knowing his subconscious mind could more easily achieve it. He imagined his daughter congratulating him on his recovery and saying, "Daddy, it's wonderful to have you home." He had lost his family due to alcohol, was not allowed to visit them, and his wife no longer spoke to him. He often sat and meditated in this manner. When his attention wandered, he immediately recalled the mental image of his daughter with her smile and joyful voice. All of this led to a reconditioning of his mind. It was a gradual process, but he persevered, knowing he would eventually establish a new pattern of habits. I told him he could compare his conscious mind to a camera, with his subconscious mind being the photosensitive plate recording and imprinting the image. This deeply impressed him, and his goal was to firmly imprint the image in his mind and develop it there. Films develop in darkness. Similarly, mental images reveal themselves in the darkness of the subconscious. Focused attention. Realizing his conscious mind was a camera, he made no further effort. The mental struggle ceased. He stopped his thoughts and focused his attention on the unfolding scene. Gradually, he merged into this image, absorbed by the mental atmosphere by repeating the same film over and over again. There was no doubt he would heal. When he felt the temptation to drink, he imagined himself at home with his family. He succeeded because he expected to experience and see the image of his mind materialize. Today, he is the president of a company and leads a peaceful life. He said he was pursued by luck. Mr. Block said he used to earn an annual income of $20,000, but in the last 3 months all doors were closing. He managed to convince clients to sign contracts, but at the last moment the door closed. He added that perhaps he had been cursed. In discussing this problem with him, I discovered that 3 months ago he was very upset, angry, and resentful towards a dentist who, after promising to sign a contract, backed out at the last moment. He had begun to unconsciously fear that other clients might do the same. Thus, he began to live in frustration, hostility, and potential obstacles. He began to believe he was stuck, that all his contracts would be cancelled at the last minute, thus entering a vicious circle. What he feared most began to happen to him. However, he realized that the problem lay in his mind and that it was essential to change his mental attitude. His series of alleged misfortunes broke down as follows. I realize that I am one with intelligence. My subconscious mind knows no barriers, difficulties, or delays. I live and expect the best. My mind responds to my thoughts. I know my subconscious work can be hampered. He repeated this prayer every morning before seeing clients and prayed every night before bed. In a short time, he established a new habit in his subconscious and regained his usual successful sales rhythm. How much do you desire what you desire? A young man asked a wise man how to obtain wisdom. The sage replied, "Come with me." He took the young man to a river, plunged his head under water, and held it there until the young man suffocated and lost consciousness. When the young man came to, the sage asked him what he desired most while under the water. "Air," he replied. The sage told him, "When you desire wisdom as much as you desired air, then you shall receive it. Similarly, when you have an intense desire to overcome any blockages in your life, that is the path to follow. Only then are victory and triumph assured. If you seek mental peace and calm, you will attain it. It doesn't matter if you've been treated unfairly, if someone has been mean, petty, or violent towards you. When you awaken your mental and spiritual powers, none of that matters to you. You know what you want, so you will reject hatred, anger, hostility, and malice. You will not allow these evils to rob you of peace, harmony, health, and happiness. Stop fretting. You just need to align your thoughts with your life's goal. Your goal is peace, health, harmony, and abundance. Feel the flow of abundance coursing through you. Your thought is power, an immaterial and invisible power. It's up to you whether to let it bless you, inspire you, or bring you peace. Why couldn't you heal yourself? Here is the case of a married man and father of 4 children who maintained a secret relationship with another woman during his business trips. He was nervous and sick, unable to sleep without medication. Yet the pills failed to ease his attention. He felt pain in many parts of his body, that doctors could not diagnose or alleviate. Moreover, he was an alcoholic. The cause of all this was a deep sense of guilt. He had violated his marital vows, and it tormented him. The religious creed in which he had been educated rejected both adultery and alcohol abuse. Some disabled people take morphine and codeine to ease severe pain, but he needed alcohol for physical pain and mental anguish. It was the classic case of pouring oil on the fire. He heard the explanation of how his mind worked, confronted his problem, analyzed it, and gave up these two vices. He realized that drinking was an unconscious attempt to escape. It was something he had to eradicate at the root and expel from his subconscious. Only then would healing come. He repeated this prayer 3 or 4 times a day. My mind is filled with peace, balance, and harmony. The infinite stretches and rests within me. I fear nothing, neither the past nor the present nor the future. My conscious mind guides me in all directions. From now on, I face situations with faith, assurance, calmness, and confidence. I am completely free from drink and my mistress. My mind is filled with inner peace and joy. I forgive myself and am forgiven. Peace and confidence reign in my mind. He repeated this prayer frequently, as he had outlined it. He was fully aware of what he was doing and why he was doing it. Knowing gave him faith and confidence. I explained to him that as he repeated these affirmations, love and balance would permeate his subconscious. They would grow like seeds in his mental garden. These truths entered through his eyes and ears. His subconscious mind erased mental patterns causing all the problems. Light dissipated darkness. Constructive thought destroyed negativity. In a month, he became a new man, a restored man. Refusing to admit that you are an alcoholic or addict is a mistake. Do not run away from the issue. Many people cannot stop being alcoholics because they refuse to admit it. Your illness is nothing more than an inner fear. You refuse to confront it, just as you refuse to confront life. That is why you seek to escape your responsibilities and take refuge in drink. As an alcoholic, you lose your free will and self-control, even if you believe you have them. You know you are lying. If you are a confirmed drunkard and constantly affirm that you will not drink again, you lack the power to fulfill that affirmation. What is happening is that you do not know where your decision-making power lies. You live in a psychological prison that you have created yourself. You are bound by your fears and external influences. You are a slave to your own vices, like many others. You have become an animal that can eat and drink to excess. You are a creature of habits. Building the idea of freedom. Integrate into your mentality the idea of freedom and tranquility. In doing so, you will reach deep into your subconscious. This will liberate you from the desire for alcohol. Only then will you gain a new understanding of how your mind operates. You will be able to support your affirmations and prove the truth within yourself. 51% healed. When you earnestly desire to free yourself from a destructive habit, you are already 51% healed. You won't have to wait long to achieve complete freedom. Every thought you focus your mind on magnifies. If you concentrate on the concept of freedom and mental peace, feelings and emotions will gradually develop towards that goal. Any idea you deepen will be accepted by your subconscious and materialize. The law of substitution. Understand that something good can result from your suffering. Your suffering has not been in vain, but continuing to suffer is absurd. If you continue to live as an alcoholic, it will only bring you physical and mental deterioration. Understand that your subconscious supports you. Even if melancholy overwhelms you, imagine the freedom and joy that await you after the storm. That's the law of substitution. Your imagination led you to the bottle, but now let it lead you to freedom. You will endure some pain, but you will have a constructive purpose. You will bear the pain like a woman during childbirth and, in the same way, give birth to a child, a mental child, that is nothing other than your sobriety. The causes of alcoholism. The true cause of alcoholism is negative and destructive thinking. A man is what he thinks of himself. An alcoholic has a deep sense of inferiority, defeat and frustration, usually accompanied by resentment and inner hostility. He has countless excuses to justify his addiction, but the only reason lies in his thinking. 3 magical steps. The first step is to stay calm and control the gears of your mind. Enter into a state of drowsiness, in a relaxed and peaceful state. This prepares you for the second step. The second step is to take a simple phrase and anchor it in your memory. Repeat it over and over like a lullaby. Use the phrase, "Sobriety and mental peace are mine, and I am grateful." To prevent your mind from wandering, repeat it aloud. This helps anchor it in your subconscious. Do this for at least 5 minutes. You will feel a deep emotional response. The third step is to practice what Goethe, the German writer, did. Imagine that a friend or loved one is in front of you. With your eyes closed, you are relaxed and at peace. The loved one is present and congratulating you. You see their smile, hear their voice, and mentally touch their hand. Everything is real. The word congratulations implies complete freedom. Listen to it again and again until you get a response from your subconscious. Keep going, persevere, even when fear knocks at the door or worry crosses your mind. Visualize your goal. Think about the infinite power of your subconscious. You can control your thought and imagination. This will give you confidence, strength, and courage. Keep going until dawn breaks. Summary of the power of thought. 1. The answer is within every question. Infinite intelligence responds to you when you invoke it with faith. 2. Habit is a function of the subconscious. There is no better proof of the wondrous power of your subconscious than the force of habit. You are a creature of habits. 3. You are free to choose. You can choose a good habit or a bad habit. Prayer is a means to achieve this. 4. Any mental image supported by faith will become reality. 5. The only obstacle to your success and achievements is your own thinking. 6. When your attention wanders, bring it back to contemplating your good. Make a habit of doing this. It's discipline. 7. Your conscious mind is like a camera. It is the sensitive plate where images are recorded. 8. Break the spell and believe that everything you start, you will finish. Imagine a happy ending and hold on to it. 9. To form a new habit, you must convince yourself of what you desire. When your desire to leave a bad habit is greater than your desire to continue it, you are already 51% healed. 10. Others' statements cannot harm you except through your own thoughts. Identify with your goal. You are the sole creator of your universe. 11. Excessive drinking is an unconscious desire to escape. The cause of alcoholism lies in negative thoughts. Healing is in thinking of freedom, sobriety, and emotional fulfillment. 12. Many people remain alcoholics because they refuse to admit it. 13. The law of your subconscious mind that kept you imprisoned and inhibited will give you freedom. It all depends on how you use it. 14. Your imagination led you to the bottle. Now let it lead you to freedom. 15. A man is what he thinks. 16. When fear knocks at the door, let faith open it. Chapter 19. How to use the subconscious mind to eliminate fear. One of my students told me he was invited to speak at a banquet. He said he had a panic fear of speaking in front of 1,000 people. He overcame his fear this way. For several nights, he sat in a chair and quietly said to himself, "I will master this fear, I overcome it now. I speak with assurance and confidence. I am relaxed and comfortable." He set a mental law in motion and conquered his fear. The subconscious mind is susceptible to suggestion and is controlled by suggestion. When you relax your mind, your thoughts sink into the subconscious. This process is called osmosis, where fluids separated by a membrane mix. As these positive seeds sink into the subconscious, they grow and make you more serene and calm. It is said that man's greatest enemy is fear. Fear is behind failure, illness, and poor human relationships. Millions of people fear the past, the future, aging, and death. Fear is a thought, and you should not be afraid of your own thoughts. A child can be paralyzed when told there is a monster under their bed. When their father turns on the light and shows them there is nothing, they are freed from fear. The fear in the child's mind was as real as if there were really a monster, but what they feared did not exist. Similarly, Most of your fears have no basis in reality. They are only shadows, and shadows are intangible. Do what you fear. Ralph Waldo Emerson, philosopher and poet, said, "Do what you fear, and death of fear is certain." There was a time when the author of this chapter felt overwhelmed by a terrible fear of the public. He overcame this by standing before the audience and doing what he feared to do, and the fear disappeared. When you affirm that you will master your fears and make a definite decision, you release the power of your subconscious flowing in nature. Eradicating stage fright. A young woman was invited to an audition. She was eager for the interview but had failed spectacularly 3 times before because of her stage fright. She had a beautiful voice, but was sure she would be defeated by her stage fright when it came time to sing. The subconscious mind takes your fears as an order and proceeds to manifest them. During the previous 3 auditions, she sang off-key and eventually burst into tears. The cause, as mentioned earlier, was her inadvertent self-suggestion. She overcame it using the following technique. 3 times a day, she withdrew to a room, sat in a chair, relaxed her body, closed her eyes, calmed her mind and body. Inertia promotes passivity and makes the mind more receptive. She countered the fear suggestion with these words: "I sing wonderfully. I am harmonious, serene, confident." She repeated this affirmation slowly in silence with feeling. She did 3 of these sessions each day before sleeping. Within a week, she felt calm and more confident, and delivered an exceptional audition. Fear of failure. From time to time, a few young people come to see me at the local university. Most suffer from suggestive amnesia during their exams. The complaint is always the same. I know the answers, but I can't recall them during the exam. I see that each one is obsessed with the idea of failure. Fear is behind the temporary amnesia and is the cause of the whole experience. A medical student was the brightest in his class, but was unable to answer the simplest questions. I explained to him that the reason was that he had been too anxious before the exam. These negative thoughts were filled with fear. This young man was asking his subconscious to make him fail, and that's exactly what happened on exam day. He was struck by acute suggestive amnesia. How to overcome fear? He learned that his subconscious was the storehouse of his memory and had a perfect record of everything he had learned during his academic training. Moreover, he learned that the subconscious is receptive. The way to access it is to be relaxed, calm, and confident. Every day, he began to imagine his mother congratulating him on his grades. He imagined holding a letter from her in his hand. When he began to envision the happy outcome, he received a corresponding or reciprocal response. The power of the subconscious took over, dictated and directed his conscious mind. He imagined the end and thus obtained the means to achieve it. By following this procedure, he had no trouble succeeding in subsequent exams. In other words, wisdom seized him and he forced himself to present the best image of himself. Fear of water, mountains, enclosed spaces, etc. There are people who fear entering an elevator, climbing mountains, and swimming. It is quite possible that the individual had unpleasant experiences in their youth. Perhaps they were forced into a malfunctioning elevator, which caused them a fear of enclosed spaces. I had an experience at the age of 10. I accidentally fell into a pool and sank. I still remember the dark water enveloping me and my breath diminishing until another child saved me. This experience sank into my subconscious, and for years I feared water. A psychologist told me, go into a pool, look at the water and tell yourself you are not afraid of it, that you have mastered it. Then go in, take lessons, and swim. That's what I did. I learned to swim and master the water. Let nothing dominate you. Remember, you are the master. When I adopted a new mental attitude, the power of the conscious mind responded by giving me the strength and confidence to overcome my fear. A masterful technique for overcoming fear. The following is a process and technique for overcoming fear. It works wonderfully. Try it. Suppose you are afraid of water or an enclosed space. If you fear swimming, start by sitting for 5 or 10 minutes 3 or 4 times a day and imagine yourself swimming. In reality, your mind will understand that you are swimming. It's a mental subjective experience. Mentally, you projected yourself into the water. Feeling the cold in your arms and legs, everything is real, vivid, and joyful. This isn't a daydream because you know you are experiencing it. Your imagination grows in your subconscious, and you will be compelled to express this image that you have imprinted in your mind. That's the law of the subconscious. Apply this technique. If you fear mountains, heights, or anything specific, imagine yourself climbing a mountain and enjoying the scenery. You should know that by continuing to do so, you can physically and comfortably achieve it. I blessed the elevator. I knew an important executive who was afraid of elevators. His office was on the 5th floor, and he climbed the stairs every day. He started cursing the elevator every night and during the day. Eventually, he overcame his fear. He began to say to himself, "The elevator is a wonderful idea that has arisen from the human mind. It's a blessing for our employees. It provides a wonderful service. It works. I travel in peace and joy inside it. Now I remain silent as the currents of life and understanding flow through my mind. Right now I'm in the elevator going to my office. I meet my employees, and they are kind and cheerful. This is a wonderful experience. I am grateful for it," he repeated for 10 days. And on the 11th day, he entered the elevator with other members of the organization. I can only say that he felt completely free from fear, normal or abnormal. Man is born with 2 fears, the fear of falling and the fear of loud noises, which are forms of alarms that nature has given us for self-preservation. This type of fear is good. Do you hear a car coming down the road and you step aside? The momentary fear of being hit is overcome by your action. The rest of your fears were passed on to you by your parents, relatives, and teachers. Abnormal fear occurs when a person lets his imagination wander. I met a woman who was offered a trip around the world by plane. Immediately, she began to cut out all the news about plane crashes. She imagined falling into the sea, drowning, etc. This is an unjustified and abnormal fear. If she had persisted in this direction, she would have attracted what she feared most. Another example is that of a businessman from New York. He was very successful, knew a lot of success, and created his own mental scenario where he was the director, but the protagonist of this scenario was failure. The man imagined that he would go bankrupt at any moment, that the bank would seize his property, that he would not have enough money to pay his employees, and that his pretty wife would leave him for another. He refused to have this morbid imagination and said to himself, "This windfall will not last. There will be a recession. I'm sure we will go bankrupt, etc." His wife told me that he eventually went bankrupt. All the things he feared became reality, but those things did not exist. He made them real by imagining them, believing in them, and waiting for a financial disaster. Job said, "What I feared has happened to me." There are people who fear that a terrible disaster will happen to their children, that a frightening disease will strike them. When they read about an epidemic or disease, they live in fear of being infected, or even imagine contracting the disease. These are examples of abnormal fears. The answer to abnormal fear: make your mind oppose fear. Staying in fear is stagnation and decline. Fear brings with it the desire for something contrary to what is feared. Pay attention to this desired object. Absorb and focus your desire, knowing that the subjective cancels the objective. This attitude will give you confidence and courage. The infinite power of your subconscious mind is in motion and cannot fail. Therefore, peace and security are yours. Examine your fears. The president of an organization told me that as a salesman, he used to circle the block 5 or 6 times before calling on a client. One day, his boss said to him, "Don't fear the man behind the door. That's a false belief. Look him straight in the eye, then he will vanish and become what he truly is. Just a man." He landed in the jungle. A chaplain told me about his experiences during World War II. He parachuted from a malfunctioning plane and landed in the jungle. He was afraid, yes, but he knew the 2 types of fear: normal fear and abnormal fear. He decided to do something immediately. He started talking to himself like this: "John, you cannot give up. Your fear is a desire for safety and escape. Infinite intelligence guides and leads me out of this jungle." He repeated these words aloud several times. Then he told me something. I felt shaken from within. I regained confidence and started walking. After a few days, I emerged from the jungle and was picked up by a rescue plane. It was miraculous. His change in attitude saved him. His trust in wisdom and power was the solution to his problem. He said, "If I had begun to lament and tremble in fear, I would have succumbed and likely starved to death." The CEO of an organization told me he feared losing his job. There wasn't a day when he didn't imagine how he would be fired. But his fear did not exist. It was just a morbid thought. His imagination dramatized it to the point of making him neurotic and frightened. Eventually, he was asked to resign. In reality, he had excluded himself from work. His constant negative images caused his subconscious to react accordingly, leading to mistakes and decisions that resulted in his professional failure. His dismissal would never have happened if he had opposed his fears. They conspired against him. During my recent tours, I had some conversations with a prominent politician. The man enjoyed deep inner peace. He said that all the insults he received from the newspapers and the party never bothered him. His secret is to think that a deep ocean of peace lives within him. By meditating in this way, he generates immense power that overcomes every difficulty and fear. Some time ago, a colleague called him in the middle of the night and told him that a group of people was conspiring against him. Here's what he replied: "I am going to bed. I am calm. Tell me about it tomorrow at the office." At the office, he told me, no negative thought can manifest unless it is emotionally and mentally accepted. I refuse to accept any kind of suggestion, so nothing can hurt me. See how calm and serene he was. He didn't start despairing or pulling his hair out. Within him dwelled an ocean of peace and great tranquility. Free yourself from all your fears. Use this perfect formula to chase away fear. I sought the Lord, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. Psalms 34:4. The Lord is an ancient word meaning law. This law is the power of your subconscious mind. Learn the wonders of your subconscious and how it operates. Master the techniques offered to you in this chapter. Put them into practice now, starting today. Your subconscious will respond and deliver you from all fears. The path to overcoming fear. Do what scares you, and the death of fear is assured. Tell yourself and repeat, "I will master this fear," and you will. Fear is a negative thought. Replace it with a constructive one. Fear has killed millions of people. Having confidence is better. Nothing is more powerful than faith in God. Fear is mankind's enemy. It is behind failure, illness, and poor human relationships. Love drives out fear. Love is wanting good things in life. Fall in love with honesty, integrity, justice, and success. Live and expect the best, and the best will come to you. You must oppose fear. Tell yourself, "I am calm, serene, and tranquil." You will have fabulous results. Fear sabotages memory. During exams, you can overcome it by saying, "I have a perfect memory. I know everything I need to know." You can imagine a friend congratulating you, or even a loved one. Persevere, and you will conquer. If you fear water, free your mind and imagine yourself swimming. Mentally project yourself into the water and feel the emotion and exercise of swimming in a pool. By doing this, you will be compelled to enter the water and conquer it. This is the law of your mind. If you fear confined spaces, elevators, conference rooms, etc., enter one and bless this experience. You will be surprised at how quickly fear disappears. You were born with two fears: fear of falling and fear of noise. All other fears are acquired. Get rid of them. Natural fear is good, but abnormal fear is destructive. Indulging in these thoughts causes abnormal fear, obsessions, and complexes. Persistent fear leads to panic and terror. You can overcome abnormal fear by accepting that your subconscious can change these conditions. Indeed, your mind can fulfill the dearest desires of your heart. Pay attention and devotion to your desire, which opposes your fear. This love drives out fear. If you fear failure, focus on success. If you fear illness, think about health. If you fear an accident, think that God protects you. If you fear death, think about eternal life. The law of substitution is the answer to fear. Everything has its solution in the form of your desire. If you are sick, you desire health. If you are in prison, you desire freedom. Always expect good, and your mind will always respond. This is an exercise that never fails. Fears do not exist in reality, except as thoughts. That is why Job said, "What I feared has come upon me." Think well and good will follow you. Examine your fears and expose them to the light of reason. Learn to laugh at them. It is the best remedy. Nothing can disturb you. The suggestions, statements, or threats of others have no effect on you. The power is within you. When your thoughts focus on good, God's power is with you. Creative power is unique and moves in harmony. There are no divisions or fights within it. Its source is love, which is why God's power is everywhere. How to stay youthful in spirit? Your subconscious mind never ages. It is timeless, a part of God's universal mind that has existed since the beginning of time. Fatigue or old age cannot be predicted. Instead, patience, kindness, truth, humility, goodwill, peace, harmony, and brotherly love are attributes that never age. If you continue to cultivate these qualities, you will remain young forever. I recently read an article in which a distinguished group of doctors from Cincinnati, Ohio, concluded that years are not responsible for degenerative disorders. These same doctors asserted that old age arises from fear of time and not from time itself. This has a harmful effect on our minds and bodies. Neurotic fear of time can be the cause of premature aging. Throughout many years of my public life, I have had the opportunity to study the biographies of famous men and women who continued their activities until a very advanced age. Some achieved greatness at that stage of life. At the same time, I have had the privilege of meeting individuals who, in their small world, valued only youth and delighted in their immense ignorance. These were people who had aged mentally. A few years ago, I visited an old friend in London, England. He was over 80 years old, sick, and weakened by his advanced age. Our conversation revealed his physical frailty, his sense of frustration, and his overall decline. He believed he was no longer of use and that no one loved him. With an expression of despair, he said to me, "We are born, we grow up, we age, we cease to serve, and that's it." This mental attitude was the primary reason for his illness. He was simply awaiting old age and nothing more. In reality, he had aged long before. His subconscious mind had materialized his habitual thoughts. Age is the dawn of wisdom. Unfortunately, many people share the same attitude as my friend. They fear what they call old age, but in reality, they fear life itself. But life has no end. Age is not the advancement of years, but the dawn of wisdom. Wisdom is the awareness of the tremendous spiritual powers of your subconscious. It is the knowledge to lead a full and happy life. Permanently rid yourself of the idea that 65, 75, or 85 years old mean the end. It can be the beginning of a glorious, fruitful, active life, more productive than you ever imagined. Believe in this kind of life and your subconscious will make it real. Welcome change. Aging is not a tragic event. What we call aging is actually change. It should be embraced joyfully because each phase of human life is progress on the eternal path. Man has powers that transcend his bodily abilities. He has senses that transcend all his physical senses. Today, scientists have discovered irrefutable evidence that man can leave his body and travel thousands of kilometers to see, hear, touch, and speak to people, even though his body never leaves the couch. Man's life has a spiritual end. It does not need to age because life or God cannot age. The Bible states that God is life, and life renews itself and is eternal. This is the destiny of all men. The evidence of survival, psychic research in the UK and the US is overwhelming. You can go to any library and get volumes on modern psychic procedures that show the discoveries of eminent scientists about life after death. What is life? A woman asked Thomas Edison, "What is electricity, Mr. Edison?" He replied, "Madam, electricity is what it is. Use it." Electricity is a name we give to an invisible power that we do not fully understand, but we learn all we can about its principles and uses, and we use it immeasurably. The scientist cannot see an electron with his eyes, but he accepts it as a scientific fact. This is the only valid conclusion that fits his theories and experiments. We cannot see all phenomena of life, but we know they exist and are here to use them and enjoy all their beauty and glory. The mind and spirit do not age. The Bible says, "This is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God." Man thinks that the earthly cycle of life is all there is. It is truly pitiful. Such a man has no anchor, no hope, no vision, and for him, life has no meaning. If you can't play tennis as well as your son, or if your body has slowed down, remember that life renews itself every moment. What men call death is just a journey to a new city. In my lectures, I often say that we must accept what we call old age. Age has its own glory, beauty, and wisdom. Peace, love, joy, beauty, and understanding are qualities that never age. Ralph Waldo Emerson, poet and philosopher, said, "Do not count a man's years until he has nothing else to count." Your mental quality, faith, and convictions are impervious to decline. You are as young as you believe. Every few years I give public lectures in London. After one of them, a surgeon told me, "I am 84 years old, operating every morning, visiting patients in the afternoon, and writing for medical and scientific journals." He felt as useful as anyone else. He said to me, "Man is as strong as he believes himself to be, and as valuable as he believes himself to be." This surgeon had not succumbed to the passage of time. He felt immortal. His final remark was, "If I were to die tomorrow, death would find me still operating, not with a surgeon's scalpel, but with mental and spiritual surgery." Grey hair is an advantage. Never leave a job saying, "I am retired, old and finished." That would truly be death, and you would be finished. Some men are old at 30, while others are young at 80. The mind is the architect, designer, and sculptor. George Bernard Shaw remained active at 90, and the artistic quality of his pen and mind had not diminished in the slightest. I meet men who tell me that businesses won't hire them because they are over 40. There seems to be a focus on youth, meaning those under 35. This reasoning is truly superficial. If the employer took time to reflect, they would realize these men are not selling their age or grey hair, but their talents, experience, and accumulated wisdom over the years. Age is an asset. Age should be an advantage to any organization due to your years of practice. This is dictated by the principles of the Golden Rule and the law of love and goodwill. Your grey hair, if present, should signify wisdom, competence, and understanding. Your emotional maturity should be a huge asset to any organization. A man should not be asked to resign at 65. This time in life is most suitable for managing personnel issues, making plans, making decisions, and guiding others. Moreover, they are trained to propose creative ideas based on their experience and business knowledge. A Hollywood writer told me he had to create his scripts for 12-year-olds. It is a tragic situation if the masses are expected to grow emotionally and spiritually, meaning there is an emphasis on youth even though youth is synonymous with inexperience, lack of discernment and judgment. The best people I know today are those who have refused to accept age as an obstacle and have continued to grow and flourish regardless of their age. Age is just a number. Life is eternally young and continues to evolve. May your age never be an obstacle to your spiritual and emotional growth. If you have this attitude, you will be as young as you feel and more productive than ever. As it is said, Proverbs 23:7, "For as he thinks in his heart, so is he." Diets, exercises, and games will not keep this man young. It is necessary to age according to the cycles of thought. Your subconscious mind is conditioned by your thoughts. If your thoughts are focused on what is right, you will remain young despite the chronological years. The fear of aging is real. Job said, "What I feared has come upon me." Many people fear aging and feel uncertain about the future. They anticipate mental and physical decline as they age, and what they think and feel becomes their reality. When you lose interest in life, when you stop dreaming and seeking new truths, you inevitably age. But if your mind remains open to new ideas and interests, if you continue to step into the light of new universal truths, you will stay young and vigorous. You have much to offer even after 60 years. You can help stabilize, counsel, and guide many young people. You can bring knowledge, experience, and wisdom. You can always look forward, for at every moment you contemplate infinite life. You will find that you can reveal the glories and wonders of life by trying to learn something new every day, and you will find that your mind will always be young. A few years ago, while giving a lecture in Bombay, India, I met a man introduced to me as being 110 years old. His face was smooth and fresh, among the most beautiful I have seen. He seemed transfigured by an inner light, and there was a rare beauty in his eyes. It indicated that he had aged joyfully, without letting his spirit fade. Retirement can be a new adventure, a new challenge, the beginning of fulfillment. It's disheartening to hear someone say, "What will I do now that I'm retired?" This person is actually saying, "I am mentally and physically dead, my mind is bankrupt of ideas." But the truth is that you can accomplish a lot, no matter your age. Every day you grow in wisdom and understanding of life and the universe through your new studies and knowledge. A few years ago, an executive who lives near me was forced to retire upon reaching the age of 65. He considers his retirement a promotion, moving from kindergarten to the first grade. He realized he no longer needed to focus on earning a living, but instead would dedicate himself to living life. He became an amateur photographer, took courses on the subject, traveled the world, and filmed famous places. Now he gives lectures at lodges and clubs, and he is in high demand. There are countless ways to take interest in something worthwhile. By remaining enthusiastic, you will stay young at heart, as you will be thirsty for new knowledge, and your body will reflect this thought all the time. You must be a producer, not a prisoner. Newspapers have noticed that older people vote more often than young people, meaning their opinions carry more weight in legislation. It is likely that a law will be enacted to protect people from age discrimination in the workplace. It is unfair and absurd to tell someone who is 40 that they cannot be hired. Age does not define a person's mental or physical ability. We should value the wisdom and experience that elders bring and ensure they can continue working. If someone is denied job opportunities because of their age, the government should protect them. Organizations that refuse to treat older people should contribute more in taxes because their regulations are counterproductive to the country. The purpose of human beings is to enjoy their work and contribute to the growth of society. It is degrading for society to force them into unemployment. While the body ages, the mind remains active, alert, and eager to acquire new knowledge. Our mind never ages, and this is something we must recognize and respect. The secret of youth is to rediscover the days of youth, to feel the healing power of your subconscious mind, which moves through your entire being. It inspires you, lifts you up, rejuvenates you, revitalizes you, and elevates you spiritually. You can feel enthusiasm and joy as in the days of your youth simply because you can connect with your subconscious. When you let yourself be guided by your subconscious, dawn appears and shadows flee. Gain a vision rather than saying, "I am old." Say instead, "I am wise in the path of life." Do not allow society to present you with an image of aging, decrepitude, senility, and uselessness. Reject these lies. Reject being hypnotized by this propaganda. Affirm life, not death. May the visions of your life be happy, successful, and serene. Your mind does not age. Herbert Huber, former president of the country, is now over 80 years old and remains active and fully engaged. When I interviewed him a few years ago in his suite at the Waldorf Astoria in New York, I found him healthy, happy, dynamic, and full of life. He had several secretaries and was writing books for the public. Like all great men, he seemed kind, friendly, and very understanding to me. His clarity of mind and insight greatly impressed me. He is a religious man, full of faith in God. He was criticized and condemned during the years of the Great Depression, but he weathered the storm and did not age through fear, hatred, resentment, and bitterness. Instead, he immersed himself in the silence of his soul, and in communion with divinity, he found peace, which is the true gift of God. My father learned French at the age of 65 and became an authority in the field. He studied Gaelic when he was over 60 and became a recognized professor in that subject. He assisted my sister in college and continued to do so until his passing at the age of 99. His mind was as sharp as when he was 20, and his calligraphy and reasoning had improved with age. Truly, you are as old as you think. We need our elders. Marcus Porcius Cato, Roman patriot, learned Greek at 80, Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heink, the great German-American contralto, reached the pinnacle of her musical success after becoming a grandmother. It is wonderful to contemplate the achievements of the elderly. General Douglas MacArthur, Harry Truman, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, and American financier Bernard Baruch are interesting, active individuals who bring their talent and wisdom to the world. Socrates learned to play a musical instrument at 50, Michelangelo painted his finest works at 60, Goethe completed Faust, and Leopold von Ranke began his history of the world after surpassing 50. Let us elevate our elders to high positions and give them opportunities to deepen their knowledge. If you are retired, study the laws of life and your subconscious. Do something you have always dreamed of doing. Study new subjects, or learn about things you didn't know before. The fruits of old age mean contemplating the truths of God from the highest point. You are on an endless journey, taking significant steps in the endless ocean of life. Then say this: they will still bear fruit in old age, they will stay fresh and green. Psalm 92:14. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Galatians 5:22-23. You are a child of the infinite. You know no end because you are made of eternity. There are qualities that never age: patience, kindness, love, benevolence, joy, happiness, wisdom, and understanding. Cultivate yourself. Some researchers claim that fear of the effects of time causes premature aging. Age is not the passing of years, it is the dawn of wisdom. The most productive years of your life can be from 65 to 95. Embrace the years with open arms. It means you are advancing on the path of life. God is life. Life renews itself. It is eternal and indestructible. This is the reality for all humans. The evidence for the survival of the soul is overwhelming. A scientific inquiry conducted by eminent scientists. You cannot see your mind, but you know you have one. You cannot see the spirit, but you know you have one. Likewise, the spirit of kindness, truth, and beauty is real. You do not see life, but you know you are alive.
Old age allows you to contemplate God from the highest point. The joys of old age are greater than those of youth. Your mind is engaged in spiritual and mental athletics. Nature slows your body down to give you the opportunity to meditate.
Do not count a man's years until he has nothing left to tell. Your faith and convictions are not subject to decline. You are as young as you believe, as strong as you believe, as useful as you believe. Your gray hair is a precious asset. You are not selling your age, but your experience and wisdom. Diet and exercise will not keep you young. A man is what he thinks. Fear of aging can cause physical and mental decline. You age when you stop dreaming and lose interest in life. You age by endlessly complaining and pitying yourself. Your retirement is a new adventure. Pursue new studies and interests. You can do those things you always dreamed of doing while you were busy making a living. Be a producer, not a prisoner of society. The secret of youth is love, joy, peace, and laughter. God is the fullness of joy. In God there is no darkness. You are a useful being. Some philosophers, artists, scientists, and writers have accomplished their best works after 80 years. The fruits of old age are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, and temperance. You are a child of the infinite. You know no end because you are infinite, eternal, and wonderful.